Just 2 days ago, we celebrated Women's Day. That's not only the day we celebrate, there are many other days also when we celebrate achievements of women or we talk about issues related to gender. And the bottom line is that we always talk about the gender discrimination, particularly in STEM. We talk about invisibility. We talk about non-celebrating the achievements of women scientists. So today I'm very glad that we have with us Dr. Sharmila Mane, not as a women scientist, but as a scientist who has contributed to a lot, fraternity, particularly in the field of biological sciences. So having here on the dais us to communicating more this issue more in the society in the COVID time, particularly we have realized the power of microbes. So I welcome you to be with us today, and I must apologize also that I was inconvenienced to her. She is in Hyderabad, but her commitment to science and science communication was so high that she changed her program and is with us. Thank you so very much. We have with us Dr. Achandra Venugopal and Dr. Avinash Srivastava, Director, CSIR-NPN and MP. No need to mention how CSIR, NPN and MP are contributing by doing high end of scientific endeavors. But two things I would like to mention about NPN and MP. They are societal current. If we talk of NPN, we call it timekeeper for nation, indelible ink, preserving our constitution, and so many things. So, NPN is radically connected to society and how this kind of science should be communicated more and more. And similarly, under the leadership of Dr. Srivastava, how the science can uplift the livelihood of tribals, of artisans, connecting traditional knowledge with the modern science. Under his leadership, ABRI is taking several steps which again can be highlighted through science communication. Coming to the NIScPR, this is the youngest institution of CSIR. Just last year we came into the existence, but we have a legacy of 70. Even in the pre-independence era, in 1942, Public Information Directorate, which was working on communicating science in the form of JSIR, Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dictionary of India, Raw Materials and Economic Products, and then it underwent several mergers to NIScOM and NIScPR and now NIScPR. But I must mention, every merger has given this institute more and more strength in science communication, popularization, and scientific paper inculcation. Through several journals, magazines, books, films, science exhibitions, book fairs, etc., etc. The list is very long. NIScPR is communicating to the society, all sections of the society, providing the right information, because this is the time we are seeing that there is exponential growth of information. So what do we communicate to the society in the way the society understands that scientific content at the right time, because it's highly competitive. So that is how NIScPR is engaged with the society. I would like to mention one program of NIScPR that was Eureka, where the eminent scientists were interviewed at Rajya Sabha. Similarly, scientifically yours was another program at Lok Sabha which highlighted achievements of women scientists. Because today we are talking about nurturing science communicators, motivating science communicators, I must mention about the 3 popular science magazines which NIScPR is continuously producing, that is Science Reporter, Vigyan Pragati, and Science Ki Duniya. Through these magazines, we are connecting with more than 50,000 people in India, starting from the schools to the researchers, giving them the right SNG developments happening in India, motivating young students to take science as a discipline for higher studies, and also producing new science writers. Because the way science is growing, it is very important that we have more and more science writers. We generally believe science communication means writing research papers, but it is much more than that. And I'm very glad that today, when we are connecting with all the organizations, institutions who are engaged in science communication, they are with us. From SIR, we have DBT, INSA, National Council of Science Museum, Vigyan Prasad, National Academy of Science of India, Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, DST. Platform, I think exchange of ideas will occur. This will synergize our efforts, which we are doing individually also. So we will get a platform to synergize our efforts, how science communication can be more penetrating to the society, and how we can make an impact in the society. I would like to close my address by the saying of Acharya J.C. Bose, which he said at Banaras Hindu University. And why I am mentioning Acharya J.C. Bose? Firstly, we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav 75th year. So this is the time we celebrate our science heroes also. Secondly, Acharya Bose was not only a physicist, biologist, botanist, but he was also a science fiction writer. He said, knowledge is never the exclusive possession of any favored race. The whole world is interdependent and a constant stream of thought, and always through ages, enrich the common heritage of mankind. So I think the science communication definitely takes its knowledge from the four walls of the lab to the field. Thank you so very much. I wish the organizers of this national seminar a huge success in one day deliberations. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. May I now request Dr. Shamila Mande for the inaugural address. Please, ma'am.
Very good morning to everyone. I would like to first thank Dr. Anurag for inviting me to this inaugural session of this national seminar for a very important topic, which is on the nurturing science communications. So I'll be very brief. I'll just give my thoughts on it. It's very important. I would like to first congratulate Dr. Anurag and the team for organizing such a seminar, which is very important. When we do science in the lab or innovate in the lab, we all do and then we publish ourselves, and those who are in the field, they get to know those. But what is important is that these are going to change the lives of people, or they are going to change the way people think of certain. Some of the innovations which come from the labs, different labs, they actually influence the lives of different people and make the future, look at future at a very different point. But for common people, even for the school children and colleges, they need to know what are the kind of things which are going on. So this communication, when we talk about this communication to the other people who are not in the field, it's very important that it, writing simple words for the school children or for the college people. Similarly, the videos, the kind of making it very simplistic way of showing what the research is going on in different labs and what kind of outcomes are coming on. Just to give an idea, so Dr. Ranjana mentioned that I've been working on this microbial community, which is called the microbiome. And some of you might be knowing that that's a very, very important field. This is a community of microbes which reside in different environments, whether it is water, soil, or within our own cells. And these are very, very important. So we as researchers, those who are working in the field, we know, understand the importance of it, but it's going to the future of healthcare is going to be. Right now, the way the clinicians they look at, for example, that they look at what we call as the prognostic diagnostics. They basically, basically right now they look into symptomatic cases and medications accordingly. The future is going to be in the healthcare sector will be preventive, and in which the way the scientific advances and the technological advances which have led to that, which is going to lead to the future, which will be more preventive in the sense that just drop of blood, spatula full of stool or saliva, and the data coming out from the sensors, different wearable devices. These all things will be used, are going to be used for predicting the risk of different diseases and disorders. What I wanted to highlight was these are the things which we know that these research are going on, and we know this is going to be the way future of healthcare is going to be. But it's important that even the common people should know that it's very important for people to have, why are we saying that, people have healthy food? Because there's a reason for this. So for communicating the why we need to have healthy food for having this healthy microbiome, which is going to keep ourselves healthy, is something which is very, very important. So I think the science communication through these, it will be important not just to communicate to the, as I mentioned, that to the students, but also to the common people, as well as to the clinicians. There are a lot of clinicians who are actually not aware of a lot of research which are going on because they are busy with their clinical work. Just to give another example, people are very aware that we have to segregate waste, which is biodegradable and the non-degradable ones. But why are we doing that? This is just an example that from the biodegradable one, what are the things which people use from the research which are coming out? How do you generate wealth from waste? Is something which people should realize that we are segregating for some reason. But this through communication, through scientific communication, to popularize these to the common people, I think that's going to be. This I just give you two examples. But just think of what scientific endeavors are going on. Whether it's in the biology or physics or chemistry, in the medical sciences, or in the environmental sciences, or in agriculture. All those things, I think it's important that for the common people to know about it, and the best way is to the science communicators to represent those in a very simplistic language, in the form of books or booklets or the videos and audios and so on. I think that's going to be very important, and I'm very happy that NISpR has taken this initiative to have this particular national seminar on the nurturing science and communication. So I'm very glad to be here with these
recording in progress.
I would like to thank Dr. Agarwal for inviting me for this inaugural session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening inaugural address. May I invite Dr. Venugopal Achanta, Director CSIR-NPL, to address the gathering, please.
As well as here in the audience. I'm happy to be here to be part of the inaugural session of another brilliant idea from NISpR to motivate science communicators. So the last two events which I attended, one is on science communicators to bring them together on one platform, and the second one is on scientists as freedom fighters, or how they contributed to the freedom struggle. Right. So I just want to start with what I said earlier in one of the meetings, was that as I see, science communicators are basically science historians, right? So we should take this very seriously. So we are unfortunately in a time where technology takes us to the 150 character and 2-hour glory. Let's not fall into that. We should have detailed science communication in a proper way to the masses. And this is also, it should not happen that 500 years from now somebody reads Asimov and thinks it's history or the technology was at that level. But at the same time, if we do not document, if we do not propagate to the masses the correct technologies or the status of science, it will get lost in translation or lost in the history. So let us take science communication very seriously. I'll give another example of these rocket boys. It made all the young and everyone very suddenly excited about Indian science and what Indian scientists could do in India. Right. So there is some creative freedom which has been used in that. We all know some facts are distorted or but it's creative freedom. So as science communicators, like, we do have certain liberty, but it should not be taken as granted to distort the facts or communicate something which is not. A couple of high-flying publishing houses, we seem to be obsessed with them. Only when I see the articles about science articles in Indian newspapers or magazines, what we see is we pick up these catchy titles from a couple of fancy journals, and only those are communicated to the masses. But there is a lot more which is going on in the laboratories and across India. So this should be also given preference and taken, so that it's not just you getting motivated, the scientists also get a motivation to see their work getting recognized. That'll give a boost to the basic research or the technology-driven research. So one problem going with these fancy journals and promoting them or kind of ideologizing them is that they have their own mandates. Profiteering is one, and they have their own local governmental whatever ideas which are meant for those countries, right? But what we are doing in the labs are meant for addressing the local challenges and local problems, right? So if we can highlight these as science communicators, so this will bring in science to the application of local challenges, right? So as a nation, like, so we have to look after our own needs and aspirations, our own research which is targeted towards the local challenges and needs. So for this, science communication has a big role in it, and I really hope we will take this thing seriously. I remember my grandfather and my parents reading, preferring to read long newspaper articles or magazine articles. But now we're in a very fast world, like, so where we want to have a quick glance and then make our opinions. And so let's not sucked into it. The quality of the article, the detail is also important, and I hope people will give enough importance to this. So once again, I would like to thank NISPR for coming up with this nice idea. So it's really, it's a compact, and it's like a punch which is done in one day. The first session is on funding opportunities for science communication, and the second session, as I see, is on innovative communication techniques, which will bring in the challenges and opportunities for science communicators. So wish the workshop will help in achieving its goal of bringing together the science communicators and motivating them to do much better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Avnish Kumar Srivastav, Director, CSIR-NIScPR, to please share his views with us.
Good morning to all of you. Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, the chief guest of the program, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, our CSIR-NPL Director, Professor Achanta Venugopal, the main coordinator, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, Sri Javed Akhtar, and many distinguished people sitting on the dais and off the dais, and the participants. First of all, I really congratulate to NISPR for organizing such an important event, that nurturing and motivating of science communicators. Because unless the SNT, what we are doing in the lab, it is known to the common people, we lose importance somewhere. The science communication, as we all understand, it's always divided into like science outreach and science inreach. Science outreach is the thing which we experts discuss with non-experts, with the common people. And the examples are like we display the things in museums and all. And science inreach is the dialogue between experts with experts. That is where the journals come into. But it's very important to dilute the interface between science inreach and science outreach. For example, when you want to communicate the work which you are doing, which is really very high level, the best example is our own Nobel laureate, Sir C.V. Raman. He tried to understand why sky is blue, or the Mediterranean Sea water is blue, and then he explained the scattering of light. So if you tell a common man that why sky is blue, Sir C.V. Raman has discovered, or he tried to explain, the common man will get interested and will listen to understand the jargon words also. But if you say that Sir C.V. Raman said that deflection of light change the wavelength of the beam when it scatters with the molecules, a common man will not get interested. So it also depends how do you put the things. Similarly, very important and very burning issue at present, Delhi people know very well, the recycling of parali. If a scientist says that I am working on recycling of parali, which will solve the problem of this burning issue, then people will understand scientist is doing something. But if you say that parali composition is this, and then I am making a polymer in that and making a board, then a common man will not appreciate your effort. So that is how one should also know how to communicate science. And that is the role of science communicators. There is also a problem that the hardcore scientists and science communicators, there is a complete disconnect. Because hardcore scientists, they always start telling the jargon words, which the science journalists or the communicators who are going to the common man, it's very difficult for them to absorb, and then it's more difficult for them to communicate to the common man. So we need to have a path, and in that direction, this science, nurturing science and promoting the science communicators. Thanks to NISPR for organizing such event. We tried to have such event at AMPRI also, Advanced Materials and Process Research Institute in Bhopal, in collaboration with NIScPR that time, National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources, that is now merged with NISPR. If I remember correctly, 22nd and 23rd, 2019. But the difference what I find in today's meeting and that time meeting is that I am told today that today sponsors are also sitting along with science communicators. So probably that will basically boost up the science communication. And I am aware about the magazines of Science Reporter, Vigyan Pragati, then Science Ki Dunya, that is coming out in English, Hindi, and I think in Urdu respectively. And they are very popular in the masses. But I think we have to make it more popular, because if we say in such, even in India, if we say that we are circulating in hundreds or in few thousands, then I think that number is not enough. So we have to find out certain mechanisms to to have more number of these magazines, especially when we are coming out in three very important languages of this country. Then the another issue, I think I am within the time. Another issue is to, when we say science in reach, the journals impact, Indian journals impact factor. Somehow we have to think, we have to sit together, have a brainstorming to think about how to improve the Indian journals impact factor. So as our Honorable Prime Minister also said, science is global. So whatever science we are doing in the country, it should be appreciated, it should be recognized globally. So with these brief words, I must thank to the organizers, especially Professor Ranjana Agarwal, and also I thank her that she involved me as a part of this program. And all the best wishes. Namaskar, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It is time now to invite DG CSIR, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, for his presidential remarks.
Chief guest of today's function, Professor Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India. I believe he has joined online now. All the dignitaries on dais, off the dais, all the participants and colleagues who have joined online in today's program. First of all, I would like to congratulate the National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research for organizing this national seminar on nurturing science communication, motivating science communicators. This seminar essentially addresses the need for all of us to be better communicators or better interface between the scientists and the society. As Professor Venugopal just a while ago mentioned, this job is basically better done by people who are good in communication skills and also people who have a good sense of history. And indeed, if you look at every activity that we do since morning till we go to the bed in the evening, every possible activity that we do, and ask for ourselves how this activity was performed about 100 years ago, and that's where the history part comes in, one realizes quite dramatically is that how much has the world changed for everything that we do in our lives, practically everything. And to go deeper, if we think about how the things have changed in last 100 years, or even more, one realizes that for every activity that we do, there's an imprint of fundamental science and fundamental technology that has made this activity different than what was done 100 years ago. For everything, practically every possible thing that we do today is different than that was 100 years ago. And that has had behind it some technology, and behind technology, some fundamental basic science that has happened there. Now, we being scientists can even try to dissect what kind of science has gone behind these activities to make our lives so much simpler and easier than what we believe was 100 years ago. And being scientists, we'll also be able to decipher the technologies behind those activities and the science behind it. But for the general public, when they ask the same question as what we are doing right now, for them, they may not be very easily decipherable what the fundamental science is there behind every activity. Now, having said that, the progress of science and progress of humanity is today not ended, but a continuous process. And I can with confidence say that 100 years from now, if we were to ask the same question once again, and once again, people would be amazed how much different is the world 100 years from now than what it is today. And that's a natural process of our continuous progress. And once again, it is but natural that science and technology will play a central role in the change of our lives even 100 years from now. Now, because it's a continuous process, how do we ensure that the general public or the society around us appreciates what is happening in changing our lives? At every step, the way we are changing our lives and the way we are doing things, and we are trying to make things easier, and the way we are trying to make the world sustainable, and the way we are trying to make all the human beings around the world happy, in that process, how science is playing a central role in each of these is important to be able to communicate to the general public. And as correctly pointed out by two of the previous speakers, Shamila and Avnish, that as scientists, most of us take pride in our discoveries, what we do in the lab, and as we advance the frontiers of knowledge, we publish them in peer-reviewed journals, get whatever recognition from our peers around the world. As technologists, we take pride that whatever science has happened, we try to convert that into something useful. And as social scientists, we try to see how but to involve general public in these activities is an extremely important aspect of SNT in general. And that's where the role of science communicators comes in. To involve general public all the time about all the activities that are happening around the world and the progress that science is making, and with the progress that the fundamental science is making, applications thereon, into converting them into technologies and their applications for larger benefit of the society and the planet. That's the role of science communicators. And as we have said on multiple platforms, on today's date, at least in India, we are woefully short of people who are able to effectively connect with public about science and technology. And I believe organizing seminars such as this on nurturing science communication would go a long way for motivating people to take up science communication as a career and motivating people to inform public about what happens .
Thank you, sir, for your valuable information. I would also like to inform you all that the chief guest, Professor K. Vijay, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, is already on. Well, moving forward, I am pleased to inform you all that we have some CSIR-NIScPR special publications to release today. So I request the dignitaries to formally release them. Firstly, we have the theme book of the National Seminar presenting an overview of science communication and outreach activities. Next, we have a report on Women in STEM, a CSIR survey towards gender parity by Dr. Ranjana Agrawal, Dr. Sandhya Vakrekar, and Dr. Praveen Sharma. The report evaluates the problems confronted by women S&T staff of CSIR while maintaining work-life balance. The study is based on an in-house survey of all the CSIR labs pan-India through 2 questionnaires. It identifies areas that CSIR could strengthen towards mainstreaming gender for a safe, violence-free, and motivating environment for women in STEM. So here we have this report. Dr. Sandhya Vakrekar is requested to please come onto the dais. Dr. Praveen Sharma. We also have a special March 2022 issue of Science Reporter and Vigyan Pragati brought out on the occasion of the International Women's Day. Next, we have two science publications brought out by two CSIR-NISpR scientific staff. The first is Mere Chuninda Vigyan Lekh by Dr. Manish Mohan Gore, scientist CSIR-NISpR. इस पुस्तक में लेखक के 32 विज्ञान लेख संकलित हैं जो पर्यावरण, वन्य जीव और हमारे दैनिक जीवन के विज्ञान के मुद्दों पर रोचक और सरल सहज भाषा में लिखे गए हैं। आमजन और विद्यार्थियों के लिए यह पुस्तक बहुत उपयोगी है। मैं विज्ञान प्रसार से निमीश कपूर जी से भी निवेदन करती हूं कि वे मंच पर आएं। The book is published by Vigyan Prasar. मेरे चुनिंदा लेख। The second book is वैज्ञानिक जगदीश चंद्र बोस के महान विचार by Savan Kumar Bagh, postdoctoral fellow, Berlin University, Israel, and Dr. Meherwan, scientist, CSIR-NISpR. यह पुस्तक महान वैज्ञानिक जगदीश चंद्र बोस के द्वारा बांग्ला भाषा में लिखे गए लेखों, यात्रा वृतांत, विज्ञान गल्प और भाषणों के हिंदी अनुवाद का संकलन है। इसमें भारतीय भाषाओं की पहली विज्ञान गल्प पलातक तूफान का हिंदी अनुवाद भी शामिल है। Thank you, everyone. Concluding the inaugural session, I would request Shri Hassan Javed Khan, Chief Scientist, CSIR-NIScPR, to present the vote of thanks. Well, our chief guest, Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, has joined us virtually. On behalf of CSIR-NIScPR, I thank him for his gracious presence today. Although Sir has joined us virtually, but I request Director Ma'am to felicitate him with potted plant, which can later be sent to him.
Very good morning, sir. A hearty welcome to CSIR-NIScPR. We are missing your physical presence, but I'm so very much thankful to you for sparing time out of your busy schedule, and we are looking forward for your guidance and support. Thank you very much for joining us.
We all are excited to hear our chief guest, so I kindly request the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, Professor K. Vijayaraghavan, to share his thoughts with us. And once again, we welcome you, sir. Please unmute. Okay. कॉल करके बोलना पड़ेगा यहाँ से।
Hello. Good. Yeah. Dr. Shekhar Mande, Director General CSIR, Professor Anjana Agarwal, Director CSIR-NIScPR, Dr. Sharmila Mande, Dr. Venugopal Achanta, Director NPL, Professor Avinash Srivastava, Director CSIR-AMPR, Dr. Hassan Javed Khan, the Chief Scientist and Editor of Science Reporter. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm sorry the audio from your side wasn't clear for those online, but the nice thing about communication in English is that there's a 50% redundancy, so it doesn't matter if you don't hear half of what is said. You can interpolate and come to a pretty reasonable conclusion of what's happening. Now, the trouble with science communication is that it works at an even less efficiency in today's world. I'll just very briefly address 4 points. Why communicate? 5 points. Why communicate? Who to communicate? How to communicate? How not to communicate? Sorry, 4 points, that's right. Now, in today's world, science and technology are, of course, very important in every aspect of what we do. But more important, science and technology is used in communication at high speed in a manner never before seen in human history. So unless correct information is communicated well to targeted audiences, we are going to be in deep trouble in terms of both misinterpretation and manipulation of information. So fundamentally, communication is very important, whether it is science communication or any other communication, and it has to be credible. So the credibility and the quality are important, but also it's important who are target audiences, and therefore according to the all communication needs to be tailored. So who is our target audience? Our political leaders. Who is our target audience? Elsewhere. Our political leaders elsewhere. Bureaucrats and decision makers at high levels here and all over the world, and people, our fellow scientists, students, and people in general.
If this is the these are the sets of people who we are to communicate.
These are the sets of people who we are to communicate. The problem is
different categories of
how do we communicate to different categories of people? How are we affected?
In communication
Now, the principal challenge in communication is that those who communicate focus rather intensely on the quality of what they do and rarely on whether it is actually communicated or not. So you have extraordinary information available in our ecosystem, but very little distillation and use of that information moving to knowledge. So today, whether it is science communication or any other communication,
English,
if you know
that is not necessary.
English, and increasingly that is not necessary. You can translate content relatively easily. You can find top quality material in any area of science, technology, and indeed in any other area. The challenge is to distill that from all the other garbage which is there, is also available. So in many ways, the availability of information is not the problem, but the choice of what you see is the problem. Unfortunately, misinformation and disinformation is much more attractive because it doesn't have to have any credibility, whereas correct information and scientific information is much more difficult to be attractive. It's like fat and sugar, salt and fat and sugar are very easy to get addicted to, but the absence of these three and a healthy diet is very difficult to get addicted to. So this is a fundamental problem in communicating truth. And this is something which we need to move on to the next point. I'm trying to catch up on. Now let me move on to the next point. I'm trying to catch up on lost time. The next point is how to communicate. Now, the next point is how to communicate. When we look at how to communicate, as I said earlier, when we look at how to communicate, as I said earlier, our intensity is about the quality of the communication, but not about how it is attractive to others, but not about how it is attractive to others and how impactful. And these are big challenges, and there are no easy solutions. We're talking about so organizations, for example, we're talking about it in the seminar today, various government organizations. Oh, we're doing so much. They tend to focus on, oh, we're doing so much. Let us see how we can communicate. But the result of that is each one, takes something which they have done or doing, or their autonomous institutions are doing, or someone else is doing, and distills it into a very good, content, and then puts it out in the open. We don't have yet a fair assessment of who is watching this and what impact this has. But this is really very valuable, so that our institutional mechanisms say, oh, I was supposed to communicate, here's my communication piece, and I've done. So I would urge that we look more at, in addition to having quality products, look more about how the communication has. There's another challenge here which we have. Now, there's another challenge here which we have. We really need to communicate to those who find this information valuable, and it has to be different. And we have to move away from a situation where we say, here's a wonderful discovery in the lab. In my tube in the lab, I could almost cure cancer in this tube or in a mouse, therefore it has got a great future. This kind of putting out of information of a generic kind without hyping it, one shouldn't hype it, is the big challenge. So it's important to communicate day-to-day work and how important it is, but not link it to hype. Similarly, when successes do happen, they need to go to target audiences in different ways. General public really value big successes, and they have to be communicated well. But fundamentally, I think our big challenge today is how our internal science communication within our science agencies very few people actually, and I would take a bet on this, know the details about what is happening in another science agency other than their own. So this level of detailed understanding inter-science agency is very, very important if we are to communicate to bureaucrats about the importance of science and to people in general about the importance of science. So this also needs to move to another level where we communicate the impact of science on society, impact of science research in India on society and the economy, and detailed work on this needs to be done more than anecdotal or specific obvious examples. And therefore this techno-economic survey is very, very important. So if we have a techno-economic survey of the impact of science and communicate that well, which we do in a sort of formal way to Parliament every year, but this needs to go more also to public in general and to government agencies in every aspect, that would be very valuable.
And it will also be very valuable if we communicate our quality of our science to all those involved in science decision-making in multiple agencies so that we're all familiar with what each other does. The last and the big challenge is a simple one to state, but a very difficult one to solve. Throughout human history, knowledge has meant power, and knowledge has been restricted to a small set of people, and awareness about the kinds of knowledge have been poorly communicated. So it is not that people in general in any country know about the quality of science or know about the principles of science in specific contexts and how they do. So this is a very big challenge, and we have to first go over the hump of saying, is it necessary to communicate some understanding of the logic of scientific enterprise to people in general? Short answer is yes. The second answer is, how does one do this? And how does one learn from history? There are very few examples of countries where population in general have a great appreciation of science and technology. So this is a very big challenge which we have. And we have that as a bigger challenge here when we have different levels of reach possible, different languages, different socioeconomic groups. So this challenge needs to be addressed in a very big way. And just as, 2-minute clips on, all sorts of things are attractive to people, our challenge is to make 2-minute clips of science attractive to people in a manner so knowledge no longer is concentrated with those who have power, but is democratized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Concluding the inaugural session, I would request Shri Hassan Javed Khan, Chief Scientist, CSIR-NIScPR, present the vote of thanks.
By the way, that science reporter issue which Hassan Javed Khan brought out is a really terrific one. Congratulations for that.
Dignitaries, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Sheikh Monday, Secretary DSIR and DG CSIR.
Hello, can I interrupt, please?
Untitled Chapter, Director CSIR-NIScPR, Dr. Anurag Kumar, Director CSIR-NIScPR, distinguished participants, colleagues, and insights from our esteemed dignitaries, and hence it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for the gracious presence of the dignitaries here. Let me begin by thanking Professor Vijay Raghavan first. Thank you so much, sir. Your presence has been highly encouraging, and you have very clearly brought out some of the key challenges of science communication. Provided by CSIR Director General Dr. Shekhar C. Mande during his address, he has very clearly delineated the role of a science communicator. Sir, you have always been motivating and encouraging us with your inspiring leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharmila Mande, for your presence here. Your succinct thoughts on the importance of science communication were very enlightening. We are also grateful to Dr. Venugopal Achanta for gracing the event today. We also thank you for your thoughts and also for allowing us to avail of the use of this wonderful auditorium and its facilities. Professor Avanish Kumar Srivastava is also the Management Council member of CSIR-NIScPR. Your inputs have always been helpful for the Institute. Thank you so much for sharing the thoughts here. Thanks are also due to Dr. Anjana Agarwal, Director, CSIR-NIScPR, for our constant guidance, inputs, support, and inspiring leadership. Since the seminar has been designed and planned so as to bring in on a common platform organizations that are engaged in science communication funding, science communication activities, and public engagement of science, this seminar would not have been possible without the participation of several organizations, and I would like to name them here. These include Vigyan Prasar, National Council of Science and Technology Communication of the Department of Science and Technology, National Academy of Sciences India, National Council of Science Museums, DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, Indian National Science Academy, Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, Science and Engineering Research Board, Eklavya from Bhopal, Samanta Chandrasekhar Vigyan Club Bhubaneswar, and Vaigyanik Drishtikon from Jaipur. Thank you all for agreeing to nominate representatives to talk about the science popularization activities of your organization. Thanks to all the participants who are present here physically and all those who have joined us virtually. We hope you are sufficiently enlightened by the deliberations in this seminar. The seminar, of course, could not have been conceived and organized without the enthusiastic support of our dynamic CSIR-NISpR colleagues from the Popular Science Division, Production Division, Finance, Stores, Administration, and Transport. All my thanks to all these people. And I hope the one-day seminar is sufficiently enlightening for all of you. Thank you very much.
I now request you all to please stand for the National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all the presenters to please copy their presentations to the podium computer before the session starts. Thank you, everyone. I now invite you all for high tea.
Dr. Anurag Kumar, Scientist G, SERB DST India, to please come on the dais and grace the dais. Dr. Rajiv Mahajan. I request our very senior colleague, Dr. Mohammad Rais, Chief Scientist, CSIR-NISpR, to welcome our session chair and felicitate him with a potted plant. So I need to be in front or what? Yes, please.
This is something I relish. Thank you so much. They have to register it. Yes. And it has to go, sir. Yes, I will ensure that. Yes. Thank you. Is it good? Okay, thank you. एक मिनट मैंने मास्क नहीं हटाया याद तो रहेगा किसी ने दिया Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammad Rais, for facilitating our session chair. We have 6 very well-known presenters in this session. To name, we have Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan, CEO, DBT Belcom Trust India Alliance. We have Dr. C.M. Nautiyal, who is representing Indian National Science Academy. We have Dr. Anurag Kumar, Director, Science City, Kolkata, who is representing National Council of Science Museums. We have Dr. Santosh Shukla from National Academy of Sciences, India, NASI. We have Sri Nimish Kapoor from Vigyan Prasar, who is representing Vigyan Prasar. And finally, we have Dr. Rohini Garg, member INEAS, who is representing Indian National Young Academy of Sciences. I request all the distinguished speakers to come on the dais, please. I welcome you all on behalf of Organizing Committee National Seminar. Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan will be joining us online, and Dr. Anurag Kumar also will join us online. Now I request our session chair to initiate the proceedings of this session. I hand over the session to our distinguished session chair. Please.
Yeah. Oh, how many total? 6. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere thanks to Dr. Khan and Manish Gore in specific, but in general the Institute, to have invited me and chair this session. It's a privilege and pleasure actually. Since the time is at premium and we have limited time allotted to all the speakers, so I request all the speakers to wind up perhaps within 15 minutes, and if at all there are some burning questions in the minds of all the people, we can take it at the end. As I was just quoting a few seconds ago that lunch is good when it is served hot. So let's help the organizers to serve you good food around 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. So what I understand that the first speaker is going to be online. Yeah, okay. So can I, invite Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan, CEO, DBT Welcome Trust India Alliance, to start her session, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Of the India Alliance. The science communication
are my slides
of the India Alliance
on screen?
Are my slides on
yes.
on screen?
Okay.
I'm also hearing some audio disturbance, so I wonder if I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you. So if my slides are already on the screen, then I don't need to share my screen.
You're not.
Should I share my screen?
Yeah, please. Please share the
Okay.
screen.
Okay, just give me a minute. I wasn't sure because
Mic. And mic.
I'm sorry, there seems to be a little bit of a delay in this because there's a request from the Zoom meeting. There seems to be some security.
No. Co-host. Ma'am,
Have
you
you
are
made
co-host,
me
so
the
you
host?
must be able to share the screen.
Okay.
You are co-host now.
पिन जिम करना इनका पिन ऐसे मतलब नहीं है
There is a green button.
Yes, I know, but it's asking me for security. I'm terribly sorry for this. I had sent my presentation in earlier thinking that maybe you would be sharing it. So I will.
प्रेजेंटेशन है देखिए कहाँ है
अच्छा उनके दो विंडो
नहीं दो नहीं है एक हमारा ही
देखिए possible.
There's for some reason there's a security alert and I'm not able to share my screen, so I'm terribly sorry for this.
No, we request you to disconnect and then connect again.
Okay, I'll do that. Terribly sorry for the delay.
Mike.
जूम पे चलिए किसका डिस्प्ले है हमारा ही है जो आने तो
My screen says host has disabled participant screen sharing. I think that is the problem. Disabled participant screen sharing. I think that is the problem.
एक बार इनको बनाना मोर करो इनको कोच बनाना यस करो
Yeah, ma'am. You must be able to share it now.
Yeah, ma'am. You must be able to share it now.
कोच बनाऊं क्या मैम
We made you co-host.
We made you co-host.
इनका कोई प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते नहीं है पीपीटी नहीं है हमारे
I'm sorry, it's just not allowing me to share my screen. I'm sorry, there's a security password. So shall I send you my password? Shall I send you my? We had sent it in earlier. We had sent it in earlier.
Am I audible to you,
ma'am?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah. So what we can do meanwhile?
Yes.
Yeah. So what we can do meanwhile?
Let the others.
Would you like to shift to the next speaker and then we'll resolve this problem?
Meanwhile,
To the next speaker and then we'll resolve this
meanwhile,
problem
we'll resolve it. You know, you can even send your presentation
share so that they can share from here.
Share so that they can share from here in case you are not.
I had shared my presentation a few days ago.
Shared my
I think on the 7th we sent it. Would you like me to share it again?
On the 7th we sent it. Would you like me to share it again?
Yeah.
Please do that, ma'am. Please do that.
Yeah. Himashri, will you do that?
Yes. So maybe he will take.
Sure, sure. I'm just sending it now.
Thank you. Thank you.
So may I request Dr.
So may I request Dr.
to say his few words.
To say his few words actually. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. My few words may last 15 minutes. Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. I'm representing here the International Science Academy in New Delhi. And I'll be talking to you about some of the activities connected with science communication, which INSA is carrying out. INSA has a history dating back from 1935, when it was founded as National Institute of Sciences of India, or NISI, but later it was recognized as a premier science academy of the country and moved to Delhi in 1951, and in 1968 it became the adhering organization to ICSU and became authorized to represent the government of India for all international scientific collaborations. And later in 1970, it was renamed, rechristened as Indian National Science Academy from NISI. And it has been and still is at the Bahadur Shah Zafar Marg in New Delhi. The objectives of the Indian National Science Academy are identifying, nurturing, and promoting scientific talent, supporting scientific research, informing the government on societal aspects of science and policies through well-researched, evidence-based science, engage in activities for the future of science, education, and research in their broadest dimensions, and to perform all other acts that may assist in or be necessary for the fulfillment of the mentioned objectives. One of the activities which we are trying to enhance now is the Facebook posts. And what we are doing sometimes is the research journals that INSA is publishing. They have PINSA, the Proceedings of the Indian National Science Academy, Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics, and also a journal on the history of science. So we have started with the history of science, and if there are some interesting papers there, we take the gist of those papers and put them on the Facebook. For example, this palm impression on the left-hand side, which you see, this is Shah Jahan's, and he put it on a farman using saffron solution. And this was for the Raja Dalan Singh of Gidhaur in Bihar. Now, this tradition later were replaced by thumb impression, but not everybody may be knowing that initially the practice was to put the palm impression and not the thumb impression. INSA has been partnering with several other organizations. For example, it's partnered with the Science Gallery, Bengaluru, and in collaboration with them and some of the foreign agencies, there have been a very active program last year where a lot of science-based films were shown. For example, Disease. And just to give you an idea, I have shown here some of these lectures. There have been films, there have been lectures, there have been exhibitions. And in the next slide, you would see that there have been some other programs on some very interesting topics. Next. For example, the antimicrobial resistance, the pandemic in the shadows. Everything you wanted to know about the non-Western COVID vaccines, but were afraid to ask. An early warning, the story of SARS in the year 2003, science and seeing the visual technology of contagion in the 19th century, because you know that the use of electron microscope in case of studying the structure of SARS virus has been very critical, and that has enabled us to attack the spike to prevent its infection. And microscopes, particularly electron microscopes, have played a very important role. INSA has also been active in organizing lectures in the distant or remote places or in the far-flung areas. And before COVID, there were as many as 100 lectures per year, which were given by the fellows of INSA, the young scientist awardees of INSA, and also the teacher awardees of INSA. INSA was supporting them for travel, giving them a little bit of expenses for the overheads, and they were very popular. We hope that very soon we'll be able to start these lectures again. The photograph which you see is from the Himachal, And here you can see a lot of school children attending to a lecture by Dr. Rooplal, and this was about computer languages. INSA operates through its local chapters also, particularly in science popularization. And for the last few years, there has been a practice that during the annual general meeting, which usually happens in December, there are popular lectures or the public lectures by scientists of very, very high excellence. For example, Professor P. Balram, Professor Chandrima Shaha, and several others. They have been giving lectures during them, which are public lectures. We have also had a collaboration with the India International Center in Delhi, and very interesting lectures were organized. In addition, we do go to exhibitions during the Science Congress and other occasions. INSA, of course, publishes books, about which I'll tell a little more. INSA publishes 3 research journals, as I just mentioned, and also the INSA fellows, INSA president, and other people. Recently, you must have seen an interview by Dr. Chandrasekhar Sharma, which is about INIAS, and that has been just published. Academy's publications are of different kinds. Proceedings of the Indian National Science Academy, this is a research journal. Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics, this is also a research journal. And Indian Journal of History of Science, this too is a research journal, but the articles here will be very often comprehensible to the common people. People are not, who are not experts in archaeology or archaeological sciences. And the example about the Shah Jahan's Farman, which I just mentioned, is also from the same journal. In addition, INSA publishes the biographies of its fellows. And up to year 2009 and later up to 2017, they were published in different volumes. Now, this directly is not connected to science communication, but then many of the INSA fellows, as you know, have been the people who have shaped science in the country and also in the world some sense. Their biographies become the correct, accurate base material for many people who want to write biographical notes or articles on those scientists. For example, if you want to learn some basic facts about S.N. Bose or Meghnad Saha and such people, they are all available in these books. So they serve as a kind of data bank for somebody who wants to write about scientists. So these were biographical notes which were published in 1984. But in addition, a more attractive thing is, on occasions, INSA brings out some books which are for the common people also. And you would be surprised that the range of those books is very high. For example, there is a book on Aryabhatiya. One is a translation, and it also has notes on them by Professor Shukla of Lucknow. There is a book about Jahangir and his exploits in natural sciences. For example, the behavior of birds, the behavior of snakes. And he also describes in that book how a meteorite which fell from the sky was more or less purely nickel and iron, and he made a sword out of it, which he claims was the best sword he had ever had. There are books like India's Nuclear Energy Programs, Future Plans, Projects, and Concern. There is a book, Science in India, Achievements and Aspirations. There is a book on history of astronomy, history of technology in 3 volumes, and also In Pursuit of Excellence. These books are excellent records of the evolution of science in the country. There is a book about 75 years inspirational journey of India. And this book not only archives the history of and the development of INSA, but this is in fact a history of independent India's scientific endeavors over the last 75 years. Yearbook and INSA News, scientific monographs, report, and proceedings of the Academy. They're not really popular science stuff, but they are regularly published. In the next one, we would see that the lectures during AGM, as I had mentioned, which we'll see in the next slide, now it's not only the technical lectures or specialized lectures, but we are also organizing lectures there which are for the common people, and they have been liked. They are also available on YouTube, and there have been pretty good response to them. Just to mention a few, the president, Professor Chandrima Shaha, talked about She said science communication in current times, challenges and opportunities. Professor P. Balram, former director of the Indian Institute of Science, he gave a talk on chemistry and biology in the age of coronavirus. Professor Gagandeep Kang, she's a well-known scientist in the medical field, and she talked about the current and future promise of SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. S. Chandrasekhar talked about the contributions of chemical science toward sustainable health future. There was also a lecture organized by Dr. Sunita Narayan, Professor M.M. Sharma. I don't know how many people know him, but I'll give a brief introduction. He was the teacher of former Director General and Secretary CSIR, Professor Mashelkar. He gave a lecture on the critical role of innovations to trigger rapid economic growth. So I want to just dispel the general notion that the activities of INSA are only confined for the experts in the field. There are a lot of lectures, there are a lot of books and publications which are for the common people, but the challenge before INSA, not only INSA, but I think in general for the science communication community is how to take these books or presentations to the common man. NIScPR earlier and now NISPR, they have been publishing fantastic books. Gyan Prasar and other organizations, earlier NCSTC, they published many books. I'm not talking here of organizations like Eklavya in Bhopal. These groups have been publishing wonderful papers and wonderful books. The problem is how to find the right audience. So I think all these organizations should sit together, form out a strategy on how to take these books to the people for whom it's meant. INSA has been organizing a lot of webinars. Some of them are technical, of course, but then we also have understanding COVID-19. We have brain and its health. We have Dr. Sunita Narayan's lecture about the climate. We have a program on National Science Day in collaboration with INAS, which is by Professor Rohini Godbole, a famous theoretical physicist. About COVID-19, we had a discussion involving 5 persons, some of them from AIMS. We have had, very recently, we had on 3rd of March, a lecture by Professor McNett, which was a medal lecture by her, and this was attended by quite a few people on YouTube and also on Zoom. But I still feel that many such lectures, many such presentations go more or less unattended, and that is something which we have to worry about. There have been other publications in the next slides you would see about Meghna Saha. There has been a white paper on host immunity and vaccine COVID-19. There has been a wonderful book about Indian science transforming India, which we'll see in the next slide. And that book has Hindi translation also, and that has been quite popular. We have a book on ethics, which should be there in every library and with every scientist. INSA, next slide, please. INSA has also been organizing for the last 2 years competitions for not just students. One thing I would like to emphasize is that we have been focusing on science or popular science only for the young students. I think that's a very, very important and impressionable sector of the society, so we should do that. But there are many other segments in the society which we have been completely ignoring. INSA is also focusing on those niche audience, you could say, who are educated but in a different field, or who may not be formally educated, but they want to learn about the latest developments in science. So in this, the special thing was that we organized this INSA Serve Image and Photo Competition on the theme Science Through My Eyes, not only for the students, but also for scientists, also for doctors, also for managers, and also there was one group which was open. This was done in collaboration with SIR, being represented here by Dr. Mahajan. Next one, please. We had such entries like this. You could see that many of these are medical doctors who sent entries. Many of them are scientists. Many of them are managers or other people, but they did beautiful job, and sometime we propose to publish them as a book. Next one. This is the book on Aryabhat and about another book on Aryabhatiya. These are the journals, and at the right you see the book Indian Science Transforming India and its Hindi translation, which was reviewed, which actually opened to rave reviews by Vigyan Pragati, by Vigyan, and also by Vaigyanik Drishtikon. Next, I'll tell you about the award which INSA gives for science popularization in the next slide. Indira Gandhi Medal for Science Popularization is given. INSA also gives INSA Medal for Promotion and Service to Science, which have been given to people like Venki Ramakrishnan, who is a Nobel laureate. At the bottom, you see the First Lady President of the National Academy of Sciences of USA. She gave a lecture on 3rd in acceptance of the award. And then there is Indira Gandhi Medal for the Science Popularization, which should be of interest to all of you. This is open to any Indian national in India. The award amount is in cash, 25,000 rupees. There is a citation and a bronze medal, and up to 6 prizes are given in every set of 3 years. And 2 prizes for science popularization efforts in English by media personnel, science popularization efforts in English by a career scientist, science popularization efforts in other than English by media person or scientist. So everybody had an opportunity, whether he or she is a professional science communicator or not. INSA medal is for the exceptional services to promote science. This prize is not given to science communicators, but this is my ardent hope that one day some science communicator will be considered good enough to have contributed so much to the promotion of science that he or she will earn this medal. So in short, this is what INSA has been doing, and now outreach is one of the important activities of INSA. We have some future plans in the next slides. We will try to bring scientists with communication skills and the journalists with inclination for science on the same platform. We'll continue to organize competitions on the patterns of INSA SERB, photo, film, and essay competitions. We will continue to publish newsletters, hopefully very soon as an independent entity again. We'll be publishing more books for common people, continue the Science Popularization Awards, public lectures on science and exhibitions, and we'll be publishing more books now in Hindi. The Indian Science Transforming India, when it was translated in Hindi, this was the first book in Hindi published by INSA. We hope to continue this trend. Thank you so much.
Dr. Nautiyal, for the wonderful landscape of your current and future disposition. Now, can I request Dr. Anurag Kumar, to come online and give his presentation. Dr. Anurag Kumar, if you can hear me.
I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Good afternoon to Rajiv Kumar Mahajan, the chairperson of this session, my co-panelists, and everybody present in the audience. My thanks before I begin my lecture to NISpR for inviting the Council of Science Museums to be the participant on this very important national seminar. I hope I'll be able to share my slide. I think I have not yet been made the co-host, so make me the co-host. Make me the co-host. Let me just try now. Let me just try now. Yes. Now. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is coming. Yes, it is there. Yes, it is coming. Yes,
okay.
It is there now. Yeah,
so
please.
I represent National Council of Science Museums. I am the director of Science City, which is a unit of National Council of Science Museums located in Kolkata. I would start with I would first like some issue. I would first like to start with the statement of one of the founding fathers of Science Museums movement in India, Dr. Saroj Ghosh, who stated that the game and the blackboard, the maths formula, all have long part and parcel of the formal education system all over the world. Replace the cane with fun, the blackboard with computer multimedia, the maths formula with hands-on exhibits, and exam schedule with program schedule, and you have Science Center. Teaching learning processes in the Science Center develop mental imagery, perceptual experience, and cognition to logical thought processes. Hands-on exhibits lead to minds-on experiences. And in a Science Center, and learn to fun becomes more. On that principle, Science Centers have been functioning for quite some time now. But before I further proceed on what we do, I would like my audience to know a brief history of Science Museum movement in the country. And you'll get to know that it all started at CSIR when in around 1956, a small exhibition was started in NTL campus around the same time when a central museum on science was opened in Bisbilani. And around the same time, the government of India was also looking for establishing formal science museum institution in the country under the CSIR. When in 1959, ultimately, a science museum was opened called Birla Industrial and Technological in Kolkata, which was established on the European pattern at that time, famous Gaussian Museum and London Science Museum, London. The second Science Museum in India under the government came as at Bangalore called Vishwesvaraya Industrial and Technological Museum. This also was part of CSIR. In around mid-70s, the government decided that in order to give a huge impetus to science museum movement in India, there should be a separate organization. And that's when National Council of Science Museum was established as an autonomous organization under the Societies Act. And it came into existence on 4th April 1978. Presently, National Council of Science Museums is working under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. And based on the recommendations of the Scientific Advisory Committee on Cabinet, NCSM is recognized as SNP Institute under Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Major objectives of National Museum are portray the growth of science and technology and their application in industry and human welfare, with a view to develop scientific attitude and temper to create, inculcate, and sustain general awareness amongst the people, popularize science and technologies in cities, urban and rural areas for the benefit of students and for the masses, to supplement science education given schools and colleges to foster the spirit of scientific inquiry and creativity amongst the students, to conduct research in science and technology in the areas pertaining to the activities of the council, and to evaluate traditional science and technology in the light of modern scientific and technical concepts, to establish science centers for the development for the development and the exhibits as an aid in the science centers, to render assistance to the universities, technical institutions, museums, schools, and colleges or other bodies in planning and organizing science museums, and also in training of personnel for science museum profession. Collect, restore, and preserve important historical objects which represent landmarks in the development of science and technology and industry. As I mentioned, the major activities of Science Center is managing 25 science museums and centers which have been established under the council, setting up of science cities, science centers, galleries in India and abroad, supplementing school science education, non-formal mode, public engagement to interactive science popularization activities, training of manpower in the field of science communication, R&D infrastructure for exhibits, and digital interactive technologies, developing traveling exhibits on contemporary topics and issues in science and technology, and mobile science exhibitions for rural areas. The NCSM network is spread all across the country. We have our headquarters in Kolkata, which also houses research and training laboratory, and presently the Northeast Zone headquarters is also located in the same building. Eastern Zonal headquarters of NCSM is Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, which is located in Kolkata. Science City Kolkata is also an independent national body under NCSM. The Southern Zonal headquarters of National Council of Science Museums is Vishwesvaraya Industrial and Technological Museum, Bengaluru, and Western headquarters is in Nehru Science Center, Mumbai. The Northern headquarters is at the National Capital of Delhi, which is named as National Science Center. We do have the regional level science centers also. Some of them are displayed over here. Shri Krishna Science Center, Patna, Regional Science Center, Bhubaneswar are in the Eastern Zone. Regional Science Center, Lucknow is in the Western Zone. Northern Zone. Raman Science Center and Planetarium, Nagpur. Regional Science Center, Bhopal are in the Western Zone. Regional Science Center, Guwahati is in the Northeastern Zone. And Regional Science Center Planetarium and Science Center and Planetarium Calicut and Regional Science Center Tirupati are in Southern Zone. The sub-regional science centers which are located in different zones are Kurukshetra Panorama and Science Center, North Bengal Science Center Siliguri, sub-regional science center Digha, and Goa Science Center Panjim. The lowest level we have science centers which are located in Purulia, Dhenkanal, Bardhaman, Kalburgi, Tirunelveli, and Dharampur. Total network of science centers can be seen over here. Out of the entire network you see, the first 24 have been established and are functioning under the National Council of Science Museums. NCSM has also established around 23 science centers which have been handed over to different state governments. Palampur Science Center is coming up in fact, it is ready for inauguration, and it is in Palampur, Himachal Pradesh, which is going to be part of the National Council of Science Museum. There are several other science centers which are being developed, which can be seen on the list. All these science centers, the development will be handed over to the respective state governments. Some of the science cities that are coming up are in Guwahati and Now, how do we communicate science? The most important tool which we communicate science, the permanent galleries and exhibition halls in these science museums about which I talk. These galleries are, most of the science centers and science museums have ideally not less than 2 galleries. Ideally, they have 3 or more galleries. One of the galleries is on the theme of physical sciences and biological sciences. That is typically named as Fun Science Gallery or Popular Science Gallery. In all the science centers, you will find at least one gallery which is of this nature. The other galleries are on different themes depending on where the galleries are located. Mostly we try to cover some of the local scientific achievements and issues in the science centers wherever they are located. Another way is, which is one of the very popular ways of communicating science amongst the children is Science Park. Most of the science centers have got associated land with that. Typically 5 acres of land in a sub-regional and district level science center and 10 acres of land in regional science centers. The exception is Science City, which has got around 40 acres of land. And all these science centers have these science parks where the motto is not to teach science, but to just, give a kind of impulse to the students who are playing with the gadgets that are displayed in the science parks. One of the very important ways of communicating science, especially in the rural areas, is through mobile science exhibitions. NCSM has completed more than 56 years continuously running these exhibitions. We have a fleet of 48 mobile exhibition vans loaded with 24 exhibits and a set of programs, including sky observation tools, telescopes, and demonstrations. These exhibitions go to the rural schools. Some of them have been reserved for the aspirational districts where the development is relatively low. Another very important way of communicating science is popular science lectures, where we give a platform to establish a connection between the working scientists, technologists, and innovators to the students. And this has proved to be very, very fruitful, because the working scientists also get an opportunity to showcase what they are usually doing in the labs, and students come to know about what is happening in our scientific labs through this program. We have several other educational activities which we do for students as well as teachers. Some of them are of national program, some of them are national programs which happen once in a year. Some of them are monthly programs, and some of them are daily programs. The national programs that we organize are National Science Seminar, which are organized for the school students for the entire country. National Science Drama Festival, that is also organized for the entire country. We also have some regional programs like science fairs in all the regions. Then we do have science demonstration lectures, teachers training program, and many other such programs. We also organize skill enhancement program, typically targeted to the community. Most of the time, the sub-regional science centers and the district science centers, which are located in a relatively less developed cities, they organize such skill development programs in order to enhance the skill of different community groups. NCSM has been given the task of establishing innovation hubs all across the country. And to begin with, we have been told to develop 60 such innovation hubs. We have already established around 37 innovation hubs which are working. Another set of 12 or 14 are coming up, which will be shown to public very soon. And very soon we expect to complete the target of 6, and we intend to expand it further. Basic objective of Innovation Hub is to give a platform of a multidisciplinary lab to the school students who are usually deprived of such facilities in their schools and colleges. And they, during their free time, can explore of what they think is going to be a useful tool for development of science. Whatever is there in their mind, they can express those things in the form of three-dimensional objects and experiments in these innovation hubs. And this has been very, very popular amongst the school students. We do traveling exhibitions. sometimes in-house, sometimes in collaboration with other national and international organizations on some important relevant topics. And these traveling exhibitions travel all across the country to give information about current topics which are of relevance to the society. We also, I will admit that we are not very good in publication, but we have started publishing some of the books and the proceedings for the consumption of general public, especially on whatever exhibitions and traveling exhibitions we are organizing. We are trying to put those exhibitions in the form of book, which are now available in NCSM. This is a scheme which is run by the Ministry of Culture, which is called SPOC scheme, the Scheme for Promotion of Culture of Science. The objective of this is to open science centers and science museums all across the country in association with the respective state governments and their departments. Many of the science centers, as I mentioned earlier in the list, are coming up under this SPOC scheme. Some of them, as I mentioned, like Science Center in Palampur is already ready. Himachal Pradesh Innovation Hub is also ready for its inauguration. We have also almost completed 3 science centers, one in Kottayam, Kokrajhar and Gaya. There are several others coming up, and the innovation hubs are also coming up. In fact, very recently, planetarium systems have also been included in this scheme, and NCSM has taken up in a big way establishment of planetarium systems in different states, preferably where the science centers are located or the new science centers are coming up. Well, as everybody else, all other organizations, we also faced a big challenge during COVID, and especially since we cater to the hospitality sector in a way, the challenge was much bigger because all our science centers were closed during COVID period, and we were deprived of interacting with visitors. We immediately shifted to online programs, and since April 2021, we have been, 2020, we have been organizing several webinars, discussions, popular lectures, even workshops on online mode, and we have tried to keep ourselves connected with our audience. In addition to developing the science centers and museums, we also have a research and training laboratory where we primarily do the research and developmental activities which are of relevance to not only science museums but all the museums, and we have been supporting science museums and other museums with the intervention of these technologies, which have become very important in today's world. We have also done several international collaborations. Most important one was when we established a full-fledged science center in Mauritius. We are in fact going to have another science center in Mauritius very soon. We have also done a lot of work for Sri Lanka. We have done several exhibitions all across the world. Some of the prominent ones were India, a Culture of Science, Rise of Digital India, the Story of Indian Cinema, and the Cricket exhibition, which traveled in 4 or 5 countries. Now, about the reach, as the chief guest today said, what about the reach? Well, visitors who are visiting the Science Center is one of the parameters of how well we have reached. And as you can see here, the visitors have constantly gone up till 2019 and 20, when we were receiving around 14.6 million visitors. For the last 2 years, it has been a difficult time for all of us. For most of the time, the museums were closed, the outreach activities were not there. So the visitors also have gone down. We hope to recover this situation very soon. We have been seeing the trend of recovery in different science centers. But the important part, impact that has happened during this COVID time, that all the science centers across social media platform, the digital impact has increased over these 2 years. Our presence, we are also present in all the social media networks that are available today. We are on Twitter, we are on YouTube, we are on Facebook. We are trying to keep ourselves connected with the younger audience also, which prefers these platforms. We very closely monitor the visitors' reviews that we receive on these digital media platform. Typically, a science center receives around 4 to 4.5 rating. National Council of Science Museums, as it is not our face, is not reviewed very frequently, but there also the review is 4.4. You can see the kind of review that Science City has received, around 67,000 reviews, and in those 67,000 reviews, we have received 4.4 rating. In fact, Science City has also been awarded by TripAdvisor 3 times in the past 5-6 years, and Reader's Digest has rated Science City as one of the 15 best science museums all across the world. So these are some of the statistics about our social media presence. I would not like to go into very much detail in this. And that's all about what NCSM does and what it has been doing. Thank you very much.
Perhaps at the end of session, we expect you to be there so that you can see the concluding remarks also. Can I invite now the next speaker, Dr. Santosh Shukla? Yeah. I don't know. Nobody has updated me. What about Dr. Josna Dabar? Later. At the end? Later. After.
Sir, how to change the slide? Or this one? Or okay. So, very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Chairperson of this session, Dr. Rajiv sir, and the dignitaries on the dais, and the respected participants, online, offline, and colleagues. On behalf of National Academy of Sciences and my own, we welcome you all, and very much thankful to the organizers of the NISpR, especially Dr. Hassan Javed sir and Dr. Manish Mohan Goreji, who has just communicated to me and invite me here to say something about the activities of the Academy. The next one, please. The National Academy of Sciences, India, NASI, was founded in 1930 by the great patriotic scientist Professor Meghnad Saha. And during the establishment of the Academy, he said that the idea for establishing the first science academy in the country was mooted by Professor Meghnad Saha in 1929, and he established this academy in 1930 at Allahabad, now Prayagraj. At that very time, he was the professor and head, and the founding professor and head of the Department of Physics in University of Allahabad. He was the just very known for his founding so many institution builders including our INSA and the NASI was also founded by this Honorable Professor Meghna Sahaji. And during his first inaugural address in 1930, when during first annual session, Professor Saha addressed and emphasized that an Academy of Science can do a great deal by educating public opinion, undertaking particular problems, and bringing out specific workers in various fields for discussion and cooperative research. But the main function of the Academy should be towards the cultural improvement by contribution to the human knowledge. And considering these points, he has given a mandate, Science and Society. And under this mandate, Academy is doing so many activities and as per the vision and objectives given by that very time, as well as during time to time given by the Council. But here, a lot of apart from many of the activities, especially for the promoting science and technological research related to the problems of societal welfare, I want to here emphasize especially on the science communication part of the Academy. I don't want to go the legacy and the journey of this, taken many of the milestone during the whole 90-year journey. Even after during his Silver Jubilee and the Platinum Jubilee session and Golden Jubilee, many sessions, many things, many milestones has been covered, and new ideas, new concepts were given, mooted by the legendaries during that very time. But especially I want to hear, next slide please, during 1980s of its Golden Jubilee celebration, even at that the program was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister Honorable Mrs. Indira Gandhi, and she also during her Allahabad visit, she emphasized that the science should not be confined to the laboratories only. And at that very time, Professor M.G.K. Menon, who is not only the great architect of the Indian science and technology, he also developed and given this position, this situation of the Academy by Professor M.G.K. Menon, sir. And during his presidency in the Academy, he has given a new horizon for the science communication program of the Academy. Actually, during 1930 to this 50-year era, the academies were associated especially for the researchers, or to finding out the research contributions or their problems and share their views in part of the general publication of journals. But during this 80s, the new concept was developed by the Academy and mooted by that very time Professor M.G.K. Menon, Professor S.L. Srivastava, Professor U.C. Srivastava, U.S. Srivastava, and many science communicators who has started the science communication program of the Academy and under the mandate of Science and Society. Next, please. When we come discuss about the Science Society activities, our first target is students. As in our early morning inaugural session also, the Honorable PSA sir has said that we have to focus to the targeted area, to whom we have to address and to whom we have to address. So, first concept was started by we have to go through the as an audience, as the target audience for the students. And the Academy has started many programs as a children's science meet, summer and winter school program, vocational training programs, scientific writing contests, even during the many national days like National Technology Day, Science Day, Mathematics Day, so many days. During this time also we have to focus on the students and organize many programs. Next slide, sir. So especially NASI summer school and the winter school program, which organized during the vacation or during the holidays. Sir, next slide, please. During the holidays in the summer school or winter school, we have to especially try to contact in the northern India part, and many of the almost more than 50 to 60 schools are invited to shortlist their students, and 2 to 3 students are being invited to the Academy. And then 10 to 15 days, sometimes it's 20 days program is being organized as a NASI summer school or winter school programs. And in that very program, we have to hands-on activities, as well as we try to take these students in the premier institution of the country, some area, is area of the excellence center of the country, like some CDRI center or some CSIR centers. Many centers from all over the country, we take these students and they go to the laboratories and they have to perform the hands-on activities during that time. Next slide, please. So, but not only the students, we have to train the teachers, to mentor the teachers also. Because if you train one teacher, he has to make he has to having very connectivity with the many of the students. So training to the giving the opportunity to one student is rather than more beneficial to the train the teachers. And NASI is very much particular and very much having flagship program for the training the teachers also, especially this program is driven by, steered by Professor S.C. Vermaji, who is former professor of IIT Kanpur. And he has, the main motto of the train the teachers is the school teachers they have to develop their skill for the out of the class scientific activities. From their laboratories, from their books, they have to come out from them and from the how to create the curiosity of the students to how they have to make we have to try to contact with the teachers and develop and use for some innovative methods to include the development of the apparatus, equipments or devices for science teaching, innovative, and main thing is that low cost experiments, because in our rural areas, the cemetery area, the main problem in the school level is to perform the labs, they have the very difficulties for the equipments as well as the laboratories. So S.C. Verma sir and some other also science communicators train the teachers to develop their own equipments by very low cost as well as some in such a things which are for their daily uses. And in that things they have to make their own experiment model, and during 5 to 10 days vigorous program, all the teachers which were in the participant in the program, they are able to develop more than 100 to 150 experiments, equipments to learn the science, basic principle of science by these things, just like plastic bottles, comb, or all the home use things. They have to make the understand to develop the curiosity of the students, so that these teachers are able in such a way. And these programs are being run nowadays also. Next slide, please. So from the teachers and students, some science education programs are other some research paper writing to come out of the now further move forward to the school. Then they have to, these budding scientists go for the PG and UG, PG and the research level. So National Academy also organize a series of workshops on research paper writing. Research paper writing, I can see also during our next session, augmenting writing skill talk is also given by Dr. Rashmi Sharma ji from DST. So this program, this flagship program was so popular that during this almost 10 years, we have covered during this workshop almost 15 to 20 lectures for 2 to 3 days has been performed by the eminent personalities, eminent experts of the country, especially like K. Satyanarayana sir from ICMR, who is in the pioneer in the field of bibliography, and we try to cover all the aspects of the research paper writing, so that the students or the researchers could able to explain their views where their research works in the writing process, as well as ethics, copyright, patent, plagiarism, how to deal with referees' comments. All these things have been covered during this workshop, research paper writings, and we are very much proudly we can say that during just our one workshop in BHU has covered this 12 to 15 these lectures, title of the lectures in their pre-PhD course, and all the talks which were delivered as considered as the syllabus of that pre-PhD course. Apart from this work, the symposia, seminar and scientific discussions are also being organized time to time, as well as during the annual session, we organize some burning issues of the societal interest. Thus, a special seminar or symposia being organized in the regular basis, as well as the NASI, not only for the academics or the next slide, not only for the academics at the teaching, we have tried to make the aware and training on the rural areas, especially nutrition, safe drinking water, health, hygiene, and to spread awareness among the general mass. For them, we organize Vigyan Chaupal, Jal Chaupal, Swasth Chaupal, and these are the specific activities which are organized by NASI only for the remote areas. Sometimes we have to face many problems regarding there are some road is not available, or there some public address system is also not available. But we try to take the experts at that very area, and they have to discuss, they have to interact with the villagers, farmers, or some people on their basic problems from their area-specific problems, and that has also been mitigated by these experts by the scientific interventions. These three programs are also being covered under the Government of India's mission like Swasth Bharat Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, and many more. So, okay, the next activities, next please. The activities under the Scheduled Tribe programs, this is also a science awareness program for the Scheduled Tribe peoples. Main thing is during this imparting training, we are trying to give them the information or the knowledge about, they have their local knowledge or basic knowledge, but how to enhance the activities, enhance that knowledge and utilize that knowledge. Some activities for the Scheduled Tribe program is also being organized. Next please. The sensitization program for women researchers and scientists, NASI is also pioneer in the field of women scientists support in the many programs. And just earlier, a mega event was organized in the Vigyan Bhavan. During that very time, almost more than 1,000 women scientists has been participated in the program, and the dignitaries, who's and who in our country has also been participated and graced the occasion. Next, please. Regarding the publications, from 1930, from its inception, NASI has been publication research journal, but for the science communication part, many other programs, many other books, as well as some memoirs or the vision documents are being also published by the academy time to time as per the issues of the national interest. This book is also festive, dedicated to the legendary scientist Professor M.G.K. Menon, was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Next, please. Some other unique facilities are created by the academy for the service of the nation, especially conservation and the propagation and the information to rivers. On this aspect, one gallery is in the National at NASI headquarters itself, Ganga Gallery, to how to conserve the river, about awareness, socio-economic, all the aspects has been covered and duplicated in the multimedia systems to aware the general mass. Similarly, one gallery in the Brahmaputra Gallery is Assam, has also been made by the academy, and another was Kaveri Gallery in the Mysore is just going to be inaugurated. Apart from that, I want to just emphasize one part, that the academy has also in its water program, some restoration of the Baulis. About 700 years old Baulis has been identified by the experts of the academy during one visit in the Bundelkhand area, and we can see that these Baulis having the plenty of water throughout the year, even just up to 10 to 15 meters far from the other water bodies like hand pump, any other bodies are being dried during the April or June. But these water staples are these Baulis having the plenty of water throughout the year. So NASI has started to restore the Baulis and try to make the Baulis in such a way that the water can be used for their drinking purpose also. And this program is also very much appreciated by the government, and now the government of the water department has also already taken this program, and then it has been making the large scale of restoration of the Bauli. The next one, for just because running short of time, I want to conclude this session. But before concluding, some bottleneck I want to share here during this time. The sustainability of the program is must required, as we have to start the program doing the program is very easy, but making the sustainable of the program, specifically the area, subject, and the problem issues, because 1 or 2 lectures or 1 or 2 chopals being organized, but that particular area should be continuous hitting is there required. And the the second one is the acceptability or the understanding of the information regarding that during most of the time, just in the morning time, again P.S. Raghavan sir told that in Hindi or English, they have some differences. So though if you are saying we are not able to understand 50%, but we can understand. Similarly, during the regional areas or the language, local language problems is also be faced there during the experts, because experts are not able to share their research, share the new emerging technology to the audience or the rural people, general mass in their language. That is also a problem. And the last one, for the response or the effect after the program, a routine monitoring and evaluation is also very necessary for that, because performing is half done, and after evaluation, then we can consider the success of the program. And the last one, the matching of the program with other agencies, because the similar type of programs are being organized, many of the organizing agencies. I don't want to put up the name, but main thing is that just in the morning session, it has been discussed that synergic effect of the program, just like if we take the combination of the drugs for our health purpose, then the effect is synergized. Similarly, the programs are individual programs, are the similar programs have been organized, different type of agencies. But if all the agencies come to one platform, single umbrella, and discuss their views and make the program in synergic effect, that would be the more effective. Thank you for your patience and listening to the NASI's discussion, NASI's activities for here. Thank you very much. Sorry for taking more time, but due to short of time, I have to run fast as soon as possible. Thank you.
So now we are inviting once again the first speaker who was supposed to be with us, Dr. Jyotsna Dhawan. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Welcome back.
There seems to be a bit of feedback on the audio, so I'm not sure if I'm audible. And I think I sent my slides in again. I think I sent my slides in again. Are they able to be projected?
Yes, ma'am.
They are doing it.
Excellent. So
excellent.
Okay.
Maybe you can shift it to the full screen mode.
Go ahead now.
Maybe you can shift it to the full screen mode, and then I will get started. To the organizers, thank you very much for inviting the India Alliance to participate in this very important program, and for inviting me to represent the Alliance. For those who may not know about us, the DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance is a co-funded partnership. We're a public trust, and we fund scientists and science communication. If I can have the next slide. Yeah, so our broad sphere of action is to support education, training, and research in science and technology, both at the discovery level as well as we're interested in building capacity in biomedical and health research. We've spent a lot of time strengthening the research ecosystems in India and in fostering international interdisciplinary collaborations. And one of our key efforts, which is more germane to today's discussion, is making science accessible, because it's definitely our remit to support research and discovery, but we also want to be able to communicate the discoveries that happen in India to our own citizens and to the world. So that's something where we spend a lot of time engaging with scientists and with interested people, the public, schools, colleges, etc. So in fact, I want to thank the previous speakers, because there were several efforts which one has been aware of, but I think today I learned a lot. I was particularly impressed with the efforts in the National Museums program, and I hope that we can connect with Dr. Anurag Kumar and work together on these issues. The next slide, please. So just to tell you a little bit about our journey, the India Alliance is a public charity, and we have been working to support research ecosystems. And we started about a dozen years ago with a fellowship program that covers the range of early, intermediate, and senior fellowships, which are essentially, a successful candidate could have 15 years of funding from the India Alliance. And in 2013, we also added a clinical and public health research fellowships. And in 2019, which is the second phase of this co-funded partnership between the Government of India, Department of Biotechnology, and the Wellcome Trust, this was renewed, and we added 2 large grant programs, which are interdisciplinary in the team science grants between different institutions, as well as in clinical and public health research centers. And we're currently in this second phase. The next slide, please. As you can see, we have a pan-India reach. We've given over 500 awards to different people, 145 organizations in almost 50 cities. The next slide, please. So one of our key activities, apart from funding discovery science and clinical translation, is to conduct workshops in science communication. And this we do in collaboration with universities, with research institutes and colleges, because as you can imagine, our fellows who are working at the frontiers of science are very keen to be able to communicate what it is that they are learning, as well as why they do science. And so many students have been benefited by these workshops. And we focus not only in communication, but also in skill development in communication, both for researchers as well as for college students. We also have an interesting, relatively new activity on developing Indian physician scientists workshops, which is actually run to engage young doctors in communicating why it is that they are interested in the medical field and how science can benefit them. The next slide, please. So we have strong support for SciComm events. We have partnered with EMBO, the European Molecular Biology Organization, to organize a lecture course. And we fund jointly 6 lecture courses per year to communicate contemporary topics in life sciences. And we also support the India Science Media Fellowship, which is a collaboration between us and Nature India to focus on developing science journalism as a specialization so that we can actually communicate to journalists and help them to further their careers in writing about science and strength and reporting. The next slide, please. If I can have the next slide. Yeah. So we have a variety of engagement partnerships. And as this session have pointed out, could we go back to the earlier slide? Yes, thank you. We have partnerships with universities, with schools, and although the COVID pandemic has been such a tragedy on such a large scale, things has been an increase in the public trust of science, and we need that certain policies and programs are put in place to protect the public. The next slide, please. If I can have, yes. So one of the other things that we've recently started doing is to support public engagement using seed funding, and anyone can apply for these. This particular program that I'm highlighting is a program that was anchored by one of our fellows, Minaj Sirajuddin, and a group of people who decided that they were going to study and document the stories of people who have not been highlighted in the recent past and recover our memories of these people who made absolutely foundational contributions to science in India. So I encourage you to see this documentary on YouTube. It's really a wonderful production. The next slide, please. So we provide funding and support for public engagement, and we've had a number of podcasts through Nature India, dealing with everything from contemporary topics to our fossil treasures. Shown here is a planetary health center at the Pake Tiger Reserve in Arunachal Pradesh, and we have a wonderful storytelling session here in progress. The next slide, please. So we supported some young journalists to do this Scrolls and Leaves podcast. Again, for those who haven't seen this, please listen to it. It's just a supreme audio experience with wonderful stories and wonderful audio effects, and really communicates the importance of the connections between history and science. The next slide, please. We have an in-house media and publishing, and we have both our podcasts by our fellows to talk about their science, and this is available on our YouTube channel. And we also have an external newsletter, which we publish monthly. Next slide, please. I'm just going to quickly skip through a few pictures from our Science Museum, which portrays some of the work that has been done by our fellows here on Science in India, different aspects of their engagement and their research, ranging from ecology, shown here, next slide, to public health, focusing on the One Health issues. Next slide. A number of programs on nutritive value of indigenous foods. Next slide, please. Here's one of our intermediate fellows talking about the neural correlates of music and rhythm perception. Next slide, please. Working on maternal and child health. Next slide. Working on high-level EEGs. Next slide. Basic science in Drosophila biology to understand sex circuitry. More basic science on the nervous system. Next slide. A clinical and public health fellow talking about looking at immune privileged organ, in this case, the eye. Next slide. So this is just our connect. Please connect with us. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to do collaborative programs, and we would like to support in any way we can other SciComm efforts in the country. The next slide. These are our coordinates. And I just want to say, just shout out for our new initiative, which is we are thinking of launching an initiative on dreaming science in Indian languages. And we are very interested to engage with anybody out there who's interested in participating with us in being able to translate science, which is published in India, into Indian languages so that school children can dream about being scientists and discovering new things and communicate their science by discussion with their grandmothers. So thank you all for giving me this platform. And again, thank you to the organizers for a wonderful session.
Thank you, Dr. Josna. Now we invite the next speaker, Dr. National Anthem. Yeah, thank you.
Respected Chair, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to speak to share about this project, Science, Technology, Communication, Popularization and Extension, Scope in Indian Languages, Vigyan Bhasha. Next, please. For those who are not aware about Vigyan Prasar, next slide. Okay, thank you. इससे पहले वाला. Yeah. For those who are not aware about Vigyan Prasar, I just want to share that Vigyan Prasar is established in 1989 as an autonomous institution of the Department of Science and Technology, and our main aim and objective is to disseminate science to fill the gap between the science and society. And we are doing various events, production of television programs and popular science books and various festivals and all. So, and we have one major challenge of, language communication. We have 22 and more than 22 languages and, more than 19,500 dialects. So, बोलियाँ और भाषाएं बहुत हैं देश में, और ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है कि हम साइंस की बात को, how to connect science to the common man. Because we are doing science, from last more than 100 years. We have a publication, a wonderful publication, विज्ञान संचार के 100 वर्ष, इंडिया में जो हिंदी में लिखा जाता रहा है, और बहुत सारे रिसर्च हुए हैं हमारे तमिल, उड़िया और अदर लैंग्वेजेस में जो काम होता रहा है, more than 100 years. So now our maximum communication is in English, whether we are making, videos, books, and our researches and our scientific content and literature. So Vigyan Prasar is doing a lot of efforts from, since beginning, from last more than 30 years, in form of regional language, popular science book, periodicals, and films, and so on. And we have a lot of partnership with our language, regional NGOs and government, state government institutions. But in 2019, just before COVID, Vigyan Prasar formalized this platform of Bhasha program, Vigyan Bhasha program, under the SCOPE banner. And from last, in these last 2 years, during COVID time, 2020 and 2021, we do a lot of work with the state government and various other universities, which I'm presenting here. And main objective is to inculcating scientific temper and creating awareness among the masses in their mother tongue, Indian languages, is an integral part of the SCOPE activity. The SCOPE Vigyan Bhasha program aims to spreading the latest advancement in realm of FNT in all the Indian languages, and beneficiaries of this initiative include every section and strata of the society. We target not only school and college students or teachers, but also women, youth, scientists, masses. So we are targeting mass communication through science technology. So objective of the SCOPE Vigyan Bhasha program is recognizing the accomplishment of various organizations and movements in science, POPs, comms, and extension activities, analyzing the impact of the activity undertaken by various initiatives and acting as a bridge to strengthen the relationship between the institutions and movements. And initiating and conducting science clubs. We have a lot of other activities since last more than 30 years. We have Vigyan Prasar network of science club. We have full-fledged India Science TV channel, and our colleagues Kapil Tripathi ji and Arvind Ranade ji will present about these our major flagship activities. And we have science film making workshops and science film festivals and so on. So, sir, slide check kar lenge par. Sorry, next. Thank you. So expanding its outreach in regional languages, the prime endeavor in a linguistically diverse nation, the vitality of the informal means of learning scientific concept in the regional tongue cannot be overstated. To ensure quick and effective implementation of a SCOPE at all levels in the society, connecting through one's own language is the first step in this direction, and utilization of all media products to be designed and developed in Indian languages. Next, please. SCOPE has been started in last 2 years in Hindi, Sanskrit, Kashmiri, Dogri, Urdu, Punjabi, Gujarati, Marathi, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Bengali, Assamese, Nepali, and Maithili. And media products, sorry for this typo, media product or productions like tools designed and being used for monthly popular science magazines, regional lectures, publications, popular science books, production of television software, and so on. And
bringing out publication in various languages under this scope Bhasha programs. Next. The scope encompasses other facets of communication channels, short science films, popular science books, as I already mentioned, science literature festivals, science theater, science festivals and exhibitions, science communication workshop, and science film festivals, and much more are integral part of scope. Next. And a couple of months back, we celebrated Ramanujan Yatra, a successful, massive effort under the scope Vigyan Bhasha in Tamil and other languages to celebrate of Ramanujan Yatra, a nationwide popularization effort to communicate the strife, struggle, and glorious achievements of mathematician Ramanujan, while at the same time addressing the mass phobia by presenting various facets of advanced mathematician in a way that is appealing and intelligible. ScienceCom training for journalists and media students, pan-India, in our Indian regional media, for our regional media, we are organizing these workshops to train our journalists to understand science and to disseminate, to report science in their regional newspapers in Tamil, Telugu, Odia, Kannada, Bangla, and other languages. So these trainings are being conducted regularly, and capacity building programs for science and mass comm students and journalists. Next. Networking and coordination for scope. We are collaborating, networking with the regional NGOs, state government, universities, other centers, working in like-minded institutions, and representatives from universities, science and technology centers, and state S&T departments networked with scope activity in various regional languages. There are challenges, बहुत सारे challenges हैं, बहुत सारी भाषाओं में साइंस को प्रेजेंट करना अपने आप में एक चैलेंज है, लेकिन कोशिश हमारा यही है कि एक आम आदमी की समझ में आने लायक भाषा लोगों तक पहुंचे, जो विज्ञान की भाषा बने, समाज की भाषा बने, और वो साइंस लैब में बंद ना रहे, उनकी भाषा में उन तक पहुंचे. This is the main maqsad. Why is the scope Vigyan Bhasha program important? Science communication in the various Indian languages goes back decades, translating scientific concept and terms into their native tongue. Efforts in communicating science in the mother tongue were also part of the national freedom movement. और अभी हमारा national education जो policy आ गया है, उसमें भी हम अपने regional languages पर जोर दे रहे हैं कि बच्चे को 5-7 साल तक हम अपनी लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाएं. मिलियंस ऑफ बहुत सारे रिसर्च भी हुआ है यूके और बहुत सारे देशों में कि मदर टंग में बच्चे को प्राइमरी एजुकेशन होना चाहिए. मिलियंस ऑफ स्टूडेंट अंडरगो देयर स्कूलिंग इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस इन studying and thinking in the mother tongue enhances innovative capacity. The policy of government of India is to promote all Indian languages and so on. And बहुत बड़ा इशू है जो हर साल सुसाइड होता है. बच्चा मेहनत से दाखिला लेता है एम्स या मेडिकल कॉलेज में या इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में, उसके कुछ महीनों के बाद सुसाइड. क्यों? क्योंकि उसको अंग्रेजी में पढ़ने में परेशानी होती है. भोपाल में अभी मेडिकल और इंजीनियरिंग का कोर्स डेवलप हुआ है हिंदी में, और बहुत सारे भाषाओं में डेवलप हो रहा है. तो ये हमें करना होगा, और वो इस दिशा में एक ये कदम बढ़ा चुके हैं हम. पॉपुलर साइंस मंथली इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस, जो अभी हमारा विद इन 2019 से 21 के बीच में जो हमने एफर्ट किया ड्यूरिंग दिस कोविड काल, गाश मीन्स विजन इन काश्मीरी, ये हमने मैगजीन शुरू किया है सितंबर 2021 में. तजस्सुस क्यूरियोसिटी इन उर्दू सिंस 2019 इन कोलैबोरेशन विद सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कश्मीर. एंड उसके अलावा इन मराठी वी स्टार्टेड विज्ञान विश्व द वर्ल्ड ऑफ साइंस इन कोलैबोरेशन विद Sathe College of the University of Bombay since October 2021. Kutuhali, meaning curiosity, in Kannada since 2019 in collaboration with Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, Bengaluru. Arivial Palagai, the platform for science in Tamil in collaboration with Tamil Nadu Science Technology Center, Chennai. Vigyan Vani, Voice of Science in Telugu in collaboration with National Institute of Technology, Warangal. Vigyan Katha, Story of Science in Bangla in collaboration with Jagdish Bose National Science Talent Search Organization, Kolkata since May 2020. Sandhan Research in Assamese in collaboration with Tezpur University. Assam, Vigyan Ratnakar in Maithili, produced by Vigyan Prasar. And this is our flagship magazine, Dream 2047, bilingual magazine in Hindi, English, Last 23 years we are publishing, and all these magazines, periodicals are available in our website, vigyanprasar.gov.in. You can Google it. And soon we are going to start the print hard copy and marketing also. Currently, we are disseminating these PDFs of these magazines through WhatsApp, social media, to universities, and more than 10,000, 50,000 readers are getting these magazines. And this is our Vigyan Prasar Network magazine, Curiosity, for Vigyan Prasar Network of Science Clubs. So, sir, in 1 minute, I am just concluding. Going forward, Vigyan Prasar recently signed a similar note for collaboration with Central University of Jammu for Dogri magazine, and Punjab State Council for SNT for Punjabi magazine, and Gujarat Council for Science Technology for Gujarati, Jigyasa naam diya hai isko, and Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar, Uttarakhand for Popular Science Monthly in Sanskrit. And VP is working closely with agencies in language that have been left behind, Malayalam, Odia, Nepali, Bhojpuri, Manipuri, and Konkani. Next. VP plans to reach every district headquarters, and taking the baton forward would be numerous volunteers from various government, non-government, media, education institutions. And on behalf of Director Vigyan Prasar, I invite you to contribute in your languages, books, features, writers, reports. We have one India Science Wire. It's a science news and feature platform. You can search on Vigyan Prasar website or Google it simply, India Science Wire. You can contribute, you can write science reports based on research papers, new researches. And the journey has begun, the scientific social responsibility actually. महात्मा गांधी एक बार IISc बेंगलोर गए थे और उन्होंने साइंटिस्ट से पूछा कि भाई आप लोग क्या करते हैं, तो साइंटिस्ट ने बताया कि हम ये करते हैं. तो गांधी जी ने कहा कि भाई मैं तो बहुत साइंस नहीं पढ़ा हूं, लेकिन आप जो करते हैं वो समाज तक पहुंचना चाहिए. तो वहां से एक चीज निकल के आई थी, साइंटिफिक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, एक सामाजिक दायित्व जो है वो साइंस का क्या होना चाहिए. वी मस्ट ओवरकम लिंग्विस्टिक बैरियर्स सो दैट टैलेंट फ्रॉम रूरल एरियाज गेट्स इक्वल एंड फेयर अपॉर्चुनिटीज. वी मस्ट कम्युनिकेट मॉडर्न साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इन ऑल द इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस. And thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Nimesh, for a wonderful presentation. And now we invite Dr. Rohini, right, to give her last word.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just try to be quick. As our chairperson has said that we should not keep you waiting from hot lunch, but just beginning to tell you about the scientific communication activities of a very young academy of India, which is Indian Young Academy of Sciences, which is less than 7-8 years old. INIAS was established in year 2014 by INSA by choosing some young scientists of the country with the vision and aim of promotion of science education and outreach, networking among young scientists, supporting young scientists' career development, and building scientific temperament across the country. Also, the aim was to collaborate with other academies internationally, and we hope that we have been on the right path, which I'll show you in the coming slides. So, since I said INIAS is a young academy, we try to keep our membership only for 5 years so that we have newer members and newer ideas coming into the academy, which can promote the vision and mission of INIAS. We truly believe in gender equality and nurturing the scientific talent for leadership positions, and therefore INIAS takes steps to have leadership, gender equality at the leadership position in the core committee itself also. We deal for science communication and outreach. We interact with the society at various levels, be it school level with school level children, college level children, or postdocs and PhDs, early career researchers, or the society through our various initiatives which include science camps, science outreach, remote lectures, webinars, workshops for college students, awareness programs, general society lectures, public lectures, along with engaging with the societies for various topics of concerns through our white papers, licensing with the various national and international academies, including NASI, INSA, Indian Academy of Sciences, and international academies, including Global Young Academy and other national young academies. Next slide, please. Some of the key initiatives which have been done by INIAS involves NatFOS meeting, which includes networking meeting among the young scientists, promotion of Indian science journals, including PINSA and resonance issues, scientific awareness in local languages. So we do a lot of workshops and seminars in local languages through our local chapters. Public lectures on National Science Day and Women's Day celebrations to display the role models for women in science, technical symposiums, workshops, and webinars. We also have started an innovative science outreach activity, which is Science Art Image Competition, and I'll just come to this in a moment. The other part is the science outreach lectures, which includes science camps and remote area lectures. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So one of the webinar series which we have started in collaboration with INSA is Vigyan Setu webinar series during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was useful to engage with the society on various topics and included the talks not only by the scientists but the industrialists as well as science administrators, including DBT secretary, etc., along with interaction with the news channels, different news channels on important topics about the COVID-19 research in India. We also did COVID-19 and vaccine awareness program. We launched the Mythbuster document in various languages, 11 local languages, to educate people about COVID vaccine, developed mobile app to engage the society for about the vaccination, and also launched a nationwide pie-work competition, again open to everybody in the society so that people can think about the pandemic and its associated aspects. We also started the COVID-19 Gyantika webinar series, which included talks by eminent speakers in the area of virology and vaccine development, and also about the public health experts talking about the perspectives of managing the COVID-19 pandemic in the society. Another major science capacity building effort includes workshops which were developed for different students, including the preparation for competitive exams, and has been done not only in English and Hindi but also in several local languages. We actively network and collaborate with various regional science and technology departments of the country, including, for example, Department of Science and Technology, Rajasthan, as well as various NGOs. For example, India Vision Foundation, where we have talked about the prospects in science in Hindi with various students. We also have our various local chapters, which we have our various INIAS local chapters, which talks about various aspects of science and scientists' journey in local languages in different areas. These local chapters are located in various parts of the country, including northern regions, northeast regions, southern regions, and the central India regions as well. These local chapters also play an important role in, again, interaction with regional science and technology departments of the country, so that we can connect with the regional schools and colleges better, and the connect and the reach of our outreach activities is better in terms of reaching out to the society. We truly believe in promotion of Indian science journals as well, and in this direction we have taken steps to edit several PINSA PINSA issues, including not only just the editing of these issues, but also contributing our research to these issues. We have also collaborated, INIAS members have collaborated to bring out the science communication for school children in the form of the special issue in residence, where we have written articles on common scientific topics for school children. We also believe in promotion of Indian science and have started the seminar series for scientists from India's past and present, where we discuss the scientific achievements and discoveries made by important Indian scientists. We also collaborate internationally with various international societies, including the Global Young Academy of Sciences and Young Academies from Bangladesh, Nepal, as well as Sri Lanka, through various platforms, including the CSIR competition, which we organize, which is an international scientific image competition, where PhD students are encouraged to send their images and descriptions of their images to bag a prize for whatever they visualize and can communicate through those pictures. In addition, we also collaborate with these young academies at various levels in their GBMs and on discussions on important scientific topics. We have also started, as Professor Vijay Raghavan in the morning was saying, that communicating science in very lesser time frame, like let's say 2 minutes, is a very important skill. So we are trying to impart the skill to the students, and we encourage them to communicate science through this competition in 2 minutes, which is called as Science Communication Competition, or Saransh, where we get entries from PhD students where they explain their science in 2 minutes. And this event was, the first event was done in 2021, and we are hoping to have this event in this year in person mode as well. Another award which we have initiated is National Award on Research Excellence in collaboration with industry, in which students talk about their research and its impact on society for winning these awards. As a step towards bridging or building networking among young scientists, INIAS also organizes National Frontiers of Science meeting, which is funded by PSA office. We have already done 2 NatFOS meetings in various areas of science, including material science, biology, life sciences, chemistry, computational chemistry, etc. Next slide, please. As I have mentioned, we also want to interact with the society and to highlight the problems faced by scientists also during different times, especially in the COVID-19 time. We had done 3 white papers, including first white paper on impact of COVID-19 on PhD students, where this white paper was covered by Nature India, which mentions the difficulties of PhD students during the COVID-19 pandemic. The second white paper we did is on fostering curiosity-driven fundamental research in India and how it is important, which has been published in India Bioscience. The third white paper is on career challenges. Next slide, please. Is on career challenges for young independent researchers in India, published in Current Science, which also highlighted the biggest challenges for researchers in India, as well as the key recommendations. This paper was very well received by the society, and we had initiated discussion with DST in this regard to sort out the solutions for these challenges for young researchers in India. We do regularly hold public lectures on various scientific topics, including the panel discussions on relevant topics, on communicating science and need of the science, open science and the need for open science, science performance indexes, their need, their rationale, and the alternatives that are available. These sessions are well incorporated into our general body meetings and are open to public through our INIAS YouTube channels, and these lectures are live streamed on our INIAS YouTube channels. I would also like to highlight that during the pandemic, we have been able to reach to so many people through the help of media and internet. We are very active on various platforms like Facebook and YouTube, and most of the workshops and seminars we do, the lectures are available on INIA's YouTube channel. We also organize National Science Day jointly with INSA, where we have talks by eminent speakers, as well as we release the INIA's newsletter, annual newsletter, in different local languages. Again, we try and build this effort to translate our newsletter in local languages so we can connect at the regional levels with different science and technology departments to connect better to the schools, regional schools, as well as to connect better with the students of these regional schools. We also try and disseminate the information which INIAS carries out in different areas, in different local languages covered by different media. Yeah, sure. And we make a special effort for gender inclusiveness, and recently we have released a compendium on Indian women in science. So, we also give emphasis on science communication in regional languages. These are few of the workshops which have been done by various INIAS local chapters in regional languages. And we do reach out to everyone to participate in our new initiatives and the ongoing initiatives, including Saransh, CSIR competition, and other workshops and events which will be organized to target different audience. We have a different target audience in mind for each of these activities, including rurals. Just a slide before this. Including Rural Science Education Utility Program, Prayojan, a national postdoctoral career awareness and networking meeting, and Women in Scientific Domain workshops, along with a workshop on big data analysis and integration in biology. So finally, I would like to acknowledge all the participants, all the INIAS members, all the funding agencies, including INSA, DST, PSA office, as well as other academies who have been able to connect with us and for our various events, and all the participants and students. We can be reached at these email addresses provided. And next slide, please. You can reach us at various social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, through our website, as well as on Twitter. Thank you very much for listening. And we will be happy to connect with you all. Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't fulfill the promise given to the organizers to finish it by 1 o'clock. I'm sure they will keep the lunch hot for all of you, though I'm not going to be part of this lunch. I have to rush. Really, I was amazed at the plethora of information that was given to us in last 1.5 hours. As my friend, Dr. Josna Dhawan said a few minutes ago, that she was not aware of even the activities what were happening in National Science Museums, actually. And so was, I will echo the similar sentiments that perhaps I also was not aware so much of, ambit of activities happening in the country as far as science communication is concerned. So my thanks to all the worthy partners on the dais and online, whether Dr. Jyothna Dhawan, Dr. C.M. Nautiyal, Anurag Kumar, Santosh Shukla, Nimish Kapoor, and my young friend Rohini Garg. For a wonderful set of presentations and bringing their own institutions, whether it was DVT, Wellcome Trust India Alliance, INSA, Science City, NASI, Vigyan Prasar, and INEAS. So what I need to tell you when everything they have told. So perhaps I will share some of my thoughts on this, which perhaps comes taken as a cue from what was said in the morning. by distinguished people on the dais during the inaugural ceremony, and some part perhaps from here actually. So we all agree perhaps there is a communication gap between scientists and public. Do you agree on this? Yes. Now this gap could be because of various reasons. The first thing which emerged very clearly was the lack of trust, whether it's a lack of trust among the stakeholders, whether it is scientific community, science journalists, other type of science communicators, the policymakers, etc., etc. The second level of lack of trust is happening at even the institutional level, not only at the individual level, right? That's what my understanding is. My limited understanding, which has emerged out of my presence in science community in last 10, 11 years. The second part, which comes very clearly when it comes to the communication gap per se, is the peer pressure and perception. I'm sure we all know what I'm talking about. There is always a peer pressure in terms of generating, not only generating, expanding this kind of communication gap actually, right? And we are all part of this perception game. The next point which I've jotted down is the targeting audience, which was told by none other than PSA. And he is absolutely right. There is a, arrogant assumption, while we write the science communication. And when I say arrogant assumption while we write science communication, I'm not talking about science communication by the media persons. I'm not talking about the science communication which is being talked by the scientists themselves. In general, there is some sort of, arrogant assumption. Now, what is this assumption? The assumption is that the audience already knows about what we are going to speak actually, right? Now, particularly this problem is with the hi-fi scientist community actually, right? So don't you think that as part of this science motivating forum, we should actually attack this problem through this mechanism where we not only know that to bridge the communication gap, we need to actually target the right kind of audience, but we can only target the right kind of audience when we actually overcome this assumption, which is actually arrogant in nature. The next point which I jotted down was the communicating uncertainty. Biggest problem as far as the communication gap is concerned. Science is not only a difficult, complex subject to be put up in some nice set of stories which Dadi Ma or Dadaji used to narrate, but there is a intrinsic part of this, that the part is the uncertainty about science actually. What is going to happen tomorrow in terms of the current set of experiments, current set of design of everything which has been set in the lab. So how to even communicate this uncertainty in your science communications, whether by the scientists themselves or by the media persons or by the other set of science communicators, is not only taking the risk of confusing people further, right? But also taking care of, this aspect that we should be actually true to ourselves while we communicate to the audience. So even if at the risk of confusing people, even at the risk of saying something which could not be very, very clear, slightly ambiguous, but at least we should say there is an uncertainty associated with this design of experiment, and this may, if proved to be true, in terms of our hypothesis, may pay rich dividends in coming times. See why this question of uncertainty comes to my mind. This Welcome group only, I was reading a report. They mentioned about one set of observations in which only 9% of people, perhaps in the country, they came to know. They came to know when there is survey was done. They came to know only 9% of the people were only knowing about what is antibiotic actually. What exactly is the meaning of antibiotic? Only 9% people in the country, right? And imagine their survey was among the educated masses, not from the rural masses or suburban class. So that is the kind of uncertainty we are talking about. Then the role of science and, social science journalists and, the social media, I leave it to the people here. I mean, they are all, very well learned people actually. So what are the takeaway points from the whole set of communications which happened in last perhaps 2 hours plus? Perhaps you know your audience, identify the goals of the communication which you are going to do. The second part, which is my favorite, which I always say and quote, in some of the conferences, communication is my favorite subject. I will come to that in another half a minute. I talk it as ABC of communication. Whether it was our professor Vijay Raghavan or CSIR DG, they talked about this in very, very clear terms. There has to be clarity, there has to be credibility, there has to be quality of the communication. So I call it ABC of communication: accuracy, brevity, and clarity in the communication. Not just science communication, but the communication per se. If we actually can balance these three principles, that is accuracy, brevity, and clarity, I think we have won everything when it comes to any type of communication for that matter. Whether it is written communication, whether it is verbal communication, or it is non-verbal communication also. I thought I must bring this to your knowledge or understanding. Why? Because see, there are too many misconceptions. Not only misconceptions, there are too many misinformations by the ulterior motive parties, not only in the country, across the world, when it comes to science per se. So how to overcome those kind of misconceptions, misinformation? All this can be brought under control, or even your uncertainty of the design itself, can be brought under control purely through these three principles: A, B, C, accuracy, brevity, and clarity. You need to actually balance these three. The next part comes to my mind is creative stories, somebody talking about in the inaugural ceremony. And I must compliment people like Dr. Rashmi Sharma, the designer and the implementer of Avsar program from DST. I'm also part of that program as expert member. But then what really amuses me, that this is where actually creativity is not just being talked about, creativity is being assessed, that how to write popular stories. Okay, and we receive, I think, thousands of applications, proposals. More than, yeah. And that is how we narrow down to about 5 to 10 people in the country and award them how to communicate your own science. Your own science, imagine. I mean, they are working about their own science and how to communicate the best. I mean, this is the program officer what talks about, and she will talk about it more when she comes on rostrum. The last part which comes to my mind is the science should be relatable. We talked about in, and when I say relatable, I think none other than DG CSIR can be quoted here, where he's talked about the history, the 100 years of history, when in our daily lives, how science is impacting us, over a period of how the activities per se have evolved over a period of time, right? So impacting the lives, is very important. So what do we do? The question is now, my last question to the audience is, what do we do at policy level to actually encourage the science communication, actually motivate science communication, inspire science communication, not only from the science community, the scientific community. We are doing, I think, enough actually, okay? But also from the journalist, the science journalist actually. So the first point which comes to my mind is the effective and efficient platform, and how this can be effective and efficient platform. Why not agencies like, we are doing everything in silos, We are doing a great job when it comes to our agency-oriented approach is concerned. Vigyan Prasar, when it comes to National Science Museums and many other agencies in the country. But is there any concerted, coordinated effort on this part where we have a central goal, whether through top-down approach or whether through bottoms-up approach, and we actually have this central goal which is being followed by the entire set of organizations which are working on these lines of science communication. So what is the intent by saying so? Am I a top bureaucrat from the country who is actually interested, in having his say in everything? No. Sorry, this is not the intent actually. My limited intent by bringing this issue is whether it is the exchequer loss, whether it is the duplicity of effort, whether it is the focus, we can only bring when there is a concerted and coordinated effort, when there is a central platform which is actually guiding the policy on the subject. Why not organizations like Vigyan Prasar? Why not organizations like the one, NISpR, who are organizing this institution, and even NCSM? They launch a white paper in next 1 year and bring this issue to the policymakers that how we should attack the so relevant issue of science communication in decades to come. Because science is going to make your life as easier as possible, and how it impacts, the common lives, how it impacts the policymakers, how it impacts the politicians, you need to communicate it well. And this can be done only through concerted effort. The second point which comes to my mind is expand the science communication research base. Or I would say expand the science communication base itself. Don't you think there is a need? We were talking about so much of shortage, when it comes to science communicators, the formal science journalists, hardly any. You can just count them on fingers in the country actually, who are working on science. So don't you think there is a need to encourage, motivate people who will start working with, whether through journalism or through any mechanism, on this? And how do we do that? I'm sure there are, MSc students who are passing out from this organization, and they keep sometime, connecting with me on LinkedIn, and they ask, sir, kuch mere liye job ke chances hain, right? Don't you think it is a very important issue that the young people, right, who are actually interested in getting into science communication, there should be a pipeline, there should be a light at the end of the tunnel, which they should be able to see and say, okay, I want to get into science communication because I have a future in this country actually. We must attack to this. The last point which comes to my mind is, so expansion of base per se. The last point which I wanted to say is about my own organization, SCRB. We are also doing some part of it when it comes to, as part of the scientific social responsibility or part of Accelerate Vigyan, a program in which one full vertical is on science communication. And let me tell you, it took me a lot of convincing. There were a total of 9 verticals which were created for Karyashala, the high-end workshop program. And out of those 9 verticals, 1 vertical was science communication. It took me hard convincing. And finally, Professor Ashutosh Sharma came to my rescue. No, I think Rajiv is telling the correct thing. Let's go for science communication as one of the vertical. So we actually are doing a very small bit, okay, at SCRB when it comes to science communication. I wish a subject which is purely so close to my heart, soul, the communication per se, we do more. And we do as a community, we do more as a nation. Thank you, Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan, for raising the relevant questions and highlighting the way forward also. We thank our 6 speakers for such informative lectures. And at last, we have a few announcements or requests. We request you all to please fill the feedback forms and submit at the registration desk. Second announcement is for speakers, we request all the speakers to please submit the presentation at the control kiosk. And lastly, the lunch is waiting for us. And I, on behalf of our organizing team, request you all to lunch at NPL canteen. Thank you so much. We will join here after half an hour at 2:15. Thank you so much.
ये भी मेरा ही एनवलप है।
who is again a very distinguished science communicator, Dr. C.M. Nautiyal, Program Consultant, Indian National Science Academy, to come to the dais. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of our organizing team and CSIR-NIScPR. Now I request our senior colleague, Dr. Naresh Kumar, Chief Scientist, CSIR-NIScPR, to welcome and felicitate our session chair with potted plant. Thank you, sir, for facilitating our guest and session chair. We have 7 presenters today. I request our presenters to please come on the dais. Our presenters are Dr. Rashmi Sharma, who is representing AWSR, Augmenting Writing Skills for Articulating Research, an initiative by DST. I request Dr. Arvind C. Ranade, Scientist Staff, Vigyan Prasar, to come on the dais, who is representing Vigyan Prasar Network, VIPNet. I request Mr. Kapil Tripathi, Scientist Staff, who is representing India Science Channel. I also request Mr. Tarun Kumar Jain, Editor Vigyanik Drishtikon, Mr. Zubair Siddiqui from Eklavya, Stroth Science and Technology Features, and Ms. Sonali Nagar, who is scientist at CSIR-NIScPR and representing CSIR-NIScPR science popularization activities. I also request and welcome our online presenter, Engineer Milan Kumar Raul, who is advisor to SCVC, Samantha Chandrasekhar Vigyan Club. Now, I request our session chair to initiate the proceedings of this session, Dr. C.M. Nautiyal.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Mehban. This session, the first session post-lunch, is about showcasing science communication. Doing science is one thing, communicating science is another, and then comes another dimension, which is showcasing science communication. We have here a panel, a galaxy of people who are scintillating in different fields of science communication. Dr. Rashmi Sharma ji is from Department of Science and Technology, और आप बहुत लोगों को अवसर दे रही हैं. She takes care of the AWSR program of Department of Science and Technology. We have Dr. Arvind Ranade. He's a scientist at Vigyan Prasar, himself a leading science communicator by training and education, and astrophysicist. Dr. Ranade is also taking care of some other programs for students. So we have him here. Engineer Milan Kumar Raul from Odisha, he would be joining online. He's a science communicator and running a science club. Mr. Kapil Tripathi, also from Vigyan Prasar, is a well-known name, and he's taking care of the science films, science documentaries, and such areas at Vigyan Prasar. And recently, if you remember, there was a series of science documentaries made on different institutions during the 50th year of DST. He was responsible for that. We have Mr. Tarun Jain, who is editor of Vaigyanik Drishtikon, the only newspaper or tabloid on science, exclusively for science in the country, and he's doing a wonderful job. I had the honor of writing for his tabloid for quite some time. Mr. Zubair Siddiqui is from Eklavya. I mentioned Eklavya in my morning lecture. We all know about it. It's a Bhopal organization, brings out a magazine by name Chakmak for the children. Kids and Sroth is also you're doing, right? Yeah. So it's a very active organization, and I think they're doing wonderful job for the young people as far as science education is concerned. We have Ms. Sonali Nagar. She's from CSIR-NIScPR, and she's responsible for the science popularization program, and we have been hearing her since morning, so I don't have to introduce her much. So thank you very much, NIScPR, for inviting me here and give me the honor of being in the company of such illuminated people. So without wasting any more time, there is a slight change in the program. Dr. Ranade had to go somewhere, and Dr. Rashmi Sharma has been gracious enough to allow us that Dr. Ranade would speak before her. So Dr. Arvind Ranade, he will talk about VIPNet, for which he is responsible at the Vigyan Prasar.
धन्यवाद चेयरपर्सन। जैसे चेयरमैन महोदय ने कहा कि निस्पर के आज बहुत पुण्य का काम किया है। वाकई में एक बहुत अच्छा प्रयास है। आई थिंक एटलीस्ट इन द नॉलेज ऑफ माय ओन हिस्ट्री इन लास्ट 17 years of being a part of the science communication team, first time NISPR has done such kind of an bringing all the stakeholders together and have a deliberation on such topic. और जब हम विज्ञान संचार और प्रचार प्रसार की बात कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि सुबह से बहुत अच्छे तरीके से विशेष ऐसे अतिथियों के साथ साथ बुद्धिजीवियों ने बहुत चर्चा भी की और उसी के साथ साथ विज्ञान प्रसार के बारे में भी मेरे कॉलीग निमिष कपूर जी ने कहा बताया। और आज पता भी चलता है कि अगर इस भारत देश चुनौती भरा देश जिसकी हम बात करते हैं, यहाँ इतनी सारी भाषाएं हैं, इतने सारे लिखने की लिपियां हैं, बोलचाल की भाषाएं अलग हैं और ऐसे समय पे विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार करना मेरे ख्याल से प्रगत राष्ट्रों से बिल्कुल ही अलग भरा चुनौती भरा कार्य है। और उसमें विज्ञान प्रसार जैसे संस्था की बात निमिष जी ने की ही है, तो मैं उस विज्ञान प्रसार को विपनेट जैसे कार्य को शुरू करने की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी, यहां से शुरू करता हूं। और यहां से शुरू करते हुए मैं कुछ बिंदुओं पे ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि आज जिस प्रकार से मुझे पता चला कि भारत के अलग अलग जगह से भी इस कार्यक्रम में लोग जुड़े हैं और इस कार्यक्रम की अगर जानकारी भी ज्यादातर जगह पे है, लेकिन इसकी मुख्य जो आकर्षक बिंदु हैं वो शायद जानने से समझने से आप लोगों के मन में भी कुछ ऐसी जरूर बात आएगी कि इस प्रकार के नेटवर्क अगर जरूरत है तो उसको स्ट्रेंथन करना चाहिए, अगर जरूरत नहीं तो बंद भी करना चाहिए। क्योंकि इन दोनों चीजों पे हमें जब तक हम विचार विमर्श नहीं करेंगे तब तक ऐसे कार्यक्रमों के बारे में ना लोगों के बीच में चर्चा होगी, ना ही विज्ञान संचारकों के बीच में चर्चा होगी। तो मेरे ख्याल से निमिष जी ने इन सभी बातों का गौर किया ही है कि विज्ञान प्रसार being an autonomous organization under the Department of Science and Technology since 1989, we have just completed a silver jubilee of our Vigyan Prasar. And then of course an organization whose basic job is to do the science communication, जिसके नाम में ही विज्ञान प्रसार है, तो स्वाभाविक है कि विज्ञान प्रसार की कई सारे पहलू हैं और जिसमें निमिष कपूर जी ने बताया ही होगा कि हम कितने प्रकार के कार्य जो करते हैं उसमें से लार्जली अगर हम बात करते हैं तो वी कॉल अवरसेल्फ एज ए रिसोर्स कम फैसिलिटी सेंटर। तो जब हम रिसोर्स की बात करते हैं तो देन वी वर्क एज अ पब्लिशर, वी वर्क एज अ डेवलपर, वी वर्क एज अ फ्रेमवर्क डेवलपर इन मेनी एस्पेक्ट। जैसे हम पोस्टर का निर्माण करते हैं, ऑडियो विजुअल प्रोग्राम्स करते हैं, जिसके बारे में कपिल जी भी थोड़ी देर में चर्चा करेंगे। So, since the time Vigyan Prasar has taken the birth, as a publisher, we got 350 publications. We got nearly 400 hours of radio programs, more than 700 hours of radio programs because of the large collaborations with the All India Radio as a Prasar Bharati. अब यहाँ पे आता है कि in which platform that we work, and I think all of us knows that education can be classified in a 3 different format. One is a formal education, another is a non-formal, and third one is informal. So obviously the organizations like Vigyan Prasar, Bal Bhavan, NCSM, we all work in a informal education. तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमें किसी भी पाठशाला के क्रम में या पाठ्यक्रम में जाके हम विज्ञान का प्रचार नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन विज्ञान, और हम ये सब भी जानते हैं कि हमारा एकमात्र ऐसा संविधान है कि जिसमें विज्ञान के दृष्टिकोण की बात करते हैं। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से ये दृष्टिकोण अगर लोगों के मन में जागृत करना है तो हमारे पास कुछ इसके लिए सामग्री बननी चाहिए। एंड विज्ञान प्रसार हैज बीन डूइंग दिस सिंस लास्ट 25 और मोर देन ईयर्स। तो इतना सब कुछ सामान अगर तैयार है तो हम लोगों के पास पहुंचेंगे कैसे? एनसीईआरटी हमें एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा, सीबीएसई हमें एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा, तो हमारे पास कुछ ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क होना चाहिए जिसके माध्यम से हम लोगों तक पहुंचे। और जब हम पहुंचने की भी बात करते हैं, देन वी शुड हैव अ स्पिरिट ऑफ वॉलंटरिज्म। दैट मीन्स वी डोंट वांट टू कंपल्शन एनीबडी, and that's the where the role of a Vigyan Prasar comes into the picture as an organization which has done a great amount of work, that this is all different kind of an paraphernalia which is associated with Vigyan Prasar. इतने सारा काम विज्ञान प्रसार करता है, इतनी सारी चीजें जनरेट हुई है, तो लोगों के पास पहुंचेंगे कैसे? तो उसके लिए एक नेटवर्क खड़ा करने की बात 1998 में शुरू हुई, और स्वाभाविक रूप से इसमें जब लोगों का जुड़ना शुरू हुआ तो उसमें सिर्फ वॉलेंट्री मैकेनिज्म, प्लीज रिमेंबर द वर्ड वॉलेंट्री मैकेनिज्म, वी डोंट पे एनी सिंगल मनी टू एनी क्लब विच इज बीन एफिलिएटेड विथ अस, and in spite of non-payment of anything, they still do the work of science communication, and we are very proud to say that this networks today have more than 3,500 clubs under the 2 different categories. One is called the inside the school and another is called the outside the school. जो स्कूल में क्लब बनाते हैं वो स्वाभाविक रूप से वहां के विद्यार्थियों के लिए विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार का कार्य करेंगे, लेकिन जो स्कूल के बाहर है उनसे अपेक्षा यही है कि जो स्कूल के फॉर्मल एजुकेशन में आपको इंटरवीन करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, जैसे ग्राम पंचायत है, हाउसिंग कॉलोनीज हैं, छोटे छोटे कस्बे हैं, और आज हम अगर उस चीज को देखते हैं तो वी हैव गॉट मोर देन 2,500 क्लब्स विच आर डायरेक्टली बीन वर्किंग अंडर सच स्ट्रक्चर। अब यहां पे बात आती है कि फिर इन लोगों को स्ट्रेंथन कैसे किया जाए, इन लोगों के साथ विज्ञान की सामग्री कैसे पहुंचाया जाए। तो देन द रोल ऑफ एन विपनेट कम्स इनटू द पिक्चर। इनिशियली जब 98 से हमारे पास इन क्लबों का गठन शुरू हुआ तो 2014 तक जाके हम लगभग 14-15 हजार क्लब हुए, और स्वाभाविक है कि 98 से बना हुआ क्लब जहां पर विद्यार्थी अगर 10 या 12 साल का है तो 2014 तक चर्चा करते तो वो बाय दैट टाइम ही वुड हैव गॉट अ वेल सेटल्ड इन द लाइफ। तो यहाँ पे हमें एक रीजनोवेट या री रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस शुरू किया, एंड देन वी डिड a new framework under which today this network is working. And what we say is that anyone, wherever there are a group of 20 to 25 children who are interested to seek the knowledge about the science, please come forward, have a one representative who is more than 25 years old and has a very keen interest to learn the science. और जिस प्रकार से आप लोगों को पता ही चल गया कि विज्ञान प्रसार ने इतना सारा काम किया है, 350 से ज्यादा किताबें हैं, 800 घंटे से ज्यादा रेडियो प्रोग्राम्स है, आप शायद कपिल जी के आने की वजह से तो वो 1400-1500 घंटे का प्रोग्राम बना हुआ है। इतनी सारी सामग्री हमारे पास है, और स्वाभाविक तरीके से विज्ञान प्रचार प्रसार में काम करने वाले लोगों के साथ जुड़ेंगे तो उस सामग्री की संख्या और बढ़ेगी। तो उन लोगों तक पहुंचने के लिए एक माध्यम हमने खड़ा करने की कोशिश की, और हमने कहा कि जिसको भी विज्ञान में इंटरेस्ट है, जो विज्ञान सीखकर लोगों के पास पहुंचाना चाहता है, हमारे साथ जुड़ सकते हैं। और जब भी आप हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे हम आपको व्हाइट क्लब कैटेगरी में आपको हम जोड़ेंगे। व्हाइट क्लब यानी क्या? जहां पे 25 विद्यार्थी और उनका एक समन्वयक है वो हमारे साथ जुड़ सकता है, और जुड़ने के बाद वो हमसे एक एफिलिएशन सर्टिफिकेट लेगा, और एफिलिएशन सर्टिफिकेट लेने के बाद वी कॉल देम एज एन एक्सटेंडेड आर्म्स ऑफ विज्ञान प्रसार, विच वेयर वी फील प्राउड दैट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ विज्ञान प्रसार एंड अलाइड इंस्टीट्यूशंस given them a material, they will further percolate the subject of science in the right spirit. तो उन सभी भावनाओं के साथ हम उनके पास गए, तो हमने उनको व्हाइट क्लब मेंबर कैटेगरीज दी, और उसके बाद उनको कहा कि अगर आप विज्ञान का प्रचार और प्रसार निरंतर करते रहेंगे, देन वी आर हियर टू हेल्प यू इन अ different fashion. Still, we have not given them any financial support. किसी को भी हम पैसा नहीं देते. But then what we as an owner of this network, what should we do? Then we said that you do the work of communication, science popularization based on the material that we provide to you. जब भी हमारे साथ क्लब का affiliation होता है, we provide them a certain amount of material and then we keep them guiding through our monthly newsletter called VIPNet Curiosity, which we have recently, rather I would say, the rejuvenated the name, which was earlier VIPNet Newsletter. अब उसको हम VIPNet Curiosity नाम से भेजते हैं. अगर हम भारत की तुलना में देखते हैं तो आज हमारे पास 3,500 से ज़्यादा नेटवर्क हमारे पास हैं. उसमें से अगर उत्तर भारत की बात करते हैं तो दिस पाई ग्राफ tells you where do we stand today. बट मुझे आज गर्व इसी बात का है कि ये सब जो हम काम कर रहे हैं वो सिर्फ एक मोटिव है कि विज्ञान का प्रचार और प्रसार वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण जागृत करने के लिए करना है. तो इसके साथ साथ सामग्री का भी वहन होना बहुत अत्यावश्यक है. इस प्रकार से अगर हम पूर्व के भाग में भारत के पूर्वोत्तर या पूर्व में देखते हैं तो लगभग 700 से 750 की संख्या में हमारे पास क्लब उपलब्ध है. अब इसके लिए हमारे बीच में कुछ तो मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए. एक बार रजिस्ट्रेशन किया, उन्होंने एक्टिविटी रिपोर्ट सबमिट की, उनका हम एनुअल असेसमेंट करते हैं. अब देखिए, हम एनुअल असेसमेंट भी करते हैं जिनके लिए हम कुछ नहीं देते हैं सिवा सिर्फ सामग्री. लेकिन आज हम सामग्री देने के बावजूद भी, इफ आई शो यू सम ऑफ द स्टैटिस्टिक देयर, वी हैव गॉट अ गुड अमाउंट ऑफ नंबर वेयर दिस क्लब्स हैव बीन डूइंग द वर्क ऑफ साइंस कम्युनिकेशन एंड स्टैंड्स टुडे वेरी हाई. अगर मैं इसके असेसमेंट की चर्चा करूं तो हमें पता चलता है कि इस असेसमेंट में लगभग 2017 से हमने इस असेसमेंट को शुरू किया तो हमें पता चला कि कुछ क्लब ब्रॉन्ज कैटेगरीज में आ रहे हैं. और जब वो ब्रॉन्ज कैटेगरीज में चले जाते हैं तो एज आई सेड वी गिव देम अ सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ मटेरियल एज एन अ टोकन ऑफ एप्रिशिएशन. कुछ नई चीजें उनके पास देते हैं, कुछ उनको आइडेंटिटी कार्ड प्रोवाइड करते हैं और साथ ही साथ में विज्ञान प्रसार की कुछ अलग अलग चीजें या सामग्री उनको देने की कोशिश करते हैं. उसी प्रकार से हो गया. लास्ट 2 मिनट्स सिल्वर कैटेगरी की बात करते हैं, उसी प्रकार से गोल्ड कैटेगरी की बात करते हैं और उसी प्रकार से प्लैटिनम. सो दीज आर ऑल द डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज अंडर विच दिस क्लब कीप ऑन सेंडिंग द मटेरियल. और लास्ट 4 साल की अगर हम चर्चा करते तो look at the number of clubs in the bottom. May not be necessary to look at the top. The number is still goes on increasing from 84 to 88 to 223 and 297. And today, if we look at it, more than 408 have already got the recognition. And please remember, this is all without much financial things involved in this. So obviously, this network, wherein all these people have been doing the work of science communications, they get the appreciation by communicating the reports to all of us. जो साल में एक बार रिपोर्ट सबमिट करता है उनको ब्रॉन्ज कैटेगरी में जाते हैं, जो साल में 2 बार करते हैं विद द डिफरेंस ऑफ 6 months they get into silver. On this line we look at this VIPNet network to be a future of the India in which all such like-minded people and the group of people will come together. बट मुझे बाद में ये खुशी भी है, लास्ट का 1 मिनट सर, मुझे सिर्फ इस बात की खुशी भी है कि इस नेटवर्क में सिर्फ पाठशाला या विद्यालय या ग्राम पंचायत या तहसील से जुड़े हुए ऐसे ही लोग नहीं हैं. देर आर वेरी मच फॉर्मली हैविंग गवर्नमेंट स्ट्रक्चर. लाइक गुजरात में आप देखेंगे हर जिला लेवल पे साइंस सेंटर है. दे ऑल आर एफिलिएटेड विद अस. It's a matter of how you look at this network, and I still appeal to all of you, please join this network. This is absolutely working on the voluntary mechanism, and I also believe as long as it will remain on the voluntary mechanism, the strengthening and the expectation of such network will be very high. The moment any financial aspect will come into this, I am not sure about it. मैं इनके साथ साथ चेयरमैन साहब को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. सिर्फ मैं आज एक ही प्रोग्राम के बारे में चर्चा कर पाया, बट गिवन द चांस वी कैन डिस्कस एंड कीप ऑन डिस्कसिंग. निस्पर से अपेक्षा है कि बार बार ऐसे कार्यक्रम करते रहे, हम आते रहे. धन्यवाद.
For this wonderful brief presentation and keeping to the time. Actually हम लोगों का कंस्ट्रेंट है कि 4 बजे वैलिडिटी सेशन है. उसको खिसकाना इसलिए ठीक नहीं लगेगा क्योंकि उसमें बाहर से गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, डॉक्टर नकुल पाराशर, और उससे भी बड़ी बात जो उसके पहले स्पीकर हैं वो सामने बैठे हैं, जावेद साहब. उनको देख के मुझे तुरंत याद आ रहा है कि 4 बजे इसको ख़त्म करना है सेशन को. तो हमारे जो नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इस सेशन के लिए हैं, जो एक्चुअली ओरिजिनली शेड्यूल में पहले स्पीकर थी डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा। डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा जी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी हैं। आप अवसर प्रोग्राम भी देखती हैं और जो स्टेट काउंसिल्स हैं साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की उनको भी आप ही मॉनिटर करती हैं। इसके अलावा इससे पहले आप इनोवेशन और इस तरह के IPR जैसे प्रोग्राम्स में भी इन्वॉल्व रह चुकी हैं। सो आई वुड वेलकम डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा जी एंड रिक्वेस्ट हर टू मेक अ प्रेजेंटेशन। टाइम जैसा मैंने कहा थोड़ा हमने कम कर दिया है, हम कोशिश करेंगे 9 से 10 मिनट में सब प्रेजेंटेशन हो जाए, एक प्रेजेंटेशन हो जाए।
सभी को नमस्कार। आज जो मैं प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ वो है अवसर। जैसा कि सर ने कहा कि मैं अवसर प्रदान करती हूँ, वो मैं नहीं करती, बिकॉज अवसर जो है बेसिकली जो हिंदी में एक उसे समानार्थक शब्द जो बोलते हैं वो है मौका और इंग्लिश में अपॉर्चुनिटी। So this is an opportunity to the young researchers to write about their own research in a popular format. And this program was initiated in 2018. Next slide, please. If you see, I'm presenting the India's performance in terms of S&T output. So India is the world's third largest producer of scientific articles after China and USA. India is also the third in terms of number of doctoral degrees awarded in S&T after China and USA again. And according to WIPO, India currently ranks 7th in terms of global patent filing index. So why I am stating these and why I am showing this, because it means that India is investing in R&D, and it is reflected and it is translated in terms of number of publications and the number of degrees awarded and the number of patents which we are filing. But whether these kind of achievements, they are translated into the popular science stories? So the answer is no. We are not translating these into the popular science stories. Next, please. This was the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, that our scientific achievements need to be actively communicated to the society, and this will help inculcate the scientific temperament among the youth and also excite the young minds towards the scientific career. So this he said in 105th Indian Science Congress in 2018. And after that, we have conceptualized this program, Avsar. Under this, there were certain objectives. I would like to showcase this infographics. This itself depicts like what is Avsar all about. It is basically whatever science you are doing in the lab, that should come out in the form of a short and simple story. So Avsar is you can showcase that in the form of this infographics. So next, please. So when we conceptualized this program, we had some objectives and goals. First objective was to connect science to the society. We wanted to connect the scientists and they should communicate their research for the people. Then the second objective was to enhance communication in R&D labs to the masses. We wanted to tap the latent potential of the young researchers for science communication in layman's language. Why was so? Because the young researchers are the backbone of scientific ecosystem, because they work as scholars, as postdoctoral fellows in the research and development labs. So we wanted to tap their potential, because they are always mentored to write in technical formats, not in the popular formats. And they, when they're doing the PhD also, their mentors or guides, they encourage them to write in the peer-reviewed journals and not in the popular formats. So we wanted to tap their latent potential, and we wanted to bridge the yawning gap in science journalism and communication of S&T to masses through capacity building and mechanism of award and reward. Why award and reward? Because unless we give them the opportunity, we give them the spark, like why they should write. So when they are writing, if they are recognized for their efforts, so that gives them the strength that, okay, this is my strength, so I can pursue this kind of initiatives also, like science, communicating science in popular format. So what we did was that we started popularizing this program through social media. And in 2018, when we started first, in 2018, We connected with 600 plus universities to we wrote to their vice chancellors and deans, Dean R&D. So, and we also connected to SCRB because they were running the National NPDF program. So we asked them to write to their NPDF so that they can write about their stories, their research work in the popular format. So we conducted the popular science writing workshops. Next, please. We have conducted, across the country, we have conducted the workshops in physical mode as well as through virtual mode. And before Corona, we conducted physical mode, 10 capacity building workshops were conducted. And when Corona was there, we had conducted the capacity building workshops in virtual mode. And we were able to have participation of 10,599 scholars during these workshops. Next, please. So now coming to why these workshops were required, because as Albert Einstein said that if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. So this was the statement given by Einstein. So it is correct for all of us. If we are not able to communicate to the people, to the masses, so it means that we are not knowing the subject by ourselves. So this example I give very often because this is the cult film which came in 2009, and I think all of us must have seen this film. And if you see, it is basically the story of 3 engineering students, and it in the classroom when the professor asks what is the definition of machine, and the student tells that a machine is a combination of bodies and blah, blah, blah. So I can't read out the entire statement, which was played by Omi Vadya. And another student states that anything that simplifies human efforts is a machine. So this is a very clear example of how the simple communication, effective communication should be. Now, what we tell to our scholars during the capacity building workshop is that you should keep your achievements, whatever scientific work you are doing, in simple. Keep it simple. So being simple is the most difficult task. So we tell them that don't write to impress others. Simple or being creative does not mean using flowery language. And we also tell them do not use unnecessary words, jargon, and other things, do's and don'ts of popular science writing formats. Next, we have done around 17 workshops, and we have conducted 4 rounds of Avsar call for submission of stories. And this is the statistics of Avsar. We had reached out to almost 21,883 scholars in last 4 years, including the current year. And we had received stories, 8,419 stories from PhD scholars and postdoctoral fellows. And we have awarded 518 stories. So in this, when we award them, we select 3 stories in the PhD category. First prize is given for 1 lakh rupees, second prize for 50,000 rupees, and third prize for 25,000 rupees in PhD category. And the second category, PDF category, we give them the Outstanding Story Award of 1 lakh rupees. Apart from that, we also give a certificate of appreciation to 100 other stories in PhD category and 20 stories in PDF category. So they are given certificate of appreciation and rupees 10,000 along with. So this is the subject category distribution of the received stories. If you can see that we have received the large number of stories in 3 categories: engineering sciences, health sciences, and life sciences. So I can say confidently that if you go back, it is like you must be having the degrees awarded in these areas. Like most of the students are enrolled in these area only, as we have received very few stories in the mathematical and computer sciences. So enrollment in these areas should be less. Next, please. Yeah. And if you, we have received the stories from across the country. In the PDF category, we had received large number of stories from Delhi, followed by Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Uttar Pradesh. So this also reflects that we have more R&D infrastructure, scientific labs in these states, and other states are lagging behind. So I think this data gives us food for thought that we need to encourage in the other states as well. Next, please. Under PhD category also, the similar kind of scenario is there. Delhi, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh. So these are the states, Maharashtra, these are the states who are performing well in terms of number of story submissions under Avsar program. Next, please. I would like to explain the award process. We have the call which is given on the day of 15th August. So we tell, there is a tagline, unleash the spirit of science communication. That was given in the first year itself, 2018, and we are continuing with that tagline. So we give the call on 15th of August, and there is the call is open for almost 1.5 months to 2 months. And the website, we have created a dedicated website, www.avsar-dst.in, where the scholars have to submit their stories. After the submission of the story, after the call is over, we send these stories for evaluation to 2 experts. One is science communication expert, and the other one is subject expert, so that we maintain that whether the story is in a popular format or not, and the subject expert will ensure that the scientific content is also okay. So based on this evaluation score, this step has been included from last 2 years, this year as well as last year, that we invite around 300 scholars in PhD category and 50 scholars in PDF category to have a session with our science communicators, so that they are given another chance to improve upon their story based on their suggestions, which is like how to write a popular article. So based on their suggestions, they will rewrite their story and submit it again, and that is evaluated again. And then we give them the awards on the 28th February, that is National Science Day. Sir, I'm going to take 1 more minute. Next, please. This is our evaluation process. I can tell you that we have a very good gender ratio. Till date, out of 518 awarded stories, we had 295 females and 223 males. So this is one area which we can strengthen, in terms of we can strengthen the females in women empowerment in this area as well. Next, please. This I have taken some of the titles because we have taken we give them the idea that there are marks for attractive titles. So these are the titles which I found very attractive and which can lead you towards reading these articles, like Fly Marathon, which is about fruit for flies, how they fly, and how long they can fly, and what is the mechanism behind their flying. So these kind of titles make you read these articles. Next, please. Next, please. So I have taken some, just go behind the previous one. I have marked that title red, We the Termites of IISc. It is a very good title and the story as well about the beneficial effects of termites. The author is from the IISc Bangalore, but I have marked it red because they have mentioned the institution name in the title itself, which is not, because it is a competition, you should not be mentioning the name in the title as well as in the story. So that is how I have marked it red. Next, please. So this is, we have conducted a survey with the Avsar awardees, and we have done the survey with 2018, 19 and 20 awardees. 221 awardees had given us the feedback. And based on the feedback, I can tell that 62.9% said that they want to pursue science communication as a full-time job. So, which is a very good number, sir. And we have also asked them that whether they required further training in science communication. So 77.8% said that yes, they would like to have further training of science communication. So this is like we can take it further from there. I can provide the list of these authors and you can further train them in science communication. Then next please. I would also like to mention that during the feedback, what we have observed is that these 221 authors or scholars which have, those who have responded to us, they have also published in their maybe the university magazines and other platforms, science forums, digital magazine, newsletters, etc., blogs, etc. They have written in popular format and they have published 133 science articles. So which is also another good number. So I was asked to talk about the NCSTSC's other initiatives also, so that I will skip because my title was only Afsar. So I will thank you to the organizers for providing me the opportunity to talk about Afsar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi Sharma, for this wonderful presentation. And she has given a beautiful overview of the activities under the umbrella of Afsar. And this, in fact, I think is one of the very effective science communication programs in the country, which trains people who have solid background in science. They have PhDs, and they have done postdoctoral research. And once they are trained in this field, even if they don't go to the science communication as a professional, this training would still be useful to them in their every walk of life. So thank you very much, and also thanks for keeping within the time frame. We have the next expert for this session because Mr. Engineer Milan is not here. So I'm inviting from Vigyan Prasar, Mr. Kapil Tripathi. Your time starts now. You will have 9 to 10 minutes.
Respected chairman of the session and other colleagues and experts on dais and off the dais. सबसे पहले तो निस्केयर का बहुत बहुत आभार, निस्पर का सॉरी, जिन्होंने मुझे एक अपॉर्चुनिटी दी कि इंडिया साइंस के ऊपर बातचीत करने के लिए, और एक एफर्ट्स जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि बाकी एक काबिल तारीफ़ है कि हमने कोशिश की है कि जितने साइंटिफिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो कम्युनिकेशन में काम करते हैं उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाया जाए. इसके लिए निस्पर और पूरी टीम को मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बधाई. और जहाँ तक कि ये सब्जेक्ट का बात है, विज्ञान प्रसार के बारे में हमारे जो कोलीग्स थे उन्होंने काफ़ी कुछ बता दिया होगा और मैं विज्ञान प्रसार के बारे में कुछ कवर नहीं करूँगा और डायरेक्ट अपने टॉपिक पे आता हूँ कि इंडिया साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड OTT प्लेटफॉर्म. ये जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि इसकी जो शुरुआत है वो काफ़ी पहले से, जब से मैंने ज्वाइन किया विज्ञान प्रसार, उससे पहले से ही चर्चा की जा रही थी. जब डॉक्टर नरेंद्र सहगल एक फाउंडर डायरेक्टर थे विज्ञान प्रसार के, तो उन्होंने एक उनके एडिटोरियल में मैंने पढ़ा था कि उनका एक स्वप्न था कि भारत का एक नेशनल चैनल होना चाहिए. उसके बाद कई प्लेटफॉर्म पे यह बात हुई कि इंडिया का एक नेशनल साइंस चैनल होना चाहिए. मीडिया में साइंस को कवरेज नहीं दिया जा रहा है. जब तक हमारा कोई देश का चैनल नहीं होगा तब तक हम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. साइंस कम्युनिकेटर ने भी डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म पे कई पॉलिसीज़ में ये आया कि हमें एक कम्युनिकेशन साइंस चैनल होना चाहिए. इसके लिए प्रयास भी किए गए, लेकिन मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि वो सभी असफल प्रयास थे, लेकिन उन्होंने एक सीख दी जिससे जो अभी जो 3 साल पहले जो प्रयास किया गया वो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि एक सफलतम प्रयास रहा. और इसके लिए DST, विज्ञान प्रसार और हमारे सभी टीम मेंबर और साइंस कम्युनिकेटर का सबका एक सहयोग रहा, जो आज हम इस स्थिति पे हैं कि हम कह सकते हैं कि भारत का कोई अगर राष्ट्रीय चैनल है विज्ञान का तो इंडिया साइंस है. हम आज इस कैपेसिटी में भी हैं कि अगर हमसे कहा जाए कि हम 24/7 एक DTH चैनल भी हम अगर लॉन्च करना चाहें तो आज हम उसे कर सकते हैं। ऐसा सभी जो प्रयास हुआ हमारे, हम कह सकते हैं DST के कुशल नेतृत्व और विज्ञान प्रसार के डायरेक्टर के नेतृत्व और पूरी टीम के उत्साह वर्धन के कारण हम आज मुकाम पर पहुँचे हैं। और इससे पहले मैं स्टार्ट करूं, मैं थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगा कि बहुत सारे हमारे व्यूअर्स हैं जो ऑनलाइन भी जुड़े हुए हैं, उनका एक छोटा सा OTT के बारे में भी मैं थोड़ा जानकारी देना चाहूँगा कि जो OTT टर्म है उसका फुल फॉर्म जैसे कहते हैं कि ओवर द टॉप मीन्स डिलीवरी ऑफ ऑडियो एंड वीडियो स्ट्रीमिंग कंटेंट टू द यूजर थ्रू द इंटरनेट विदाउट सब्सक्राइबिंग द ट्रेडिशनल सैटेलाइट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर। तो इसमें हम क्या करते हैं कि केबल जो सेटअप बॉक्स है उसके ऊपर से हम सिग्नल को ले जाते हैं, इसलिए इसको ओवर द टॉप कहा जाता है। और हम इंटरनेट के माध्यम से अपने कार्यक्रम को देख सकते हैं। और दूसरा सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट हम कहें कि आज के दिन में बहुत सारे OTT प्लेटफॉर्म एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, दे आर वेरी पॉपुलर। और उसमें इसको हम कैटेगराइज करेंगे तो वी कैन कैटेगराइज इन 3 फॉर्म, दैट इज़ कॉल्ड वीडियो प्लेटफॉर्म, जैसे कि नेटफ्लिक्स, अमेजन, हॉटस्टार, ये काफ़ी पॉपुलर हैं। इसी तरह ऑडियो स्ट्रीमिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें स्पाउटी, एप्पल म्यूज़िक है, और एक मैसेजिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसमें फेसबुक, स्काइपी और व्हाट्सएप हैं। आज हम कह सकते हैं कि ऐसा कोई भी भारतीय नहीं होगा जो इन चीज़ों से परिचित ना हो, और ये सभी कुछ OTT टेक्नोलॉजी पर ही डिपेंड करते हैं। नेक्स्ट, जब हम सब्सक्रिप्शन की बात करें कि OTT प्लेटफॉर्म का स्वरूप कहाँ से आया, कैसे हमें लोगों के घरों घरों तक ये OTT पहुँचा, तो इसमें सबसे बड़ी भूमिका रही नेटफ्लिक्स और हॉटस्टार की। ये नेटफ्लिक्स आज बहुत सारे जो हमारे युवा वर्ग हैं वो अपनी अपने चॉइस, प्रोग्राम की चॉइस के लिए बहुत अपने मनपसंद कार्यक्रम को देखने के लिए इनको यूज़ करते हैं। और आज ऐसा कोई घर नहीं है जिसमें ये प्रोग्राम इसके थ्रू ना देखे जाएं। तो ये सभी OTT टेक्नोलॉजी के कारण संभव हुआ। और इसके कारण नेक्स्ट, डिजिटल इंडिया की हम बात करें कि जो हमारा स्वरूप दिया गया कि हम इंटरनेट और दूसरी चीज़ों में जो हमारा बेस है वो बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। तो हम एक आपको फिगर देना चाहेंगे, 2020 का डेटा है हॉटसूट द्वारा, जिसमें ये बात की गई है कि जो हमारा मंथली मोबाइल डेटा यूज़ है वो 7.2 गीगाबाइट्स है वर्ल्ड वाइड, और ये कंटिन्यूस इंक्रीज होता चला जा रहा है। और इसके अलावा अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें तो 400 मिलियंस पीपल हमारे एक्टिव सोशल मीडिया यूज़र हैं। अगर हम पॉपुलेशन की बात करें 1.37 हमारी बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है, तो उसमें 400 मिलियन लोग यानी कि 29% लोग सोशल मीडिया यूज़र हैं। अगर हम डिवाइस ओनरशिप की बात करते हैं कि कितने लोगों के पास में स्मार्टफोन है, तो 91% लोग आज हमारे स्मार्टफोन को यूज़ करते हैं। और ऑन एन एवरेज अब आप किसी भी डिवाइस से अगर हम इंटरनेट यूज़ करने वाले का समय देखें तो ये 6 घंटा 30 मिनट हम ऑन एन एवरेज ऑन डेली बेसिस वी आर स्पेंडिंग सो मच आवर ऑन इंटरनेट। और इसके अलावा हम सोशल मीडिया का देखें तो इसमें कई सारे डिवाइसेस और के द्वारा, विशेषकर मोबाइल के द्वारा ये सबसे ज़्यादा देखा जाता है। और नेक्स्ट अगर आप इस स्लाइड को देखें तो इसमें आपको पता चलेगा कि एवरेज डेली टाइम स्पेंट यूजिंग द इंटरनेट ऑन मोबाइल डिवाइस इज़ 3 आवर 23 मिनट। तो हम इतना स्पेंड करते हैं एक डिवाइस के ऊपर। और और इसके अलावा बहुत सारे ऐसे सोशल फैक्टर थे जिसने OTT टेक्नोलॉजी को पॉपुलर बनाया। नेक्स्ट जैसे कि उसमें इम्पॉर्टेंट था कि कॉस्ट, कन्वीनियंस, फीचर और कंटेंट अवेलेबिलिटी, स्मार्टफोन एंड मोबाइल इंटरनेट पेनिट्रेशन, यूज़र एक्सपीरियंस और नेट न्यूट्रलिटी। ये जो कई सारी इस पर रिसर्च आई है जिसके कारण ये OTT आज काफ़ी पॉपुलर हुआ है। और नेक्स्ट इसके कारण 2012 में जब हमारी मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी भी चेंज हुई, जिसमें आपने देखा होगा कि पहले हम प्रोग्राम चलाते थे बहुत सारी बफरिंग आती थी। आज की डेट में वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गई है। हमारे डिस्प्ले टेक्नोलॉजी जब 2012 में इम्प्रूव हुई तो आज हम अगर हमारी बैंडविड्थ भी कम होती है तो हमें पिक्चर क्वालिटी में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती है। इसने बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट दिया इस OTT टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रमोट करने में। नेक्स्ट और आप देखेंगे कि अगर आज की डेट में अगर हम कंपैरिजन करें ट्रेडिशनल टेलीविज़न और OTT चैनल को, तो आप देखेंगे कि कोई भी ऐसा फीचर लेफ्ट नहीं है जो OTT टेक्नोलॉजी में ना हो। तो आप अपनी चॉइस का प्रोग्राम देख सकते हैं, लाइव प्रोग्राम देख सकते हैं। इसमें डिजिटल राइट मैनेजमेंट का भी प्रोविज़न है, जिससे आपका डेटा सिक्योर रहता है, और इस तरह से आप हर एक फीचर को OTT टेक्नोलॉजी में पाते हैं। नेक्स्ट, यही कुछ वजह रही होगी 2018 में कि ये डिस्कशन में आया विद इन द मिनिस्ट्री कि हमको एक OTT चैनल लॉन्च करना चाहिए DTH के साथ साथ, और ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी विज्ञान प्रसार को DST के माध्यम से मिली कि हमको OTT और 1 आवर एक डेडिकेटेड स्लॉट हो दूरदर्शन पर उसको स्टार्ट किया जाए। और दूसरा कारण ये भी हो सकता है कि उस समय बहुत सारे हमारे इमर्जिंग यूट्यूब चैनल्स आ रहे थे जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पर और इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर बहुत पॉपुलर हो रहे थे, तो क्यों ना कि साइंस कम्युनिकेशन को इस माध्यम से उपयोग करके हम लोगों तक साइंस की जानकारी ले जाएं। और उसमें इसके साथ साथ उस दौरान ये भी देखा गया कि जो फर्स्ट हैंड इंफॉर्मेशन है, जो तुरंत इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, वो सभी लोग स्मार्टफोन के माध्यम से लेना पसंद करते थे। तो ये रीज़न थे, इसकी वजह से हम कह सकते हैं कि बहुत टाइमली डिसीजन लिया गया कि OTT चैनल साइंस का, जिसने कोई भी कल्पना नहीं की थी उस समय, ये बातचीत हुई और उसको एक साकार दिया गया। डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा जी इस मीटिंग में हैं, वो भी प्रारंभिक मीटिंग में रहीं, उन्होंने भी ये डिस्कशन देखे होंगे, और ये उस समय कभी चैलेंज थे कि इसको कैसे स्टार्ट किया जाए, एक मेहनत टास्क है, इसको कैसे कंप्लीट किया जाए। नेक्स्ट, तब जाके 15 जनवरी 2019 को वो दिन आया जब हमने OTT चैनल और 1 घंटे का DD साइंस DD नेशनल पर स्टार्ट किया, और इस चैनल को NCSTC द्वारा भी फंड किया जा रहा है, और इसमें हमने कोशिश की है कि हिंदी और इंग्लिश में प्रोग्राम डेवलप किए जाएं, और जो हमारा मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि जो साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट इसमें किस तरह से बढ़ाया जाए, और इंडियन लेबोरेटरी से जो उनकी सक्सेस स्टोरी है उनको निकाल के आम आदमी के बीच में प्रस्तुत किया जाए। ये, और इसको हम कई सारे प्लेटफॉर्म पर, चाहे वो डेस्कटॉप हो और ऐप के माध्यम से इसको हम एक्सेस कर सकते हैं। ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल है, और कोई भी यूज़र इसको ऐप और डेस्कटॉप के माध्यम से कर सकता है। नेक्स्ट, ये आज जियो प्लेटफॉर्म में भी ये चैनल उपलब्ध है। नेक्स्ट करते जाइए जल्दी जल्दी। और ये सोशल मीडिया पर भी हमारे कई सारे हैंडल हैं जहाँ पर आप ये इसका कंटेंट देख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट, और अचीवमेंट की बात करें तो हम कह सकते हैं कि हमने 3 साल में रिकॉर्ड प्रोग्राम प्रोड्यूस किए हैं। 3003 प्रोग्राम हमने 3 साल में कोविड की स्थिति को भी देखते हुए ये प्रोड्यूस किए, और ये प्रोग्राम 24/7 चैनल जो हम कल्पना कर रहे हैं कि हमारा एक चैनल हो, उसके लिए भी ये काफ़ी पर्याप्त प्रोग्राम है। हम एक चैनल भी लॉन्च कर सकते हैं, और इसके अलावा हमको कई सारे प्रेस्टिजियस अवार्ड मिले, जिसमें कि अभी हाल में ही रेड लिंक अवार्ड 2021 इसको मिला, फेडरेशन ऑफ वर्ल्ड एकेडमिक अवार्ड हमारे एक प्रोग्राम को मिला। नेक्स्ट, और इसके अलावा कई सारे हमारे नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल में हमारी फिल्में सिलेक्ट हुई, जिसमें 12th एजुकेशन फिल्म फेस्टिवल पोलैंड, जर्मनी और UK, और अभी रिसेंट में 25 और 26 मार्च को एक हमारे चित्त भारती फिल्म फेस्टिवल में भी हमारी फिल्म स्क्रीन होने जा रही है, उसमें भी चांसेस हैं कि हमको इसको अवार्ड मिले। और ये हम नेक्स्ट, और कह सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम हमारे काफ़ी पॉपुलर रहे, जिसमें द साइंस ऑफ स्विंग बॉलिंग, इसको 15 लाख से लोगों ने ज़्यादा इसको देख चुके हैं, और इस तरह के छोटे छोटे कैप्सूल 2 मिनट में कैसे साइंस को समझाया जाए, इन वीडियो के माध्यम से हमने कोशिश की है। नेक्स्ट, और बेस्ट सेलर जो हमारा स्टेम 3030 प्रोग्राम रहा, जो IIT गांधीनगर और ISR के साथ में मिलकर सीरीज़ की, इसको 1 करोड़ लोगों से ज़्यादा लोगों ने देखा। नेक्स्ट, और लाइफ इन साइंस पल्लव बागला, ये हमारा एक इम्पॉर्टेंट सीरीज़ है, सिग्नेचर शोज है, जिसकी प्रशंसा सब जगह की जा रही है। नेक्स्ट, और साइंस फॉर सेल्फ रिलायंट इंडिया, आत्मनिर्भर भारत के ऊपर हमने 52 एपिसोड का प्रोग्राम्स बनाए, और ये आज इंडिया के जो अचीवमेंट को हर जाम लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण काम कर रहा है। नेक्स्ट, कोरोना काल में भी हमने कई सारे प्रोग्राम बनाए। नेक्स्ट, हमने 424 फिल्म बनाई, डेली एक बुलेटिन जाता था, और कोरोना में जो साइंटिफिक अचीवमेंट है, इंडियन साइंटिफिक लेबोरेटरी के अंदर क्या क्या हो रहा है, उनको हमने, अगर कोई स्टडी करे कि पर डे कैसे हमने ग्रोथ किया, तो इन वीडियो से वो अपना एक स्टडी भी कर सकता है। नेक्स्ट, DST लेक्चर सीरीज़ भी हमारा एक इम्पॉर्टेंट प्रोग्राम रहा। नेक्स्ट, लाइव शो हम डेली प्रोग्राम कर रहे हैं, ये शो भी इंडिया साइंस के माध्यम से लोगों तक, आज की जो सेमिनार है वो भी लोगों तक पहुंच रहा है। नेक्स्ट, और इसमें सोशल मीडिया पे भी हमारा काफ़ी हम एग्रेसिव तरीके से इसका कैंपेन कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, और इंगेज विद साइंस के अंदर हमने 18,000 स्कूलों को जोड़ा है, जिसमें ये फिल्में उनके जब कोई सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हैं टीचर्स, वो हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को यूज़ करके वो यूज़ किए जा रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट, और हमारे जो टारगेट ग्रुप्स है, हम सभी टारगेट्स को, जो मॉर्निंग में भी बात हो रही थी कि नॉलेज ग्रुप, कंसेंट ग्रुप और ग्रास रूट ग्रुप, हम तीनों को ही टारगेट कर रहे हैं कि कैसे पीयर टू पीयर ग्रुप कम्युनिकेशन में हमारे वीडियोस बनाए जाएं, कैसे कंसेंट ग्रुप जिसमें हम पॉलिसी मेकर एक्टिविस्ट को लेके टारगेट करें, और एक ग्रास रूट लेवल पर। और फॉर्मेट हमने सभी पॉसिबल फॉर्मेट्स हमने यूज़ किए हैं एक्सेप्ट फीचर फिल्म और वेब सीरीज़, और बाकी हमने सब कुछ ट्राई किया है। और लैंग्वेज हमारी जो हिंदी में 55% कंटेंट है और इंग्लिश में 45% कंटेंट है। कैटेगरीज वाइज हम देखेंगे तो वी हैव प्रोड्यूस नंबर ऑफ फिल्म्स ऑन कोविड रिलेटेड इशू ड्यू टू द पेंडेमिक। एंड नेक्स्ट, और हमारी जो रीच है चैनल की वो बहुत काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट है। 20 करोड़ लोगों तक हमारा ये रीच है चैनल की, जो कि डिफरेंट सोशल मीडिया के प्लेटफॉर्म द्वारा पहुंचाई गई है। तो आप इसमें देखेंगे इसका जो हमने कैटेगराइजेशन किया है, और हमारे 4.5 से 5 लाख लोगों तक डेडिकेटेड सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं जो हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को देखते हैं। नेक्स्ट, डिवाइस की बात करें तो सबसे ज़्यादा जो ये कंटेंट है वो हमारा मोबाइल से देखा जाता है, और ऑन एन एवरेज 1 मिनट 10 सेकेंड एवरेज सेशन है ड्यूरेशन जिसको लोगों ने किया, और डेस्कटॉप पे देखने वालों का जो प्रतिशत है वो 18.34 है। नेक्स्ट, और जो डेमोग्राफी की बात करें तो 33.9 हमारा जो व्यूअर्स हैं वो फीमेल हैं, और 66.1% हमारे मैन यूजर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट, यस बस। तो की फाइंडिंग में बस 2 स्लाइड में इसको कवर करता हूँ। की फाइंडिंग्स में हम बात करें तो कि हमने 3417 वीडियोस प्रोग्राम बनाए हैं, और विज्ञान वीर जो एक सीरीज़ है साइंस, जो बच्चों ने मानक अवार्ड दी हैं, जिनको मानक जो डीएसटी का एक प्रोग्राम है, उसको बच्चों ने किस तरह अपने इनोवेशंस को किया, और हम उनके घर पे जाके शूट करते हैं, उनके इमोशंस को कैप्चर करते हैं, उनको क्या स्ट्रगल रहा, वो सबसे पॉपुलर सीरीज़ है। और इसके अलावा जियोग्राफी ऑफ इंडिया और दूसरे चैनल को भी लोगों ने पसंद किया, दूसरे प्रोग्राम्स को। और कोविड में हमने 490 प्रोग्राम्स बनाए, जो कि पीआईबी ने हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को आगे कोट किया। पहले होता था पीआईबी के प्रोग्राम का सोर्स हम बनते थे, आज की डेट में ये स्थिति है कि पीआईबी भी हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को आगे जाके लोगों तक ले जाती है। तो ये क्रेडिबिलिटी आई, और आज कोई भी ऐसा रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं है जो इंडिया साइंस के बारे में नहीं जानता हो, और हमें एसेसिबिलिटी भी मिली कि हम डीएसटी का चैनल है, और लोगों ने उसको हाथों हाथ लिया और लोगों ने हमसे इंटरेक्ट किया। नेक्स्ट, और इसके अलावा अगर हम गूगल की फाइंड आउट करें कि हमारे चैनल की आप कह सकते हैं कि यूज़र अटेंशन टाइम कितना है, और हम ऐसे कैसे कंपेयर करें, तो हमने देखा कि 1.51 सेकेंड हमारा यूज़र अटेंशन टाइम है, और जब हम यूट्यूब का कंपेयर करते हैं वो 2.36 है, तो हम उसके करीब है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पे लोग जल्दी से निकल जाते हैं और यूट्यूब पर देर से निकलते हैं। तो एक हम कह सकते हैं कि हम हम अपने स्टेप बढ़ रहे हैं धीरे धीरे, और वो भी दिन आएगा कि हम साइंस में भी लोगों की रुचि बना के रखेंगे। नेक्स्ट, और जो जेंडर वाइज है वो मैंने इसको कवर किया। नेक्स्ट, और 52% जो हमारे व्यूअर हैं 18 to 34 एज ग्रुप के हैं, और इनको हम टारगेट करके ही अपने नेक्स्ट प्रोग्रामिंग कर रहे हैं। और नेक्स्ट, हम इंडिया साइंस OTT चैनल इज इमर्जिंग ए नेशनल साइंस चैनल, और इट इज़ आल्सो हेल्पिंग टू इंक्रीज द SNT कंटेंट इन द मीडिया। ये सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है, और इसकी वजह से कई सारे जो प्रिंट मीडिया है, चाहे वो पॉइनियर हो चाहे टेलीग्राफ हो, सब ने हमारी स्टोरीज़ को कवर करना शुरू किया है। नेक्स्ट, और इसी के साथ मैं एक बार NCSTC जो हमारे साथ काम करता है, DST और विज्ञान प्रसार, सभी जो हमारे लीडरशिप है, उन सभी लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं जिन्होंने ट्रस्ट दिखाया विज्ञान प्रसार ने, और हमने उसको डिलीवर करके दिखाया। और हमारा ये प्रोजेक्ट अभी जून तक है, उसके आगे हम तैयारी कर रहे हैं कि इसको कैसे इस एक्टिविटी को कंटिन्यू किया जाए, और उसके लिए हमारी तैयारी है, और हो सकता है कि इस चैनल के माध्यम से हम घर घर तक पहुँच पाएँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Kapil ji. This was more than a couple of slides. A very good introduction to the activities on OTT, particularly by Kapil ji. We are running short of time. We have hardly 30 minutes left. There are 3 speakers assuming that speaker will be silent, I mean the chairman will be silent. Okay. So Shri Tarun Jain, editor of Vaigyanik Drishtikon.
तो मैं यहाँ बैठे सभी विद्वानों को प्रणाम करते हुए अपनी बात शुरू करना चाहता हूँ। अभी तक हमने जो इतनी सारी अच्छी और विज्ञान की बातें सुनी, उससे थोड़ा सा हट के बात करूँगा। उनमें ज़्यादातर चीज़ें डिजिटल की हो रही थी और अब हम आएंगे प्रिंट मीडिया की बातों पर। तो ये वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण एक न्यूज़पेपर है जो 22 साल से लगातार चल रहा है और यहाँ जो ऑडियंस है बहुत कम है, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि ऐसे 1-2% ही लोग होंगे जो नहीं जानते होंगे वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण के बारे में, बाकी ज़्यादातर लोग जानते हैं शायद। ये सबसे पहले मैं आभार प्रदर्शन करूंगा उन आयोजकों का जिन्होंने मुझे इस योग्य समझा और यहाँ बुलाया, तो मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ। हमने 2 दशक से भी ज़्यादा समय पूर्व लगभग ये मिशन स्टार्ट किया था और ये मिशन में हमने जब यंग ग्रेजुएट्स कुछ लोग हमारे साथी मिले तो उन्होंने ये समझ 98 में जब हम लोग ट्रैकिंग करके आ रहे थे हिमालय से, तो उसी समय आप लोगों को कुछ को याद होगा कि उसी समय ये पोखरण विस्फोट हुए थे। तो पोखरण विस्फोट के बाद हमारे देश के सभी नागरिकों का जो सीना है वो गर्व से चौड़ा हो गया था। ये तो नहीं पता 56 इंच था, लेकिन वो एकदम चौड़ा हो गया था और हर आदमी ये सोचने लगा था कि यार हमें कुछ नया करना चाहिए विज्ञान में, और इस तरह से करना चाहिए कि जैसे विस्फोट ने आज हमें एक स्तर पे पहुंचा दिया है, ऐसा ही हम कहीं और पहुंचा सकें चीज़ों को। तो स्टडी किया, हमारी छोटी सी टीम थी, 3-4 लोग यंग ग्रेजुएट्स थे और हमने उस समय BSc किया ही था। और चूंकि ट्रैकिंग हिमालय पे करके आ रहे होते हैं तो एक नया जोश अपने आप मन में रहता ही है, तो वो सारी चीज़ें मिली और पोखरण का विस्फोट भी हुआ। तो मंथन करने के बाद ये चीज़ निकल के आई कि देश में विज्ञान का कोई समाचार पत्र का कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं है। तो हम लोगों ने ये विचार बनाया कि एक समाचार पत्र विज्ञान का हम इस देश को देना चाहते हैं। और उस समय यंग हम लोग सारे जो थे, मतलब युवा थे, और युवा जोश ऐसा होता है कि काम करने पे लग जाता है तो काम करके ही छोड़ता है, और ऐसा ही हुआ। 2000 में हमने इसको शुरू कर दिया और 22 वर्ष का लंबा सफ़र हमने तय किया है और इसके बहुत सारे इश्यूज हमने निकाले हैं। पाक्षिक अभी इसका जो है, मतलब इसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी जो है फोर्टनाइटली है, 15 दिन में एक बार ये अंक आता है। और ये अजीबोगरीब स्थिति है कि हम उस मिशन को पूरा करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ये अजीब दास्तां है कि आज जहां लोगों ने विज्ञान क्या कोई भी चीज़ पढ़ने लिखने की आदत उनकी कम से कमतर होती चली जा रही है, उन परिस्थितियों में हम लोगों को विज्ञान पढ़ाने की जिद पर अड़े हैं। तो देखते हैं क्या होता है। हमारे जोश में कोई कमी नहीं है आज तक 22 साल के बाद भी, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आगे भी समय ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, लेकिन हमारे जोश में कमी नहीं आएगी और लोग जुड़ते चले जाएंगे। यहाँ मैं थोड़ा सा ये बता दूं कि वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण मिशन कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ और हम उसके अंदर क्या करते हैं। ज़्यादातर लोग अगर जानते हैं तो अच्छी बात है, नहीं जानते तो मैं बता देता हूँ इसकी ज़रूरत क्यों है। उद्देश्य ये है कि भारत का प्रत्येक नागरिक अपनी सोच में वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण का परिचय अगर देता है तो उसके रोज़मर्रा के काम या जो डेली रूटीन में उसकी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं उनको भी वो अच्छे से सॉल्व कर पाता है, ऐसा माना गया है। और अगर वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को हम अपने जीवन में अपना लेते हैं तो हमारा जीवन और पहले से बेहतर हो जाता है और खुशहाल हो जाता है। इस तरह की फाइंडिंग्स हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि भारत के पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 12 दिसंबर 1949 को ये लाइन कही थी, जब उन्होंने कहा था कि विज्ञान तो देश में बहुत हो रहा है, अब उसको लेबोरेटरी से निकलकर आम आदमी तक ले जाया जाना चाहिए। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये एक ऑफिशियल लाइन हो सकती है भारत की, उस समय जबकि पहली बार इतनी ऊंची अथॉरिटी के द्वारा सोचा गया कि विज्ञान का संचार भी होना चाहिए। ये जो बात मैं बता रहा हूँ 12 दिसंबर 1949 की है। और अब बात करते हैं हमारे ऊर्जावान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की। तो उन्होंने, अभी इसमें डेट भी लिखी हुई है, 1 जनवरी 2018 को उन्होंने ऑनलाइन संबोधन में कलकत्ता के वैज्ञानिकों को ये बात कही थी और उन्होंने 125वीं जयंती थी बोस साहब की, जब ये बात कही, उन्होंने कहा कि हमें विज्ञान संचार और विज्ञान की अंडरस्टैंडिंग को प्रमोट करने के लिए लोगों में इसको बहुत बड़े स्तर पर बढ़ाना होगा। अब उन्होंने बहुत बड़े स्तर पर बढ़ाने की बात कही, लेकिन 18 के बाद 22 हो गया, 4 साल हो गए, बहुत बड़े स्तर पर बढ़ता हुआ दिख नहीं रहा है। सभी को ये एक पीड़ा है मन में। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो समय भी आएगा जब ये बहुत बड़े स्तर पर आपको बढ़ता हुआ दिखेगा विज्ञान संचार। और जैसा विज्ञान प्रसार वाले भी बात कर रहे हैं कि हर भाषा में हम इसको विज्ञान को प्रसार करेंगे तो ये चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं रंग लाएंगी और तो हमें इसका इफेक्ट देखने को मिलेगा। ये भारत का संविधान है जो कहता है आर्टिकल 51AH में कि हर इंसान का सोचने का ढंग वैज्ञानिक होना चाहिए और उनमें वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण होना चाहिए। ये संविधान के उस हिस्से को हम आगे लेते हुए चल रहे हैं। और अभी 2-3 साल पहले जब यहाँ कैलकाटा में IISF हो रहा था तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने भाषण में इस बात को बहुत जोर शोर से कहा था, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, कि अब एक समय आ गया है जबकि साइंटिफिक टेम्पर हमारे देश का एक अलग लेवल पे है। पहले कुछ अलग लेवल पे था, आज कुछ अलग लेवल पे है। अब इसे हमें और ज़्यादा अच्छे लेवल पर पहुंचाना है। आम आदमी के साथ विज्ञान की बात करनी है। आपको मालूम हुआ कि अभी थोड़े दिन पहले जो मन की बात हुई थी, ये राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिवस से पहले, उसमें उन्होंने पूरा मन की बात को जो विज्ञान की बातों पर ही डिवोट कर दिया था। उसका जो हमने अभी लिया है पाक्षिक में, उसका पूरा फ्रंट पेज हमने उसी बात पर दिया है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विज्ञान को हाईलाइट करने के लिए क्या क्या बातें कही। वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, हमारी एक छोटी सी टीम है, वो जो विश्वविद्यालयों में, ये लेबोरेटरीज में या अन्य स्थानों पर हो रहे वैज्ञानिक शोध को हम लोग पहले समझते हैं। वैज्ञानिक से हम लोग समझ लेते हैं तो अपनी उन भाषा में, मतलब जो इस तरह की भाषा जो आम आदमी को समझ में आ सकती हो, उस भाषा में हम उसको तो एक स्टोरी लिखते हैं। जैसा कि मैडम बता रही थी कि अवसर योजना भी यही है, अपनी भाषा में ऐसी स्टोरी उस रिसर्च की बनाने का प्रयास करते हैं जो उस वैज्ञानिक की बात आम आदमी तक पहुंच जाए। वो वैज्ञानिक सीधे तरीके से अपनी बात को आम आदमी तक इसलिए नहीं पहुंचा सकते हैं क्योंकि वो हर चीज़ को टेक्निकल भाषा में, अपनी ओरिजिनल भाषा में बात करते हैं, और हम उन चीज़ों को समझकर और तो पॉपुलर साइंस की लैंग्वेज में बात करते हैं। इससे समाज को ये लाभ हो रहा है कि जो लोग अभी तक ये समझते थे कि अरे विज्ञान तो वैज्ञानिकों का काम है, बड़े बाल और वो अलग लेबोरेटरीज में मोटा चश्मा लगा के काम करने वाले लोग होंगे, उनसे हमारा सीधा सीधा कोई लेना नहीं है, है ना, लेना देना नहीं है। लेकिन आज ये मिथक जो है अब दूर होने लगा है। अब लोग समझ रहे हैं कि विज्ञान तो हमारी अपनी चीज़ है। और अभी पिछले 5 साल में तो ये भी देखने में आया है कि हमारा जो प्राचीन भारतीय वैज्ञानिक ज्ञान था, उसको भी मीडिया ने यदा कदा अच्छे तरीके से उसको पब्लिश करने की कोशिश की है। तो लोगों को ये मन में एक भावना ये भी पैदा हुई है कि हमारे देश का प्राचीन ज्ञान जो है वो भी और देशों से कम नहीं है। इसलिए उससे भी थोड़ा सा गर्व हमको महसूस हुआ है, देशवासियों को महसूस हुआ है। ये साइंस के स्टेप हैं, बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, सारे साइंटिस्ट बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ। अब मैं आपको बता देता हूँ कि वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण की शुरुआत 15 जुलाई 2000 को हुई थी। और ये पहले जब शुरू हुआ था तो 4 पेज का टैबलॉइड था, ब्लैक एंड वाइट, और फिर कालांतर में 8 पेज हो गए। आज ये 16 पेज का रंगीन है। तो मैं अभी 22 साल पहले की बातें सोच रहा हूँ। तो जब हमने शुरू किया था 4 पेज का टैबलॉइड, उस समय पूरी टीम रोजाना ये इतना मंथन और चिंतन करने के बाद भी उदास रहती थी कि ये 4 पेज कैसे भरेंगे, इसमें अच्छी क्वालिटी की साइंस की खबरें लाएंगे कहाँ से हम। तो बहुत सारे हमने जो साइंस कम्युनिकेटर्स से बात की और साइंस पॉलिसी वालों से बात करी, तो सारी चीज़ें जो समाधान होता चला गया। और आज ये स्थिति है कि 16 पेज में भी हमारे पास स्टोरी ज़्यादा हैं और पेज कम हैं। अभी एक बड़ा चैलेंज हमें मिला है कि इसको दैनिक कर दिया जाए तो कैसा रहेगा। भारत में एक दैनिक विज्ञान समाचार पत्र भी हो। तो अब हम उस प्रोजेक्ट पे काम कर रहे हैं और उसका डिजिटल जो वर्जन है उसका अभी भरतपुर में रिलीज़ हुआ है। कंसर्निंग साइंटिस्ट हैं, उन्होंने उसको रिलीज़ किया है डिजिटल वर्जन को। और वहाँ ऑडियंस जो थी वो देखकर दंग रह गए कि इस तरह का एक दैनिक अखबार जिसमें दैनिक साइंस की बातें हो रही है, 4 पेज का फुल साइज वो हमने लिया है। और वो समय मिलेगा तो आप लोगों को भी मैं आयोजकों को दूंगा, तो वो अगर कोई ग्रुप बना होगा तो उस पर डालेंगे। आप देखना उसका फ्लेवर कैसा है और वो ठीक है या नहीं। आपके सुझाव हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण रहेंगे। वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को जब 10 साल हुए थे तो हमने एक एग्जीबिशन लगाई थी और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री राजस्थान के उस समय अशोक गहलोत थे, इत्तेफाक ये कि आज भी वही हैं। तो उन्होंने विज्ञान का अखबार सुनकर उन्होंने कहा था चलो 15 मिनट का स्लॉट इनको दे दीजिए, पता नहीं यंगस्टर्स हैं और क्या करते हैं। और 15 मिनट का समय देकर जब वो हमारे प्रोग्राम में आए तो 45 मिनट्स के बाद वहां से गए। तो ये चीज मैं आपको बता सकता हूं कि विज्ञान में इस तरह से लोगों को रुचि है। बाद में मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बताया कि वो भी विज्ञान के विद्यार्थी रहे थे। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं 1 मिनट में कि हमारे वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण की जो सामाजिक सरोकार भी कुछ हैं, है ना। एक तो वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण का पब्लिकेशन जो है अपने आप में सामाजिक सरोकार का ही पार्ट है। उसके अलावा हमने कुछ वैज्ञानिक समुदाय के लोगों की एक पीड़ा थी राजस्थान प्रांत में, वो ये थी कि इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस तो बहुत बड़ा आयोजन देश में होता है और स्टेट्स भी अपने अपने आयोजन करते हैं, लेकिन राजस्थान में इस तरह का कोई प्लेटफॉर्म अभी तक नहीं है। तो सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स को बैठाकर हमने ये बातचीत करी और उस समय अनिल काकोडकर साहब को बुलाया और वहाँ राजस्थान साइंस कांग्रेस की स्थापना की घोषणा 2012 में हमने उनसे करवाई। और उस समय एक ही मंच पर आप देखिए 25 वाइस चांसलर बैठे हुए थे इस तरह से, है ना। अपने आप में एक वाइस चांसलर ही एक मतलब एक जो होती मेजोरिटी होती है उसका अतिथि होता है, चीफ गेस्ट होते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ 25 वाइस चांसलर बैठे हुए थे और उनकी उपस्थिति में ये घोषणा की गई थी। अब वो राजस्थान साइंस कांग्रेस का जो एक सिस्टम है वो चलते चलते 2000 तो आप देखिए 13 में इसका पहला सेशन हुआ, जबकि इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस अपना 100वां सत्र मना रही थी 2013 में। 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 तक इसके लगातार सेशंस होते रहे अलग अलग यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में। उनमें देखिए प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ भी हैं, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़ भी हैं और सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ भी हैं। लेकिन 2020 में सब जानते हैं कोविड के कारण कोई आयोजन इसका नहीं कर पाए हम। और अभी अभी 21 में IIS यूनिवर्सिटी जयपुर में इसका आयोजन हुआ है, बहुत अच्छे लेवल पे हुआ है। और उसके बाद ये लग रहा है कि अब चीज़ें वापस चल पड़ेंगी, अब कोविड का जो इम्पैक्ट है थोड़ा सा और कम होता चला जा रहा है। अब 2022 में SKN एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी जोबनेर में होना प्रस्तावित है। ये वहाँ के वाइस चांसलर ने इसको विजिट किया और देखकर उन्होंने कहा कि हम भी इसको करना चाहेंगे, तो ये हमारी कमेटी ने उनको अलॉट कर दिया, अब वो तैयारी कर रहे हैं। एक सामाजिक सरोकार बहुत अच्छा है। जब यहाँ सुबह लेक्चर हो रहा था तो निमिष कपूर जी या रानाडे जी अभी बता रहे थे कि विज्ञान क्लब हमारे देश के बहुत सारे स्कूलों में खुले हैं। तो मैं आपको बता दूं कि जब APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब राष्ट्रपति बने तो उन्होंने हमारी टीम को आशीर्वाद दिया, और एक बार नहीं उन्होंने कई बार आशीर्वाद दिया। और जितनी भी बार वो राष्ट्रपति के रूप में राजस्थान विजिट पर आए उन्होंने हमें मिलने के लिए ज़रूर बुलाया, चाहे वो एयरपोर्ट पर मिलना हो और या राजभवन में उनके आवास के दौरान हो। तो हमने एक बार उनको एक प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था, उनको बताया था कि साहब ऐसा अगर कुछ हो जाए कि हम स्कूल लेवल पर ही एक विज्ञान क्लब की बात करने लगें तो जो हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे होंगे और बड़े नागरिक बनेंगे कभी, तो उनमें साइंटिफिक टेम्पर उसी समय से होगा, इनबिल्ट हो जाएगा। तो ये उनको विचार जो है बहुत अच्छा लगा और उनको पसंद आया और वो प्रपोजल की कॉपी अपने साथ लेके गए और बाद में राष्ट्रपति भवन जाकर उन्होंने ये जवाब हमें दिए। इसमें एक जवाब तो हमें दिया गया, दूसरा जवाब हमारे राजस्थान के चीफ सेक्रेटरी को उन्होंने भेजा और उन्होंने कहा कि आप दोनों आपस में बैठकर बात करें और इस तरह का अगर कोई कॉन्सेप्ट हो सकता हो तो उसको ज़रूर इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए, ये मेरी इच्छा है। तो उनकी इच्छा का सम्मान करते हुए राजस्थान सरकार ने इनिशिएटिव लिया और आप देखिए राजस्थान के 5000 स्कूलों में विज्ञान क्लबों की स्थापना कर दी गई, जिनको हर क्लब को 10,000 रुपये की आर्थिक सहायता भी दी जाती है कि वो छोटी छोटी अपनी एक्टिविटीज़ का आयोजन भी कर सकें। जी सर, आपकी घंटी बजाते ही बंद भी हो गया है, तो 2-3 स्लाइड और थी लेकिन ये बंद हो गया, कोई बात नहीं। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये कलाम साहब हैं और हर बार इनका आशीर्वाद हमें मिला, इनके आशीर्वाद से हमारा मॉरल और बूस्ट होता चला गया। हमें हालांकि बहुत दिक्कत भी आई लेकिन उसके बाद भी हम काम करते रहे। और ये अनिल काकोडकर साहब हैं, आर्य माशिलकर साहब हैं, देश के बड़े बड़े नामी गिरामी वैज्ञानिकों ने हमें अपने घर में आकर आशीर्वाद दिया। जयपुर में पधारे हैं ये सारे लोग। ये NSD के डायरेक्टर रहे थे अनुपम खेर उस समय, तब हमने इनको बुलाया था। उपराष्ट्रपति तो खैर जयपुर के ही रहे थे, तो वो हमारे घर के व्यक्ति हो गए एक तरीके से। और ऊपर R चिदम्बरम साहब हैं जो इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस में रिलीज़ कर रहे हैं। फिर स्टेट अवार्ड, नेशनल अवार्ड। आपका काम अगर लोगों को पसंद आने लगता है, यूनिक होता है, अच्छा होता है और तो समाज के लिए उसकी ज़रूरत होती है तो लोग आपको अप्रिशिएट करते हैं। तो उसी अप्रिसिएशन का ये हिस्सा है। हमारी टीम को इस तरह के अवार्ड्स मिलते रहे और फिर एग्रीकल्चर की ये एक अवार्ड भी मिला, इसमें 1-1 लाख रुपए की राशि भी थी। यहाँ अवार्ड्स का फ़ोटो लगाने के पीछे मेरा उद्देश्य ये है कि राजस्थान साइंस कांग्रेस में हमने इन अवार्ड से मिली हुई राशि की FD करा दी है और उसमें कुछ राशि और जोड़ दिया, उससे 9,000 रुपये हमें मिलते हैं हर साल। वो 9,000 रुपये का एक यंग साइंटिस्ट अवार्ड हम अपनी राजस्थान साइंस कांग्रेस में अब दे रहे हैं एवरी ईयर। तो वो राशि इस तरह से अच्छे यूज़ में काम आ रही है। और मेरा अनुरोध है, यहाँ जितने भी युवा बैठे हैं, अगर इस मिशन से वो जुड़ना चाहें तो उनका स्वागत है। और ये एक नंबर है हमारा ऑफिशियल, जिस पे आपको मिलेगा एक चैनल बना हुआ है टेलीग्राम का, उस पर जाएंगे आप तो सारे वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, निकाल के ले सकते हैं, पढ़ सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं, कटिंग निकाल सकते हैं, और वो सब कुछ निःशुल्क आपको उपलब्ध हो जाएगा यहाँ से। अगर आप चाहें तो ज़रूर जुड़िए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नमस्ते। धन्यवाद तरुण जी। आपने बिल्कुल एक तरुण की तरह ऊर्जा का संचार कर दिया सब में। हमारे अगले 2 वक्ता हैं, उनका काम बहुत कठिन है। उनकी जो कम्युनिकेशन की एबिलिटी है उसका बहुत अच्छा टेस्ट होने वाला है। जो समय मूलतः दिया गया था उसकी तुलना में बहुत कम समय रह गया हमारे पास, पर मेरा विश्वास है कि आप सब लोग कोऑपरेट करेंगे एंड इन अ वेरी शॉर्ट टाइम यू वुड बी एबल टू कन्वे ऑल दैट यू वांट टू। थैंक यू।
हेलो, गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन। तो सबसे पहले तो थैंक्स टू NISPR जो इस इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ, और डेफिनेटली ये इवेंट्स और सेमिनार्स हमको काफ़ी मोटिवेट करते हैं और आगे और अच्छा काम करने के लिए हमको प्रोत्साहन मिलता है। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि मैं इस तरह के इवेंट में आया हूँ। तो ज़्यादा लंबी बात ना करते हुए मैं सीधा पॉइंट पे आता हूँ और हम बताना चाहेंगे कि स्रोत एक्चुअली में क्या है। स्रोत पे जाने से पहले मैं बताऊंगा कि एकलव्य फाउंडेशन क्या है। एकलव्य ने साइंस एजुकेशन में काफ़ी वक्त से काम कर रहा है। 1972 से इसकी शुरुआत हुई और उस समय किशोर भारती के साथ मिलकर होशंगाबाद साइंस टीचिंग प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की गई, जिसका उद्देश्य साइंस एजुकेशन को अच्छे से प्रमोट करना और वेरी बेसिक लेवल पर रूरल एजुकेशन में पेनिट्रेट करना और टीचर्स को ट्रेन करना, साइंस को आम करना। ये प्रोसेस एकलव्य का काफ़ी पहले से चल रहा था। लेकिन उसके बाद हमारे पास जैसे जैसे टाइम गुजरता गया, हमारे पास एक पूल ऑफ एजुकेशनिस्ट थे, साइंटिस्ट थे, प्रोफेसर्स थे जो साइंस में काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट्स थे। और इसका ही एक पर्पस ये था एकलव्य फाउंडेशन का कि हमको एक साइंटिफिक टेम्पर डेवलप करना है सोसाइटी में, जो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया में भी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड है, जो एक ड्यूटी है एवरी सिटीजन की। नेक्स्ट। तो इसमें शुरुआत ऐसे हुई कि 1989 में भारत जन विज्ञान जत्था पूरे देश भर से चलता हुआ भोपाल में इसका कंक्लूडिंग प्रोग्राम हुआ। और इस दौरान एक जो सबसे बड़ा फॉल आउट था वो ये था कि साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी फीचर सर्विस की बहुत कमी थी हिंदी लैंग्वेज में, और स्पेशली स्मॉल और मीडियम न्यूज़पेपर्स में हिंदी विज्ञान कंटेंट को लेकर बहुत कमी देखने को मिलती थी और अच्छा कंटेंट नहीं था। तो उस समय एकलव्य ने एक वॉलंटरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के तौर पर इस चैलेंज को एक्सेप्ट किया और इसी के नतीजे में स्रोत साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी फीचर्स वाज बॉर्न। तो नवंबर 1989 में इसको हमने लॉन्च किया। एट द स्टार्टिंग DST गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट को फंड किया एंड अल्टीमेटली 2007 तक ये चलता रहा और 2007 में DST ने उसको विड्रॉ किया। लेकिन एकलव्य ने उसके इम्पोर्टेंस को हमेशा समझा कि ये एक्चुअली में क्या है और साइंस कम्युनिकेशन का क्या इम्पोर्टेंस है, इसलिए उस प्रोजेक्ट को अपने सेल्फ पूल ऑफ फंड्स पे एकलव्य ने जारी रखा। और एकलव्य का एक बहुत बड़ा पब्लिकेशन विंग है, वो इसको मेनली फंड करता रहा और टिल डेट उस पब्लिकेशन से ही एकलव्य में स्रोत की फंडिंग हो रही है। नेक्स्ट। सो एक्चुअली नेचर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट और ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हमारे क्या थे, वो ये था कि एक तरह से साइंस कवरेज न्यूज़पेपर्स में आए और एक गुड क्वालिटी कंटेंट बिना किसी ब्रेक के हिंदी में जाता रहा। हिंदी का पर्पस ये था कि एक बहुत वाइडर बेल्ट जो है, मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, महाराष्ट्र का कुछ एरियाज, छत्तीसगढ़, ये यहाँ हिंदी स्पीकिंग एरियाज हैं और यहाँ पर एक ऐसा कंटेंट जाना चाहिए जो जिसे स्कूल लेवल का बच्चा भी समझ सके और एक जनरल मासेस भी समझ सके। तो इस तरह से हमने डेवलप किया। साइड में अगर आप देख पा रहे हो, मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट लिया है, हमारा वीकली जो सर्विस जाता है वो इस पैटर्न में तब से जाता था और आज भी जा रहा है। 1989 में जब शुरुआत किया था तो ये पैटर्न इस तरह का अडॉप्ट करने का पर्पस ये था कि आज के दौर के आधुनिक प्रिंटिंग प्रेसेस अवेलेबल नहीं थे, तो बिल्कुल हम लोग नाप कर कंटेंट को बनाते थे और वो एज इट इज़ जाके न्यूज़पेपर्स में स्टिक होता था और फिर वो पूरा प्रिंटिंग में निकलता था। तो उसी पैटर्न में हम लोग ने इसको जारी रखा। तो हमारे पास एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज ये था कि एजुकेशन सेक्टर के बहुत एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे पास, साइंस के एक्सपर्ट्स थे जो पिछले 16-17 साल से साइंस एजुकेशन में काम कर रहे थे। तो उनकी कैपेबिलिटीज़ हमारे लिए बहुत यूज़फुल रहीं और स्टार्टिंग में इसको एक मंथली फीचर सर्विस की तरह हम लोगों ने शुरुआत की थी और बाद में चलकर इसको वीकली डिस्पैचेस में किया, जो आज भी इसी पैटर्न में चल रहा है। तो एवरी वीक हम 8 to 12 पेजेस ऑफ कंटेंट भेजते हैं अप्रॉक्स 250 न्यूज़पेपर्स को और वेब पोर्टल्स को। नेक्स्ट प्लीज़। तो इसी के साथ ही ये जो ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड जो साइंस में अपडेट्स हुए हैं वीकली, उनको हम लोग सर्च आउट करते हैं, उनके ऊपर डिस्कशंस करते हैं और एक इस फॉर्मेट में उसको तैयार करते हैं कि जनरल रीडर समझ सके। पहले तो वीकली सर्विस के तौर पर था, लेकिन टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स का जो रिस्पांस लगा उसमें उसके बाद हमने ये तय किया कि इसको एक वीकली मैगजीन के फॉर्म में तैयार करना चाहिए। तो हर महीने जो हम 40 पेजेस तैयार करते हैं उसको हम मैगजीन के फॉर्म में पब्लिश करते हैं। उसके बाद एक और डिमांड आई कि लाइब्रेरीज में एक एसेट के रूप में ये होना चाहिए, एक कंपाइलेशन होना चाहिए साल भर के मैगजीन्स का। तो हमने एक बाउंड वॉल्यूम भी तैयार किया और बाउंड वॉल्यूम भी हर साल निकाला जाता है, जिसमें हम लोग सब्जेक्ट वाइज कैटेगरीज डिवाइड करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। यहाँ पर मैंने सिम वही बातें डिस्कस करी हैं। तो इसमें हमारा सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट है कि कंटिन्यूस मैटर हमारा आता रहा डिस्पाइट ऑफ एनी दुनिया में, इंडिया में कुछ भी होता रहा, लेकिन कंटेंट हमारा कंटिन्यूस जनरेट होता रहा और लोगों तक पहुंचता रहा। तो आज 32 ईयर्स हो चुके हैं और हमारे पास मोर देन 50,000 पेजेस ऑफ कंटेंट है और 250 न्यूज़पेपर्स को जा रहा है और नॉट लेस देन 5,000 आर्टिकल्स हम लोग अब तक पब्लिश कर चुके हैं। नेक्स्ट। तो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात इसमें यह है कि जो हम लोग का एरिया ऑफ कवरेज है टॉपिक्स का, वो बहुत वास्ट है। जूलॉजी, बॉटनी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री, और इससे लेते लेते हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं सोसाइटी से भी जुड़ते हैं, सोशल इश्यूज भी उसमें होते हैं रिलेटेड टू साइंस। और ये जो मैंने यहाँ डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया है वो सारे सब्जेक्ट्स हम लोग अपने वीकलीज में कवर करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। तो हमारे पास जो एडिड एडवांटेज जो मैंने शुरू में कहा था ऑथर्स का, वो हमारा हमेशा से रहा है। हमारे कुछ ऑथर्स जो हैं वो हमसे मोर देन 20 to 25 ईयर से ज़्यादा से जुड़े हैं, जिसमें डॉक्टर डी बालसुब्रमण्यम है, वो काफ़ी वक्त से लिख रहे हैं और रिसेंटली हम लोग ने एक बुक भी पब्लिश की है उन आर्टिकल्स को कंपाइल कर कर। और इसमें एक्सपर्ट्स होने के साथ साथ वो लोग भी शामिल हैं जो साइंस राइटिंग में इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं, ग्रेजुएट्स हैं, तो वो लोग भी हमको कंटेंट भेजते हैं। उसके बाद एक हमारा सिस्टम ये है कि कुछ उसमें रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म भी है। अगर हमको आर्टिकल में कुछ कमी लगती है, कुछ फैक्चुअली चीज़ें सही नहीं होती, तो हम एक बार रिवर्ट करते हैं ताकि हम यंग राइटर्स को मोटिवेट कर सकें जो अभी ग्रेजुएट्स हैं और आगे साइंस राइटिंग में इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं, तो उनको भी हम लोग इस तरह से मोटिवेट करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। तो अर्ली 2000 में हम लोगों ने ज्ञानवाणी चैनल के थ्रू भी इसको पॉपुलराइज करने का काम किया कंटेंट को, लेकिन ये प्रोजेक्ट आगे तक नहीं बढ़ सका और उसको कुछ ही अर्ली 2000 में इसको इनिशिएट किया था, कुछ साल वो चला और फिर उसको क्लोज कर दिया गया। इसके बाद इंटरनेट पे हम लोगों ने मेनली फोकस करना शुरू किया अलॉन्ग विथ प्रिंटेड मैगजीन। नेक्स्ट। अच्छा सर। तो ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंस में हम लोगों ने फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम पे तो अभी अकाउंट नहीं है, फेसबुक पे हम लोगों ने इनिशिएट किया है। वीकली इस पे हम लोग 7 to 8 पोस्ट डालते हैं। इसके अलावा एक सेपरेट स्रोतफीचर्स.in का हम लोगों ने वीकली वेबसाइट भी बनाया है, जिसमें हर वीक हम लोग कंटेंट अपलोड करते हैं जो कोई भी एक्सेस कर सकता है और कंटिन्यूस एफर्ट्स डाल रहे हैं ताकि इस कंटेंट की रीच बढ़ सके। नेक्स्ट। ये कुछ स्क्रीनशॉट्स मैंने यहाँ पर दिए हैं और जो हमारी वेबसाइट के हैं, फेसबुक पेज के हैं। रिसेंटली कुछ ग्रुप्स ने हमारा कंटेंट यूज़ करना भी शुरू किया है और टीच इन उर्दू नाम से ग्रुप है, उसने इस कंटेंट को उर्दू में ट्रांसलेट करके यूज़ करना शुरू किया है। तो ये ओपन फॉर ऑल है, इस तरह से कंटेंट ज़्यादा सर्कुलेट हो सके। नेक्स्ट, तो इसके अलावा कुछ पब्लिकेशंस भी हम लोगों ने निकाले हैं स्रोत के। ईयरली हम लोगों ने कुछ कैलेंडर्स निकाले हैं अलग अलग टॉपिक्स पे, नॉट एवरी ईयर बट फ्रीक्वेंट हम लोग निकालते हैं, और कुछ साइंस टॉपिक को लेकर ये निकाले जाते हैं। नेक्स्ट, उसके अलावा कुछ जो मैंने पहले बताया था, कुछ ऑथर्स के जो आर्टिकल्स हैं उनका हम लोगों ने कंपाइलेशन किया है। इसमें प्रोफेसर माधव गाडगिल की एक रिसेंटली किताब लॉन्च हुई है, जीवन की बहार, जो बेसिकली एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग हिस्ट्री ऑफ लाइफ ऑन अर्थ उसके ऊपर निकाली है, जो उनके आर्टिकल्स का कंपाइलेशन है। इसी तरह अभी विज्ञान की बातें सबके लिए डॉक्टर बाल सुब्रमण्यम की किताब भी रिलीज़ कर रहे हैं। और इसी के साथ साथ कोविड में के दौरान जो काफ़ी कंटेंट आया, मोर देन 150 to 160 आर्टिकल्स, उसमें भी सिलेक्टेड आर्टिकल्स जो लॉन्ग टर्म रिलेवेंस रहेगा उनको भी कंपाइल करके हम लोग बुक के फॉर्म में निकालने वाले हैं। नेक्स्ट, तो इसको आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, टाइम कम है। नेक्स्ट, तो कोविड के टाइम में जो मैंने बताया कि हम लोगों ने इस तरह से निकाला है, और हमारा एक बहुत पर्पस रहा है एक कि हम लोग वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज करें साइंस कम्युनिकेशंस के लिए, साइंस राइटिंग के लिए स्पेशली। तो अभी जो यहाँ डिस्कशंस हुए हैं उनमें काफ़ी मुझे इनपुट्स मिले हैं, तो काफ़ी यूज़फुल रहेंगे। नेक्स्ट, तो एक्चुअली मैं बात ख़त्म करने से पहले ये बताना चाहूँगा कि हम लोग कंटेंट डेवलपमेंट का काम हमारा बहुत ही एक अच्छे फेज से गुजरता है। ये जो वीकली कंटेंट हमारे पास आते हैं, टीम उसको स्टडी करता है। स्टडी करने के बाद वी जनरली सिट फॉर 2 to 3 आवर्स, हम लोग उसके ऊपर डिस्कस करते हैं। एक्सपर्ट्स हमारे साथ रहते हैं, और कुछ उसमें इश्यूज़ रहें तो उस पर डिस्कशन होता है, बात होती है। देन वी डेवलप आवर कंटेंट फॉर पब्लिकेशन। नेक्स्ट, सो दीज आर द सब्सक्रिप्शन चार्जेस। सो बीइंग अ नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हम लोग जस्ट प्रिंटिंग और पोस्टेज चार्जेस ही लेते हैं, और न्यूज़पेपर्स को जो जाता है कंटेंट वो सब्सक्रिप्शन और उनके सर्कुलेशन पर डिपेंड करता है। नेक्स्ट, तो फ्यूचर प्लान्स ये हैं कि हमको वेब प्रेजेंस के ऊपर हम लोग थोड़ा आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। पब्लिकेशन ऑफ बुक्स में हम लोग ज़्यादा जाना चाह रहे हैं। जो कंटेंट हमारे पास आया है, जो इतने साल का जनरेटेड कंटेंट है, उसको बुक्स के फॉर्म में रिलीज़ करना है। कुछ ट्रेनिंग भी हम करना चाह रहे हैं, कुछ साइंस कम्युनिकेटर्स हम लोग को चाहिए हैं जो साइंस राइटिंग में इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं। उनके वर्कशॉप्स के थ्रू हम लोग उनको और करीब लाना चाहते हैं। उसके बाद जो प्रेजेंट रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं मीडिया हाउसेस के या मीडिया ग्रुप्स के, कि वो किस तरह का कंटेंट चाहते हैं, उसके ऊपर भी हम लोग कुछ विचार कर रहे हैं। और साथ ही सोशल मीडिया और डिजिटल मार्केटिंग के दौर में थोड़ा ऑप्टिमाइज्ड कंटेंट के ऊपर हम लोग अभी फोकस कर रहे हैं। तो फिलहाल इतना ही। थैंक यू
so much. Our next speaker for the session is the last but not the least, Ms. Sonali Nagar. She's a scientist at CSIR-NIScPR.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sonali, and going to talk about CSIR-NIScPR, an agenda for popularizing science. Well, we all are very much aware of CSIR, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, which was established in 1942. And the organization soon realized the scientific and technological information and its dissemination are integral parts of research and development, and hence, one of the major objectives of CSIR were the collection and dissemination of information and publication of scientific papers and journals. If we talk about If we talk about the genesis of CSIR-NIScPR, then CSIR's mandate of science popularization and dissemination of SNT was fulfilled by a dedicated organization, PID, which was established in 1951. And in 1996, it was transformed into National Institute of Science Communication, NISCOM. And later in 2002, it became National Institute of Science Communication and Information Resources, NIScPR. And the institute assumed the status of the largest institute engaged in science communication in the country. Finally, in the year 2021, NIScPR merged with NISTADS, and became NISPR, National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research, which has two major verticals revolving around science communication and policy research. Here we have CSIR-NISPR's vision and mission. Vision is to become a globally respected think tank and resource center for understanding science, technology, and innovation, policy research, and science communication. And mission is to promote science, technology, and innovation, policy studies, and science communication among diverse stakeholders and act as a bridge at the interface of science, technology, industry, and society. Well, popularization of science and creation of scientific awareness is one of the major mandates of CSIR-NISpR, which are fulfilled by popular science wing of the institute by publishing popular science magazines, books, bulletins, networking and outreach events, etc. And the major mandate is to generate scientific awareness and inculcate scientific temper among people and motivating youth to take up science. Here we have 3 popular science magazines, from which the oldest one is Vigyan Pragati, which is a Hindi monthly magazine and launched in 1952. Then we have Science Reporter, which is English monthly magazine and was launched in 1964. Then we have Science Ki Dunya in Urdu, which is quarterly and launched in 1975. All these magazines are counted among India's oldest and most appreciated popular science magazines, presenting authentic science and technology content for various stakeholders in easily understandable language. Then we have the content canvas for magazines, like all these magazines covers various reports, features and fundamentals of science, R&D, contemporary issues, biographies, interviews, etc. Next is special issues. Time to time to focus on burning topics, the magazines publish targeted special issues on topics of national concern like health, environment, nutrition, space and astronomy, etc. And as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav program, the most recent special issues were August 2021 special issue on India approaching 75 years of S&T progress by Science Reporter, comprising a special message by Dr. Jitendra Singh and contributions by the Principal Scientific Advisor and 9 science secretaries, including ICMR, DST, DBT, ISRO, MOES, DAE, DSIR, DARE, DRDO. The issue was also translated in Hindi and Urdu in Vigyan Pragati and Science Ki Dunya, respectively. Next in the series was November 2021 special issue of Science Reporter on international mega science projects, Indian contributions. Indian contributions presented an overview of Indian scientific contributions to mega international science and technology projects. And the most recent one is the March 2022 issue on International Women's Day. So these are the special issues which we used to bring out time to time to pay special focus on national concern topics. We have 2 portals also, including Science Reporter portal and CSIR News portal, established in the year 2020 to enhance the reach and provide instant visibility to R&D developments in the year 2020. Science Reporter portal can be accessed at sciencereporter.nispr.res.in and CSIR News portal can be accessed on csir-news.nispr.res.in. Science Reporter also initiated a Science Spark blog in the year 2020, which is available there on the Science Reporter portal, and it includes significant, interesting observations, comments, viewpoints, or experiences on scientific topics. We also have 2 newsletters, CSIR News, which is in English, and CSIR Samachar, which is in Hindi. And both these newsletters showcase achievements of CSIR labs to other R&D organizations, universities, S&T agencies, departments, etc. Well, Institute has also published several popular science books, which are low-priced and well-illustrated, written by experts in a lucid language. And about 60 popular science books in English and 28 books in Hindi have been published. We have a series of books including CSIR Golden Jubilee, sci-fi series, Q series, Vistas and Biotechnology series. And Institute has also come up with a popular style encyclopedia, Golden Treasury of Science and Technology, in which around 5,000 scientific terms encompassing frontier areas of science, highlighting Indian institutions, scientists, S&T achievements are available, and also the Golden Global Eminent Scientists. Over the years, Institute has also come up with several special publications, including Science and Technology-Led Excellence for Inclusive Development and Science and Technology for New India. Both these books account of science and technology achievements of Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Department of Science and Technology, and DBT. Next, we have Showcasing Our Science Labs, which is an Indian science and technology developments through former Honorable Minister Dr. Harsh Vardhan's visits to almost 150 institutes. Then we have Taking Science to People, which is the compilation of media coverage generated by Honorable Ministers' visits. And next we have Malpa Landslide Disasters, joint publication with the INAE, and it presents the detailed study of the Malpa landslide disasters, outlining guidelines for mitigating disasters and disaster rehabilitation. Most importantly, the COVID initiatives. During the pandemic, Science Reporter and Vigyan Pragati brought out several special issues covering almost 40 articles, reports, etc. And special issues of CSIR News and CSIR Samachar with a tagline, CSIR Fights COVID-19, were also brought out. And next was the COVID-19 Bulletin, which was the weekly bulletin giving snapshots of new research updates, global innovations, interventions from CSIR labs, question answers, myths and facts. And it was initiated in May 2020 and continued till October. And almost 22 bulletins were brought out by the Institute. And later, the information was translated in Hindi and Urdu compendiums. During the lockdown period, Institute also conducted various online competitions, including Coronavirus, an Invisible Enemy, and there was overwhelming response with 8,000 entries from 6,200 schools, 1,200 cities and villages. And the competition comprised drawing, painting, video, and essay writing. Next, on the occasion of World Environment Day, Biodiversity and Coronavirus was the next competition, which was conducted online. And again, with 5,000 entries, we had a very good response. One more competition was conducted in association with United Schools Organization and Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. And we also came up with posters, awareness posters in different regional languages. Promoting science discourse. Over the years, CSIR-NIScPR organized various conferences, workshops, seminars, and webinars on varied topics, including 5 editions of IISF and international workshops with ASA, INSA, and many more. Next, we have Swastik, scientifically validated societal traditional knowledge. India has a rich legacy of traditional knowledge and practices touching several spheres of life, which needs to be communicated among public. And CSIR-NIScPR was assigned as a nodal organization to implement this national initiative on communicating India's scientifically validated traditional knowledge. So basically, Swastik's objective is to conserve the practice of the right tradition, inculcate scientific temper of verifying tradition in a scientific manner, and instill confidence in citizens regarding the scientific value of our traditional knowledge and practices. Thank you, sir. I think I finished it within time only.
Thank you very much for finishing well in time. We have met the deadline and we are just in time, and there is enough time for questions and answers. So in case the whole panel is here and in case there are any questions, I am sure there will be answers. आप में से अगर किसी को भी कोई सवाल पूछना हो, जिन विषयों पे हमारे आज के विशेषज्ञों ने बातचीत की है, तो आप सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। मैं शॉर्ट में आपको रिमाइंड करा दूं क्या क्या बातें हुई थीं। डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा जी ने जो हमें बताया, उन्होंने बताया कि विज्ञान लेखन के अवसर दिए जा रहे हैं। अवसर प्रोग्राम के बारे में उन्होंने बहुत विस्तार से बताया। हमें कुल मिला के जो विज्ञान प्रसार के जो 3 वक्ता थे, उनसे जो हमें पता चला कि विज्ञान प्रसार हो रहा है, विज्ञान प्रसार कर रहा है। अब वो चाहे विपनेट के माध्यम से हो, चाहे फिल्म्स के माध्यम से हो या किसी और भी माध्यम से हो, लेकिन विज्ञान का प्रसार हो रहा है। तो उनकी इन गतिविधियों के बारे में अगर आपके कुछ प्रश्न हैं, कुछ शंकाएं हैं, तो उनका समाधान आप कर सकते हैं। तरुण जैन जी ने वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण के महत्व को बताया और इससे हमें उनकी जो पत्रिका या अखबार या जो टैब्लॉइड है वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण, उसके महत्व के बारे में पता चला। और उनका कहना है कि हर व्यक्ति का वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण हो, ये हमारे समाज के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है। और अगर हम फिजिकली समाज के हर व्यक्ति तक न भी पहुंच पाएं, तो हम वर्चुअल माध्यम से, वर्चुअल मंच की सहायता लेकर उन तक पहुंचें, क्योंकि ज्ञान के स्रोत हैं और एकलव्य की तरह हम दूर से भी सीख सकते हैं। हम ज्ञान के स्रोत के पास जा सकते हैं और नहीं तो स्रोत हमारे पास आ सकता है। निस्पर का मैसेज बहुत लाउड एंड क्लियर है। निस्पर अब बहुत केवल विस्पर नहीं है, निस्पर अब बहुत जोर से मुझे लगता है कि पूरे देश में लोग उसे जानते हैं, उसकी गतिविधियों को जानते हैं। और आज ये जो एक कुंभ यहाँ पर आयोजित किया है, जावेद साहब ने, डॉक्टर रंजना अग्रवाल जी ने, डॉक्टर गोरे ने, डॉक्टर मेहरबान सिंह ने और बाकी उनके साथियों ने, मैं समझता हूँ इससे पहले शायद बहुत कम ऐसे अवसर थे जब इतने सारे लोग अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के, अलग अलग संस्थाओं के, देश के अलग अलग भागों से इस हाइब्रिड मोड में यहाँ पर आकर एक साथ मिले और उन्होंने विचारों का आदान प्रदान किया। ये बहुत दुर्लभ घटना होती है। मैं अपने आप को भाग्यशाली समझता हूँ। हम जितने लोग यहाँ मंच पर इस तरफ ज़रूर बैठे हैं, लेकिन मंच के दूसरी तरफ जो लोग बैठे हैं, कृष्णानंद जी यहाँ पर हैं और ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पर हैं जिनको मैं जानता हूँ, जो विज्ञान संचार में बहुत सक्रिय हैं, बहुत अच्छा लिखते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, बोलते हैं, वो सब यहाँ पर हैं। तो अगर इन कार्यक्रमों के बारे में आपको हमारे आज यहाँ उपस्थित विशेषज्ञों से कोई बात करनी हो, तो आप निसंकोच अपना प्रश्न पूछिए, शंका का समाधान कीजिए। प्रदीप कुमार जी भी यहाँ पर हैं, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? हाँ जी जी।
जब अवसर की शुरुआत हुई थी तो हमारा जो मेन एम था वो यही था कि जो हमारे रिसर्चर्स हैं उनमें एक साइंटिफिक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की तरह से ये इनकलकेट किया जाए कि वो जो अपने शोध है उनको आम जनता तक कैसे पहुंचाएं। तो क्योंकि बच्चों की जो पॉपुलेशन है, जो स्कूल के बच्चों की, छात्रों की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, वो ज़्यादा है, बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो उसके लिए हम चाहेंगे कि जो और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, जैसे इंसा है, नासी है, वो हमारे साथ जुड़ के वो काम करें तो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा। क्योंकि एक जो शोधार्थी हैं वो तो हमारे एज पर यूजीसी डेटा 20 से 25 हज़ार पीएचडी स्कॉलर्स हैं जिनको पीएचडी डिग्री अवार्ड होती है हमारे कंट्री में। तो वो एक लिमिटेड नंबर है, बट स्कूल के बच्चों तक पहुंचना थोड़ा हमारे लिए डिफ़िकल्ट है। तो उसके लिए हम चाहेंगे कि जो अकेडमीज़ हैं वो हमारे साथ आएँ और जिससे कि हम उसे आगे ले जा पाएँ।
हाँ प्लीज़।
Because it is a competition, we received the articles in English and Hindi as well. And this year, I am happy to announce that we had the first prize in the PhD category went to the Hindi article, Kavak Rango ki कवक रंगों की कहानी, कवक विज्ञानी की जुबानी। तो इसको हमने पहला अवार्ड दिया था। और क्योंकि हमारे लिए इवैल्यूएशन प्रोसेस बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, तो इसके लिए हम क्या कर रहे हैं, पिछले साल का जो हमारे अफसर अवॉर्डेड आर्टिकल्स हैं उनको 3 लैंग्वेजेस में ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं। ट्रांसलेशन विल बी इजी फॉर अस। सो वो हो रहा है बंगाली में, तमिल में और हिंदी में। इंग्लिश के जो आर्टिकल्स हैं उनको हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट किया जा रहा है। तो हम लोग उस पर लगे हुए हैं। बाकी भाषाओं में भी डेफिनेटली वी विल टेक इट फॉरवर्ड।
Please.
Hello. Good afternoon to all the esteemed
First, please introduce yourselves.
Yes.
Tell your name and affiliation.
I'm introducing myself. I'm Dr. D.K. Mazumdar. I'm a faculty in the National Academy of Broadcasting and Multimedia in Delhi. Now, that academy is the apex training institute for the staff of All India Radio and Doordarshan, the public service broadcasters of India. I have been here, thanks to Manish ji, he had invited me to be here. It was a very enriching experience for me. I was here since the morning, and all the panelists have put up their own ideas about science communication. I myself have been engaged in this when I was the head of programs in All India Radio Tejpur. I feel writing for the radio is the most difficult thing, because first of all, you got to write it, as the panelists were saying, you got to write it in very simple language, because that is a fleeting media. आपको टाइम ही नहीं मिलेगा कि हम डिक्शनरी खोल के देखें क्या बताए, चले गए तो चले गए. So that is one challenge. Next is within time. Within 9 minutes, you have to get a message across. Now here the challenge that we have been talking about is 2 minutes. Now those are there. Sciences we have been trying to communicate. Labs mein kya ho raha hai. It's good that there are a lot of organizations which are connecting the laboratories to the common masses, and which had been the vision of our political leaders also. But now we are thinking in the academy about how the media can save lives, especially during disasters. Our motherland is a subcontinent. It stretches from the oceans to the Himalayas, and we have a number of rivers cutting across our motherland, so we do not have any dearth of disasters. Floods, lightning, tsunamis, landslides, we have known all, even man-made disasters like the MIC in Bhopal, the leakage of MIC in Bhopal in 1984. 2013, we had that disaster in Kedarnath. So we know all about this. Now, my point is, if we can explain the changes in weather, now climate change is another problem. So we really have got to educate our common masses. Be prepared for climate changes. This sort of things will happen. Severe droughts, severe heat waves, severe cold. The rest of the problems are always there. We have been talking about Pirali and the stubble burning. Those are the environmental issues. Even in my room, when I go in the morning, the PM 2.5 reads the meter around 300. पूरे दिन हम चाहते हैं उसको in 3, and then शाम को देखते हैं कि it reduces to around 25. So those are there. My point is, can we not get together to save our countrymen from the disasters? Why can't we get together, say we set a theme, and then we work on it, everybody, and then we educate ki, dekho, these are some indications where you'll come to know that we are facing an imminent danger. So how we can save them? Ki agar aisa, just there are indications of tsunamis. Now we have got common alerting protocols. So some things, they don't give us time to react. Just a Bhopal gas leakage. Nobody got the time to escape. So there are other checks which the government should do. There are other aspects which the NDMA should look into. But there are roles of the science communicators, and there's a role of media. And now I'm envisaging on a project called the Media Saving Lives. That's very important. So there also science comes in. And I have just put it here in the forum, in this August forum, that if we can think about something like that, how we can save our countrymen from disasters, we explain to them what are the indications, aisa ho sakta hai, ye ho sakta hai, glacial outburst, cloudburst, kya hota hai, in simple terms, so that the people in that, aur yahan pe it's such a large country, so we have got localized problems. Cyclones affect Orissa, floods affect Bihar, northeast, landslides up in the Himalayan states. So we have got all sorts of problems.
I agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
Whatever you are saying is perfectly correct. In fact, the damage done because of the climate changes is the single largest factor as far as agriculture is concerned, or even perhaps if one looks at human lives. Millions of people die because the climate is changing. So there is absolutely no doubt that the media, be it radio or television or printed media, they should all collectively take the responsibility of apprising people of the disaster that can result if we fail to mitigate or stop the climate change. Climate change will happen because we are trying to define the progress or the development in a way which nature doesn't want. But we are doing that. So the climate will be changing. So there are two stages, two ways of fighting that off. Number one is we stop the so-called development, which is not going to happen. And second is, how do we prepare ourselves to face that? How do we survive in this changing environment? One is the better weather prediction ability. We are having more and more Doppler radars, for example, now, which make it much easier to predict change in the weather. Had we had Doppler radar in Kedarnath, perhaps things would have been different. So I agree with you. Media, as we all here who form the part of the community of science communicators, have a social responsibility, moral responsibility, that we should apprise people of the climate change and the possible disasters that can result from this. I agree with you. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
इसमें आपने एक बात बहुत अच्छी की कि हमें लोगों को डिजास्टर अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना चाहिए। विज्ञान प्रसार में बस मैं आपको जस्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए बोलना चाहूँगा। एफर्ट्स किया है और हमने अपने इंडिया साइंस के माध्यम से एक 26 एपिसोड का एक सीरियल बनाया है जिसका नाम है डिकोडिंग डिजास्टर। ये फ्रीली अवेलेबल है इंडिया साइंस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, आप उसको सर्च करेंगे तो आप जो बता रहे हैं उसमें आपको सभी टॉपिक्स बिल्कुल लेमैन लैंग्वेजेस में, और ये हमने सीरीज़ NIDM और NDMA दोनों के एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ मिलके बनाया है और वो अपने ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम में भी उस प्रोग्राम को यूज़ करते हैं और आप उसको देखिए, और हिंदी और इंग्लिश में वो अवेलेबल है और उसमें सभी एस्पेक्ट्स को जिसमें आपने अभी बताया उसको कवर किया गया है।
Thank you, Kapil ji. Thank you so much to those who asked questions or made comments. It was a pleasure, but I am now doing the most pleasant job of thanking our speakers and others. All the speakers who spoke today in this session, Dr. Rashmi Sharma from DST, Dr. Arvind Ranade from Vigyan Prasar, Mr. Kapil Tripathi again from Vigyan Prasar, Mr. Tarun Jain, Mr. Zubair Siddiqui, Ms. Sonali Nagar. I thank you all for your wonderful sessions, and I apologize that I had to cut you short. But I think as excellent communicators, you all manage within the allotted time and express yourselves wonderfully. I also thank the audience, because I think without the audience, the speakers don't mean anything. We express our sincere thanks to Professor Ranjana Agrawal, the director of this institution, who was behind the whole show, Javed Sahab and his young energetic team of Dr. Gore, Dr. Meherban, and all others organized this Kumbh of science communicators very successfully in a very beautiful manner, and I think they all deserve a big applaud from us. Javed Sahab is not here, but in his absence, I think I can say that he has done a wonderful job. Congratulations to him and his team, who very ably supported them. So I think now I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Meherban Singh. Dr. Meherban Singh, please.
Thank you, sir. It was really a nice session, and I thank you for conducting the session so smoothly. I also thank all our distinguished speakers for sparing their time and delivering such a nice lectures. Thank you all. And now we will start our valedictory session in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
हो गया ग्लासेस चेंज करेंगे और वो लेकर आ गए
ठीक बस शुरू कर दें तुम कर रहे हो
हाँ करो
हाँ खाली चेयर नकुल कहाँ है नकुल को अंदर ले और किसको लेकिन अभी रुक जाओ नकुल को अंदर आने तो तभी करेंगे चेयर एक हटा दो चेयर उधर पे बुला नहीं गया हूँ बुला नहीं गया है शायद मनीष अंदर ले आओ चलो बस अनाउंस कर दो कि सीधे आ जाए So, welcome you all again, and now we will start our valedictory session. We have Dr. Nakul Parashar, Director Vigyan Prasar, as our chair today. We have Dr. Geeta Vani Rasam, Head CSIR-HRDZ, as guest of honor. And we have Dr. Rashmi Sharma, Scientist F, DST, as guest of honor today for the valedictory session. I request our chair and guests of honor to please come on the dais and grace the occasion. Dr. Nakul Parashar, Dr. Geeta Vani Rasam, Dr. Rashmi Sharma. I also request Shri Hassan Javed Khan and Manish Mohan Gore to come on the dais, please. I request our senior colleague and mentor, Mr. R.S. Jayasomu sir, to please welcome and felicitate our chair for this session. We are felicitating our chairperson for this session, Dr. Nakul Parashar. I request Mr. Hassan Javed Khan to felicitate the guests of honor, Dr. Geeta Vani Rasam. I again request Mr. Hassan Javed Khan to felicitate Dr. Rashmi Sharma. So without delaying, now I request our chair for this session, Dr. Nakul Parashar, for his remarks. Sir.
Namaskar, respected Geeta ma'am, Dr. Rashmi ji, Javed Saab, Manish ji, and all distinguished people who are left to be here in this valedictory session. It is indeed a pleasure for me, and my apologies for having reached late. So we've now gotten to 4:29. We should have gotten there by 4, but anyway, every good thing, everything has to come to an end, but it has to come to a very conclusive and which is very full of nice reports that I'm sure would have been deliberated upon today. And with the kind of agenda that I have seen, I think we've had nice and very experienced people who would have spoken about the topic today. In such a scenario where we are all racing towards ensuring that our scientific social responsibility of communicating, popularizing, and extending science to all is taking shape. So it gives me an immense pleasure to be at a function where we've drawn some conclusions and a roadmap for the future is already set. So I thank all the organizers, and I wish we have such and many more such conferences, places where we can now meet. Now that gradually we find that the fear of COVID is waning away, but it is time that we should be also very cautious about before, as they say, हाथी तो निकल गया पूंछ बाकी है, but हमारी कोशिश पूरी ये होनी चाहिए कि हम उसके प्रति संजीदा रहें, सजग रहें और अपने आप को उससे बचा के चलें, ताकि दोबारा ऐसी कोई भी पुनरावृत्ति ना हो जिसका हम पिछले 2 सालों से खामियाजा भुगतते आ रहे हैं। बहरहाल खुशी इस बात की है कि आज इन सब के बीच हम उस दौर में आ चुके हैं और धीरे धीरे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। उम्मीद करता हूं कि ऐसे और बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम आने वाले समय में होंगे, ताकि हम अपना विज्ञान का जो प्रसार, लोकप्रियकरण और जो संचार की बात करते हैं उसे मूर्त रूप दे पाएंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आप सबको इस कार्यक्रम के लिए पुनः बधाई देते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। जय हिंद और जय भारत।
Thank you, Chair, for this session. Now I request Mr. Hassan Javed Khan for presenting the seminar summary.
I'm sorry, Chairman, sir. There has been a slight goof up in the program. I was supposed to welcome you first. Yeah. Well, I'm also supposed to give you a small summary of what transpired today. Yeah. So, dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Nakul Parashar, Director Vigyan Prasar, Dr. Geeta Vani Raisam, who is the newly appointed head of the CSIR HRDG, and Dr. Rashmi Sharma, scientist DST, my colleague Dr. Manish Mohan Gore, participants, colleagues and friends. A very warm welcome to the valedictory function of this day-long seminar organized by CSIR-NIScPR. It has been an engaging day of enlightening presentations and deliberations, and I'm sure our participants would have benefited from the deliberations. Just a small snapshot I would like to give our esteemed guests who have just arrived here. So we were grateful that eminent dignitaries graced the inaugural function of the seminar in the morning. We are fortunate to have with us Dr. K. Vijay Raghavan, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Secretary DSIR and Director General CSIR, Dr. Sharmila Mande, Distinguished Chief Scientist from TCS Research, Dr. Venugopal Achanta, Director CSIR-NPL, and Professor Avanish Kumar Shivastav, Director CSIR-AMPRI, apart from our Director, Dr. Ranjana Agarwal. The seminar has been organized in a hybrid mode, as is prevalent these days in the times of pandemic, and about 50 participants registered for physical presence here, and 70 delegates registered for online presence. But of course, there are many more who have joined through YouTube also. And we have a number of scientists, science communicators, authors, journalists, college and school-going students who have joined us today.
Of course, there can be no denying that science communication is a national requirement, and we heard from our dignitaries earlier about this in various methodologies and styles. And issues and challenges related to science communication and public engagement of science have often been debated, deliberated and discussed in many conferences, in many forums and many workshops as well. So for this one-day seminar, we thought, why not call different science communication organizations and institutions engaged in public engagement of science to come together, to talk to each other, and we wanted to bring them on one platform. And we, at the same time, a very small, minuscule snapshot of what sort of science communication activities are happening in the country. So we presented just a few, maybe 6 or 7 events, which is, again, as I said, a minuscule quantity. So we are grateful that several agencies and departments, institutions promoting science communication and public engagement agreed to join with us, including Vigyan Prasar, NCSTC, National Academy of Sciences India, National Council of Science Museums, DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, Indian National Science Academy, Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, the Science and Engineering Research Board, apart from organizations such as Srot, Eklavya, and that's all. And so, as I said, in the second session, so in this first session, these were the organizations that presented what they were doing, the kind of science communication activities they were engaging in, and also supporting at the same time. And in the second session, we tried to showcase some science communication initiatives, and these included the Vigyan Prasar Network, VIPNet, presented by Dr. Arvind Ranade, knitting together and motivating, supporting science clubs throughout the country. The India Science Channel, India's first OTT channel, totally dedicated to featuring developments in S&T. The Afsar initiative of the DST was also presented as a unique initiative to motivate young researchers to communicate their R&D work to the masses. Mr. Nimish Kapoor talked about the Scope Bhasha Vigyan initiative of Vigyan Prasar to take science into various languages. And also featured was Vaigyanik Drishtikon, India's first dedicated science newspaper, presented by Mr. Tarun Jain. And Mr. Zubair Siddiqui from Eklavya Bhopal talked about a dedicated, probably the first dedicated S&T news feature in India. And of course, we had a small presentation from CSIR-NIScPR also. So I hope we have been able to spawn a new type of networking among different organizations and present to you a small snapshot of some initiatives that are being taken. Of course, this needs to be taken at a much bigger level. So, Chairman, sir, I would request you again, if you want to make some more comments in light of what I have just briefed you about. Otherwise, we can go to the next speaker. Thank you.
I guess you said it all. I think you said it all. I just did preempt all of this and then fair enough.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our guest of honor, Dr. Geeta Vani Raisam, Head CSR HRDG, for her remarks. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, one and all. Dr. Nakul Parashar, Chairperson, Javed ji, Dr. Rashmi and Manish Gore and all the other organizers and the dignitaries who are in the auditorium here and who are watching us also online. I think firstly my compliments to the team here for organizing this very important seminar. I think it doesn't need much reason to have a conference on science communication and science communicators. And I think the pandemic really has highlighted us the need for science communication. If there was any doubt earlier whether science communication was needed, I think the pandemic has shown that it's absolutely essential, be it the vaccine hesitancy or the mask usage, or how important it is to communicate, and it can have such large impact on social behavior was really highlighted. And I think I just joined some time back, and there was a talk of climate change, and there are many, many such issues which I think we as a society face. And I think conferences like this, which bring about all the organizations coming together and brainstorming, and also how do we come up with newer models of engagement. And I think that's a very important discussion. I think just like Javed highlighted, there are many organizations in the country which are doing an excellent job. But again, I think as my brief stint as a science communicator, I was always amazed that when you are doing it, you think you're doing a great job, you're doing day and night and so much. But then you hear from somebody saying that, oh, we did not know CSIR was doing that, or we did not know about this. So I think there is not enough of science communication. But if you are a communicator, you feel you're already doing a lot. How much more can one do? I think there it emphasizes the need for many, many more people and many, many more organizations, and not necessarily only associated with the government, but even private. And I think there's a new generation of science communicators beyond these organizations, and I think you see a lot of people freelancing or doing it for their own hobby. I think there is also a huge network of those people, and we need to bring them also, I think, into the mainstream. And another thing which I find is that social media, which is actually not covered, maybe I'm not aware, probably it has been covered, but I think there's much, much more scope over there. And I think we need to go to and speak the language which the people want to hear. And you see social media, and many of them are in Instagram. So, and there are many, many channels, I was not aware. A funny incident I'll just recall. One of my husband, who's also a scientist, he had published a paper and it appeared somewhere. My kids would never look at those things. But then suddenly there was excitement. It featured on Instagram on a site called Lad Bible. I've never even heard about it. And that Lad Bible, some student picked it up and posted it there. It got some 150,000 hits all over the world. And this is something which, even being so-called science communicator, I was not aware of it. So I think there's a lot of untapped potential which I think we need to engage in. So that's a lesson, at least, which I thought. And especially somebody was mentioning about how about youth and school children. And I think there are many, many forums which we need to engage. And recently we just organized under the Jigyasa program of CSIR, wherein school students come to the labs and visit and engage with the scientists. We recently organized a competition called as Jigyasa Vigyan Mahotsav as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And there, not only we asked them to come up with ideas about various contemporary issues, for example, like climate change. And there we told them to express themselves in a creative way. How do you communicate your ideas? Rather than a simple write-up, is it possible that you come up with a comic or animation? So that was just a competition to engage them into these kind of communication. And these are few examples. And again, India is a vast country, and I think we need much, much more science communication. And again, regional languages. That's an untapped potential. There are many challenges in that. And I think the recent initiative of Vigyan Prasar is really commendable, the scope where they are reaching out in different languages. But I think that's where another area which is really critical. And again, at least in English and Hindi, I think you have a fair amount of, due diligence, so-called, what you're communicating. But many times we don't even know what's being communicated in terms of science. So really we need authentic science communicators and authentic research which is captured. So I think there's a huge untapped potential, and I think my compliments to the organizers, and I think maybe you could make it a 2-day event next time and try to get the young people also involved. I think, and the beauty of it is now this hybrid event, which is actually a boon. Those people who cannot travel can really join online. So we can really expand this potential. And with that, I think, again, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here with all of you and share my few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and pointing out the potential areas. Now I request Dr. Rashmi Sharma for her address. Ma'am.
Sabhi ko namaskar. This was a very overwhelming session. Today we have been able to listen to the eminent speakers from various organizations and it was my privilege and pleasure to listen to them. I must admit that that when we are in one organization, sometimes we don't know about the other organization, and even if we know that knowing is only superficial. So when we come to a single platform, we come to know about the activities of such organizations in detail. Like we have heard about the science museums, the Council of Science Museums, so what they were doing, international, national, about their R&D activities. So those were overwhelming to know about, those were the activities I was really amazed to see that what NCSM is doing. So this is very important to organize such kind of events, because science communication, as I have seen in last 10 years, is the upcoming area. And we have seen tremendous growth in last 10 years in this particular area. We have seen new programs, new initiatives, like Avsar was initiated in 2018. Then we had India Science. We have now Scope, which is in different languages. So that is how I think we are a very large population. So we need to devise various methodologies to reach out to people. But as I was discussing with Dr. Sharmila Mande during my interaction with her, like we need to also, we are talking about reaching out to children, we are talking about engaging youth in such kind of initiatives, those who are working in lab to take science to the masses. And we are reaching out to, in fact, through audio visuals to the masses itself. So I wish that we could formulate a program for the teachers as well, where they should be engaged, like how they should be communicating science to the children in the school. So that is one of the area which we should tap, and we should train them in communicating science in easy to understand language. Because what we see is that at school level, even if you see in your families, the children will not listen to the parents, but they will definitely listen to their teachers, because whatever they say, they say that is the Bible for them. So you have to devise newer programs. I was happy to see about India Science, like that outreach of India Science is in 206 countries, so which is amazing. So in Avsar also, we have seen the participation of scholars during our capacity building workshops and webinars during COVID times. We had participation from 13 different countries. So I think we need to focus upon the content, like the quality of the content as well, so that we should have outreach to, we should have international presence as well. Because we are doing so much to inculcate scientific temperament among the masses in the country. So we should create a brand India across the globe also. So that should be our goal, and we should work towards creating quality content and authentic content and great science communicators. So that is our goal, and hats off to all the science communicators who have worked relentlessly towards these COVID times, because people were talking about doctors and nurses and scientists. So nobody was talking about science communicators, because they had done a tremendous job during this time. So we know that this is the area which is going to be there and which has a lot of potential. So we all should come together, and we should strengthen this particular area specifically. So thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be part of this seminar, and thanks to all the organizers for organizing such an event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such nice words. And now I request Dr. Manish Mohan Gore, scientist, CSIR-NIScPR, for vote of thanks. Dr. Gore.
नमस्कार। एक दिन की जो ये संगोष्ठी नेशनल सेमिनार हमने आयोजित की, जब इसकी शुरुआत की गई तो हमें संदेह था कि शायद ये जो संगोष्ठी हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं ये कितना सफल होगा, इसके बारे में एक संदेह था हम लोगों के मन में। इसके दो कारण थे। एक तो ये कि ऑनगोइंग जो थर्ड वेव हमारे सामने था ओमिक्रॉन का, उसके बीच में हम कैसे कर पाएंगे। और दूसरा कि इस सेमिनार का जो विषय था, जो इसका थीम, सेंट्रल थीम था, वो थोड़ा हम लोगों ने ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट किया कि शायद इसमें कुछ पार्टिसिपेशन कम हो, लोगों के समझ में नहीं आए, लोगों का इंटरेस्ट ना हो इसमें। जैसे कि ये विषय दिखाई दे रहा है, विज्ञान संचार को संवारें, विज्ञान संचारकों को निखारें, नर्चरिंग साइंस कम्युनिकेशन, मोटिवेटिंग साइंस कम्युनिकेटर्स। लेकिन जब इस अनाउंसमेंट को हम लोगों ने फ्लोट किया अपनी वेबसाइट के जरिए और सोशल मीडिया पे भी धीरे धीरे गए, तो पहले 3 दिनों में हमें 7 एंट्रीज मिल गए। फिर उसके बाद हर दिन 4-5 करके टोटल 30 से ज़्यादा एंट्रीज मिले, जिसकी हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं थी। फिर हम लोगों को लगा कि ये जो पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस हमें मिल रहा है वो ये इंडिकेट करता है कि हमने जो कॉन्सेप्ट बनाया वो सही डायरेक्शन में था और इसकी ज़रूरत लोगों को, साइंस कम्युनिकेशन के जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, साइंस कम्युनिकेटर्स हैं, उनको ज़रूरत है और वो इस तरह के विषय पे बात करना चाहते हैं, डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं। देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से हमें एंट्रीज मिले। एक सामंता साइंस क्लब है बालासोर उड़ीसा, वो पार्टिसिपेट नहीं कर पाए। उसके अलावा उनके फादर की तबीयत खराब थी, हालांकि उनके अलावा दूसरे देश के तमाम हिस्सों से लोगों ने इससे जुड़ने के साथ साथ अपना पार्टिसिपेशन किया, अपने विचार रखे। नेशनल काउंसिल फॉर साइंस म्यूजियम्स कोलकाता से अनुराग कुमार जी आए और डीबीटी वेलकम ट्रस्ट अलायंस, और इसके साथ साथ तमाम साइंस कम्युनिकेशन के जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं वो सब हमारे साथ जुड़ के इसको हमने 1 दिन के भीतर समेटने की कोशिश की। और 1 दिन का जो सेमिनार है उसको करने के पीछे ये भी लॉजिक था कि ओमिक्रॉन एक बड़ी वजह थी कि 1 दिन में ही उसको कर लें तो बेहतर है, क्योंकि कहीं स्प्रेड ना हो, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग के साथ करने की भी बाध्यता थी। और 2 सेशंस के भीतर हमने 14 जो एंट्रीज हैं, 14 प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं, उनको समेटने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि हमारे पास 30 से ज़्यादा थे। तो उसके भी फिल्टर करके 14 के करीब 7 और 7 सेशन 1 और सेशन 2 में किया गया। और जैसा कि इस थीम को लेके लोगों में हमें एक संदेह था कि शायद ये लोगों को अपील ना करे, लेकिन इस थीम ने लोगों के बीच में इंटरेस्ट को जगाया और उसके बाद से निस्पर ने इस 1 दिन का करने की ठानी। और इसमें जो 2 सेशन के साथ हमारे साथ साइंस कम्युनिकेशन के इंस्टीट्यूशंस जुड़े, उसमें जो भी इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे, डिपार्टमेंट हैं, उन सभी के प्रति हम सभी CSIR-NISpR परिवार और ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम उनके आभारी हैं। विज्ञान संचार के जो संस्थान इस 1 डे सेमिनार में आए और उन्होंने अपनी बात रखी और इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में अपना योगदान दिया, उसमें SCRB, INEAS, INSA, विज्ञान प्रसार, नेशनल काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस म्यूजियम्स, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंस इंडिया इलाहाबाद और INSA, इन संस्थाओं ने हमें सहयोग दिया। विज्ञान संचार के विशेषज्ञों जो उन्होंने इनिशिएटिव लिए हुए हैं, सेकेंड सेशन जिसके ऊपर आधारित था कि जो साइंस कम्युनिकेशन के यूनिक इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उसको लेके उस सेशन में चर्चा की जाएगी। तो उसमें जो विज्ञान संचार के इनिशिएटिव्स को लेकर के जो विज्ञान संचार के विशेषज्ञ आए, उनके प्रति भी हम अपना आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। PSA डायरेक्टर जनरल CSIR डॉक्टर शर्मिला मांडे जी, डायरेक्टर NPL डॉक्टर वेणुगोपाल अचंता, डायरेक्टर CSIR एम्प्री भोपाल डॉक्टर अवनीश कुमार अवस्थी, और दोनों सेशन के चेयर डॉक्टर राजीव महाजन और डॉक्टर CM नौटियाल जी, और इस वैलेडिक्टरी सेशन के सम्मानित अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर नकुल पारासर जी, निदेशक विज्ञान प्रसार, और गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर डॉक्टर गीतावानी रायशम, और DST से हमारे वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर रश्मि शर्मा, इन सभी के प्रति हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। CSIR-NISpR की निदेशक डॉक्टर रंजना अग्रवाल, प्रशासनिक विभाग, आर्ट एंड ग्राफिक्स, प्रिंट एंड प्रोडक्शन, और इसके अलावा तमाम जो CSIR-NISpR के परिवार से जुड़े हुए जितने लोगों का हमें सहयोग प्राप्त हुआ, उन सब के प्रति यहाँ पे हम CSIR-NISpR परिवार की ओर से धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम के सभी सदस्यों के प्रति आभार, CSIR-NPL का विशेष आभार, जिनके आंगन में, जिनके सभागार में बैठ के ये कार्यक्रम हमने संपन्न किया। मीडिया के लोगों का आभार, चूँकि आज इलेक्शन का भी दिन था तो मीडिया की प्रायोरिटी थोड़ी बदल गई थी। साइंस का कवरेज इसीलिए प्रभावित होता है कि साइंस को तवज्जो कम दिया जाता है, दूसरे विषय ज़्यादा प्रासंगिक हो जाते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी मीडिया के लोगों ने इस वनडे सेमिनार को महत्व दिया, वो आए और उसका कवरेज किया। उन सबके प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। खास तौर पर इंडिया साइंस चैनल विज्ञान प्रसार DST का जो एक नेशनल साइंस चैनल है, उसके प्रति CSIR-NISpR आभार व्यक्त करता है। पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हमारे साथ इस वनडे सेमिनार में लगातार जुड़े रहे और उन्होंने पूरे तन्मयता के साथ इसमें हिस्सेदारी की, इंटरैक्ट किया, उन सबके प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और जिनका नाम समय की कमी से नहीं लिया जा सकता, समय की बाध्यता है, उन सभी के प्रति मेरा हृदय की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Manishi. And with this, we close this session also. We thank you all. And we have tea at registration desk. So please, we can have a tea. Thank you so much. नकुल सर का बैग है,
दोनों लोगों का बैग।